So if anything bad happens, I'll have a backup recording of anything that goes wrong. So anyway, hello, if this gets put on YouTube, hi YouTube. Fuck Twitch. But also fuck YouTube. YouTube kind of sucks.
Has something...
Hey, be sure to like,
to complete obsession.
maybe subscribe.
Are you gonna do that
Click
thing
around.
where it fucking like shines under the screen?
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, I want to see if that happens.
Is a survival horror game released in 2022 by
wish this had
developers
subtitles,
Rose Engine,
though.
which is
I don't like
primarily made up
auto-generated.
of two people. Two people created this winding rabbit hole of a title that I've been thinking about constantly.
Howdy, potential
since
YouTube
it
audience.
released. On the surface, it's a game
that
that has
fuckboy.
its influences on its sleeve, but it constantly asks the player to dig deeper, put the work in to uncover its secrets, and unfolds a terrifying...
Trust me, we'll get to Adler when he shows up.
...yourself caught and wrapped up in
Sadler.
without even realizing it. And so I have sunk many, many hours into this game, beating it multiple times, even on Survivor difficulty, all in pursuit of cracking this tough...
And I guess for your case, in the audience's case,
I love this. This is why I love Power Pak. His little bits while he's explaining something are really funny. In case anyone was wondering, it's really hard to accurately write on a walnut with a Sharpie. Can't recommend. That's...
it's probably as equally hard as to draw a circle with Sharpie on a piece of coral you 3D printed.
Are you okay? What's your trauma? Is that your trauma or someone else's you lived through vicariously?
Me when I had to draw. That's just me when I had to draw the red circles on my piece on the coral for my cosplay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And getting the tasty reward.
But it's supposed, well, like
So
it's supposed to be like squiggly when she's stressed, so it's fine.
I love Signalis.
I
in
do
this
love the
short
art, like the
video.
fucking like pixel style
Short
art of this is like
video.
incredibly well
What the
detailed.
runtime says, but I've spent over a year trying to review this game, and I've been obsessed since I played the pre-release demo even. I don't even think I've got everything in
Wow.
here. Trust me, this is the short version. Let's start at the beginning.
2 hour long video.
You want the full version? Go to Worm Girl 6.5 hours.
Wake up. Wake
For
up.
your sake and the audience, I will be referring to characters with
Upon hitting new
without the
game,
accent.
You're treated to a sequence of our protagonist waking up, or booting up. Maybe.
Okay, you know what I'm
We
gonna
play as-
do really quick? I'm gonna change the stream name. You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna change the stream name to Do you guys like Signalis? But I'm not gonna do that because that will bring in a lot of people, and ever since last night, like, I'm currently at, like, actually, I am gonna call this out, because I do want to mention, my viewership currently is what it was the same night that I got that suspension, so I don't want to risk that going any higher, because again, that will potentially fucking put me on the front page and get me in trouble again, despite the fact my current design right now on screen follows all those guidelines. There is nothing in the guidelines, and I read them, that calls out belly display. I read
Truly
the specifics
evil and
on that
fucked up.
fucking guideline, and it's bullshit how vague it is, but also how directed vague it is. What is wrong with underboob? Seriously. Genuinely wondering that. I don't get it.
There's a replica android named Elster, and what's going on now that we're conscious isn't made immediately clear. But it's dark, and there are clear signs things have gone wrong here.
Really good color
making
scheme.
quite a foreboding but
I might honestly
striking
steal the general
tutorial
design
for
of
this
this.
game. You move around with the stick or D-pad.
Oh, they have a
normally,
fetish for
with the
screwing
camera
over
locked to an
VTubers
overhead view of
specifically.
the room you're in. Exploring different rooms, you'll find there are documents to examine, which will fill you in on mechanics of the game.
You know what? I'm sorry to pause again, but like looking at this game now in more detail while watching this is the reason why I can't play it. I cannot do top-down 3D perspective shit like that. It actually does not my brain cannot perceive things very well in environments like that. I think that's the reason why I can't do this game, because I wouldn't be able to play it comfortably.
Or details of the world, or maybe who was here before. So far so standard, right? But then the game lets you examine certain areas in more detail, like you've suddenly stepped into playing Myst, sometimes to allow you to pick up certain items that you wouldn't have seen from above, sometimes giving way to greater areas where you're essentially exploring an entire room.
Which
in
is a shame,
first
because I
person.
love
Giving the player
this
this
aesthetic.
level of granularity allows certain details to stick out. You eventually piece together that this is a spaceship called the Penrose. A document explains the Penrose program is a fleet of low-cost ships for interstellar exploration. Low cost isn't how I like my rockets described, frankly.
There is a popular mod that lets you play the game from like a Resident Evil 4 perspective.
So, like, over-the-shoulder third person.
Yeah.
I would genuinely probably be able to play the game a lot easier with that. But I feel like that also defeats the purpose of the game. Because I think you probably have better control over the character like that.
I imagine the only time that would be a hindrance is when you're on the final boss.
Can I also just say that I noticed the text Gestalt pilot replica unit? Yeah. Me having played Nier Replicant recently, and I'm still kind of struggling to get through that third bit to get the ending C, but like I gotta do that again. It's like fucking. It's very funny.
You're gonna notice this game really likes German and Japanese.
Well, yeah, that makes sense because like I know that like those are like when you consider like very specific styles of engineering, German and Japanese are usually two you envision. It's not Chinese, it's not American, it's not even Russian. If it is Russian, it's going to have a very specific aesthetic to it. But German and Japanese mixing, like remember that one of the most impressive planes of the era, there only like 5 were ever made.
There's a bit of Russian.
Yeah, we know.
There's
Yeah,
a bit
that
of Russian
would explain it. Yeah.
If you're a fan of Tchaikovsky, at least if you're a fan of Tchaikovsky.
The airlock
Oddly
appears to be
specific,
missing.
ominous.
The other is locked, so I guess I need to find a key. There's a cryopod in the back of the ship, but the controls for that are locked. But if we go to the cockpit, there's a photograph. Taking it and examining it in our inventory reveals the combination printed on the back. So we can now open up the cryopod.
Oh, who joined? Oh, hello,
Mayako.
What?
Are we watching Signalis?
We are watching Power Pak's video on Signalis, which is going to be a very in-depth... He says this is the short version. It's 2 hours long. But apparently he's been trying to make this video for like 2.5 years because...
Oh, good lord.
Because,
also,
you know...
I also recommended Warm Girl's 6.5-hour version.
That's gonna be too long for a stream, I think. It's like that one video, because like there's gonna be a lot of pausing to like let things sink in.
Yeah.
Fuck you mean failed to send Twitch? You know, let me calling out your bullshit. Apparently they don't. No, but I see it. It's there. I see it in my chat at least.
There's nobody inside. But there is a broken key
One inside the
card
cryogenic
for our lock.
bathtub.
We can use the tape from before, combining it with the card in our inventory, and we're good to go. It's
That's
interesting
funny,
that this
that
opening
works.
appears to be all atmosphere, and that the mechanics it wants to
Honestly-
teach us first and foremost are exploration and problem solving.
Honestly, Elshta should have gotten a sip because that was just full of gamer girl bathwater. there.
Gross. I was gonna say like, oh yeah, it's a cryopod and it's full of liquid with no body inside. Uh-oh, what happened there? But then it's like, oh. Wait a minute. Well, no, that would be interesting though. That means that the cryopod failed, but it was never
just-
opened.
Or it's just thawed out because it wasn't in use.
That's also true. Because I was gonna say there's 2 possibilities there. One, the person who was in it got out and reset it so that no one would come looking at it in case, you know, say that it's still active. The other, no one was ever in there to begin with.
I will not speak.
That says all. Your silence speaks
As
volumes.
opposed to combat, which some of the games that Signalis draws from and resembles elect to show the player first instead. Don't get me wrong, there's combat aplenty to see later, but it's interesting to see where the focus of this game is. Make the player think. Make the player feel. We put on our EVA suit.
But what about
I
hearing?
felt alright.
What about hearing? I can't do the other two without hearing, you know. It's probably the most important. Sorry.
Hear, think, feel.
Hear, feel, think. And then you get the full context of what all that means, and it's like, ow, that hurts my heart.
And begin to make our way outside,
Crystal milk.
which is where the opening title credits begin, giving us a grand view of the crashed spaceship we were just exploring, and the desolate white planet stretching off endlessly all around us. And then
Dead Space 3 kind of vibes.
we walk. We walk along through this snowfield
Oh, that would
against the aggressive
I'm already
blizzard,
feeling
with
cold.
no clue
Yeah.
where we are or what we're doing. We can't even control where we go. Only fate chooses our direction. Past these strange pillars and through this gate, until we find
What they got in there,
a
King Kong?
hole.
Oh!
Hole.
If you find this hole disconcerting, after reaching the bottom, there's another hole in one of its bright red walls.
Spoilers, this is a butthole.
Since there's nowhere
Gross.
else to go,
No, it isn't. I'm kidding.
Signalis spoilers, anal vor. What? POV, you're the guy with the gun in the James Bond intros.
there are a lot of things to unpack in here, and frankly, I have too many questions to even begin unpacking
hold
here.
on.
And
Old Imperial cereals. I'm pretty sure these are banned. Old Imperial. Interesting.
frankly, I have too many questions to even begin asking them. But perhaps most important in this room, on the desk, is a strange book. The King in Yellow. When we pick it up, the computer and the radio turn on.
You know what the sad part about that is, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't hear a Discord ping, I would have expected Sadako to show up in chat, because she's been doing that whenever she joins voice calls. She plays that jingle.
We're sorry. The number you're trying to reach is no longer available.
Ugh. Speaking of which, I never told her I'm doing this. I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. Is she on? I don't think so.
Achtung, Achtung.
Mm-hmm.
This cutscene, though. This fucking cutscene. Just watch.
That's Three Note Oddity. That's a real number station that was used by Hungarian intelligence. Why is that playing?
Yeah, she joins in and does that a lot now these days, and it's very funny because of Signalis.
This cutscene.
No, go back. I want to see the fucking art here. Wrong one.
Oh, you'll be seeing it.
No, I know. I like seeing it in the moment. It kind of reminds me of
Also that.
fucking the fuck is it called? Little Nightmares. Just the weird island and the spires that. So is that a person on a little boat? Looks like a
Yes.
looks like a lady with white hair. Why do I assume lady? Because as far as I know, most of the cast of this game that people focus on are the female characters. I only really know of two. Oh, the helmet's off all of a sudden. Great holes are secretly...
Something else is coming off. Her skin. You can tap comm to go back frame by frame.
That's what I'm
Yep.
doing. You know androids in Nier Automata do this?
Yeah.
Their skin and their features are functionally like manifested projections.
So that little island picture,
Mm-hmm.
that's a reference to the actual real life painting Isle of the Dead.
Oh, fun.
And and there is something about this painting that compels artists over the years to try to recreate it. Like they're obsessed with like people become obsessed with it and recreating it themselves.
Oh, knife to the hand. Good. Remember our promise. So, all I know about this game is that there is a promise that is referenced constantly, and that is something that fucks up everybody. It's like the promise is what fucks people up.
Hey, I'm gonna slip out.
To
I
avoid
hope you all
spoilers,
enjoy.
or
No, because I've played the game.
okay. Is it because it's fucked
Yeah.
you up?
No, it. No,
Hey, it's
just
their ass.
enjoy the video.
Okay. That's fair. Real life could be no
Well,
hazard. Yeah, legitimately though, because they're. I mean, that you know what? That's probably that painting story is probably one of the inspirations for the music role in SCP that like compels you to try and finish it, but you can't, and you just begin like tearing out your own arteries to try and finish it, and it just doesn't, and it kills you. Probably based around that. Wake up.
Wake up.
That's a hell.
Wait a minute. Fatal exception has occurred at 0023, lots of letters and numbers, in Elster. LSTR, sys 0 repeating FF. This may be caused by a hardware failure. If this problem persists, contact the replica technical service. Error code. Stop. I wonder if those hashes or anything, or if they're just randomly spit out, because devs that make shit like this usually always have a meaning in something they put in. So I'm wondering if those hashes mean anything. They probably do. But if they don't, fair play to the legitimacy of it feeling legit, or the commitment to it feeling legit.
That's a hell of a title drop. Before you have any time to process this, the game begins again. This time, somewhere else. Chapter 1, Synchronicity. Did I mention the developers are German? We rejoin with Elster on Synchronicity. Did I mention the developers are German?
I apologize in advance for all the German words I will mispronounce, alongside all the non-German words I will also mispronounce. I love Power Pak's very funny with the commentary.
With Elster, who's in a bathroom, staring into a mirror, thinking about what she has come here to do.
Clean the bugs, goddammit.
Doing a James Sunderland? You might want to remember Silent Hill if you can, it's going to come up a lot. There's no mention about anything about that opening sequence, the ship, the room, not even anything about the game's literary references.
Not saying it's bad, I just think it's
Yellow
overrated.
being an 1895 collection of horror short stories by Robert W. Chambers. Well, most of them are horror anyway, it switches to romantic tales halfway through, but the book served as inspiration for H.P. Lovecraft, whose own short story The Festival was being quoted in that cutscene. H.P. Lovecraft.
Again, there's text down there.
Short story The Festival.
This compilation doesn't actually contain The Festival, and frankly, at nearly 900 pages, I'm furious. Fair.
Was being quoted in that cutscene. So then, was it all a dream? A memory? Simple imagination whilst looking at yourself? We don't know. All we know is we're now in a mining facility called S23 Sierpinski on a planet called Leng at the edge of the solar system. We came here from a space elevator from orbit, at least according to Elster. We do know that we're looking for someone, and based on our inventory, it's the woman in this photograph, Alina Co. She seems to be wearing a military style uniform.
Look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the picture we picked up? Remember the picture you pick up in the crashed ship?
Yeah, there are characters that show up. Yeah, I've seen fan art. mostly.
I
Really
mean, you
kinky
notice
shit.
how it's not. I mean, you notice how it's a different person.
Yes, yeah, different person, yeah. Well, ad break. Hold
All right.
on, let that go for 30 seconds. Cause like
All right, so
I
make sure you
love the
note it.
UI for this. It has like the Resident Evil like examine the ship, but then it's also got like Metal Gear Solid like slide tabs to select thing you want to interact with. The game's got that like above angle classic top like a isometric I don't know whatever the fucking
It also,
Resident Evil style like old RE.
unfortunately, also does Resident Evil 1 thing where you have have only like 6 inventory
Yeah, I
slots.
hate that shit. I hate inventory management. It's like it's I gave it a pass in the RE games I played because I could understand how it worked and I got used to it, but like when it's styled like this, if I can't see everything on screen at once, stop making me manage my inventory, please. I beg you.
That's all we know. Besides half of the photo being damaged, this drip feed of information is doing a lot to add mystery to the game, though some grounding would be nice. Fortunately, this is still what could be called the tutorial, and we've a lot to learn about everything. For a start, it doesn't take long for you to discover things are not well here. Strange, sick-looking replicas litter the hallways, and everywhere seems deserted. The area itself might seem somewhat off to you as well. It's a mining facility, but this top floor is a bunch of classrooms and studies. There are a lot of details about the world that can be explored, but we can get into that later. It's quite a surprise when you actually find someone alive and well and get to talk to them, and then
Well being a relative term. Also, I can probably just outright just give my 2 cents on that. The classrooms bit, well, I mean, that's likely due to the fact that it's a colony. Mining colonies would have actual living spaces, and sometimes, if you're there for long enough, families would start, because people would begin getting intimate, eventually. So they have to cover for that. Likely that classroom wasn't always a classroom. And at the same time, that could also primarily be a study for the job kind of scenario, and the whole like just running in the halls don't do that. I mean, even adults have to be reminded to not do that sometimes. Trust me, I know.
they're just as
I've been to high
Even
school.
what
someone like you
Or,
around here.
if I may pitch my theory,
Uh-huh.
given what I know about this game, that might also be a re-education room.
There is that too, yeah. I mean, again, if you're gonna have like, because that would then also draw to an extent from like Blade Runner, where like if your primary colony setup here is built out of replicas or non-organic humanoids who are able to think, there is going to be a point where they'll eventually try to rebel if they feel like they're being treated unfairly. That will always happen, such as the curse yet blessing of sapient organisms. It doesn't matter if
Also,
they're organic or not.
also replicas can't procreate.
No, cowardly,
Interesting
but
knowledge.
not a surprise. But no, I'm just saying that like the idea that if it's a reintegration and re-education kind of training room, then chances are is that it's like, oh, have they gone too far into off the deep end of I think therefore I am? Capture, erase, retrain and reprogram, thus restart from the beginning to stop that from happening. Pump them full of propaganda so they can't do it again. Remember, Nier Automata did that shit too. Emotions are forbidden, except you can't just stop that from existing when you all live the way you do.
That all Gestalt workers, or humans, were sent down deep into
Stop.
the android tells
One
you
frame
that all
text.
Gestalt workers, or humans,
Gestalt doesn't mean human in German, but oh god, we're too soon to be getting into this. Ah! Don't worry, I know what it means!
were sent down deep into the mines. So, I guess we know where we need to go. We do need a key, however, but we found a key to somewhere else to explore in the meantime.
Further interesting that these replicas, these non-organic entities, bleed like humans. Interesting on that, isn't it?
So we go there and find somewhere
It's,
that's not a classroom. And
yeah, it's like some
maybe
kind of
20 minutes or
oxidant.
more into the game that you're given a gun. Huh.
Some kind of oxidizing
Probably need
enzyme.
this soon.
Yes, yes, that's the same way it works in Automata. It's functionally, it functions similarly to blood. It carries it oxygenates and cools the internal body, and if that shit congeals, they fucking die. Which is why they can't eat mackerel. Apparently mackerel, the oils in mackerel specifically fucks with that substance, and thus that's why you die when you eat mackerel and get the mackerel ending in Nier Automata.
But damn, was it tasty?
It was worth it though, said the android in their final moments as their blood congeals and they die from his sudden seizures. Fucking Yokotaro. It's very funny because Nova fixed that.
As 2B sits there morbidly obese, 1,300 pounds overweight, she's like, it was worth it though.
Fucking belches once, immediately explodes. No, it's very funny because Nova fixed that problem and she laughs at people who still suffer it, like, haha, idiot. She laughs at them like me laughing at vegans.
Shooting is mercifully simple. You lock on, and the
that
harder you lock
noise.
on, the more accurate your shots will be. You can save ammo by finishing them off with a swift kick.
I'll punch you.
So similar to I think classic RE did that, where in order to make sure they're dead, you go over and slap them a few times. Or was that that was Silent Hill. That was Silent Hill 1 specifically. Right, yeah, that's a thing in Silent Hill.
Yeah,
okay.
except
You need to know to survive.
This game is crueler though. That doesn't keep him down.
Open it up, get our key, and we can finally go through this door, taking us to a room.
If you go through a room with a dead body enough times, it will get back up.
Oh, it's a how many times have you been through it check.
Or if you're too loud, I think.
So that implies these.
I've never figured out if it's I've never figured out the RNG of the enemies getting back up. I think it's a combination of how many times you go through the room, how many times you go past that specific body, and if you're running or being quiet. I have no clue. But the only way to keep them down for good is you burn them.
Yeah, okay. Again, that's more akin to Resident Evil then. Interesting.
All in its center, and it's by passing through it, beginning our great descent, that the true Signalis starts here.
This game's all about going down holes.
So you're saying that these traumatized doll thing femmes are obsessed with hole?
Maybe there's some kind of Freudian allegory for wanting to return to a womb that they never came from. I'm fucking with you.
No, you're probably right. I mean, tag. All right. Well, we now have 2 tags added. We have anal vor, and now we have unbirth. Okay.
God.
I'm gonna keep track of these, Maxie. You understand that?
As we enter the main complex of this facility, Signalis.
I'm gonna open up a notepad. I'm gonna keep track of these.
To see and many more hostiles to face. In terms of atmosphere, Signalis.
If that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil you right now and tell you may as well add twinning.
To little abandoned rooms that clearly once had a purpose. It's sad and lonely, but also harsh and disquieting. Roaming around and exploring
Tag added,
this
twinning,
derelict
parenthetical,
base and
spoiled.
uncovering strange new things is the game at its most captivating, and it creates a layered foundation for the game's more dramatic.
Is someone in the
elements to build on.
bathroom?
There is nothing.
Yeah, there's someone in the bathroom. Do I have to bring up that clip now? That's one of my favorite fucking best friends bits. Because it was so flawlessly timed.
Stupid enemy doesn't know how to crouch. Are they
Stupid.
in the bathroom? I think they're in the bathroom. They taking a shit?
Opens door. Ah! Oh, God. I can't find that clip by itself, but I know what playthrough it was from. It's a game I need to finish, actually.
Somewhere. already
Never did finish
lost
that
in the
game. It makes me sad 'cause it was
intoxicating
really cool.
soundscape of these
I love like
hostile
non
enemies,
like
There are
foreign
into a
horror.
room and be hit by.
Because replica. Ah,
I am tensed up, ready for danger.
Hey, wait your
Those by
turn. I'm
1,000
cooking.
eyes and
Ah!
cicada sirens manages to set an
you
appropriate.
could very easily just walk
tone
past her
with
though.
moody ambient drones and off-kilter instruments.
Moody ambient drones is what I refer to my fucking scene girl latex twinning dronification kinksters as.
Is that what? Is that how Nova refers to her sex dolls? Her sex slaves?
She doesn't have any of those because she's inherently non-sexual. I firmly believe that at this point Nova's like completely asexual. She just does things that may be construed as slutty for like self-entertainment. Yeah, she'll
I
vivify
refuse to
herself
believe that.
visibly. No, quite literally. That is what I've kind of noticed. She's not. I don't think she has interest in the acts of intimacy like that, but she finds it entertaining. It's a lot like me in terms of like size kink. There's a certain like size ratio where it's no longer sexy to me. It's just amusing, like not comedic, but it can be comedic if it's construed that way, but like just entertaining where it's like, oh, haha, that's so big. Because at that point I can't enjoy it because I can't. If you're larger than my body, I can't really enjoy all of you as easy anymore, you know?
I mean,
There is a size ratio where I just don't. At that point, if it's me, now that triggers my inconvenience complex. Something fierce.
Really?
I
Like,
get
imagine
upset.
Imagine you're so big you can squash an entire city under your fingertip, and you just do it for funsies.
Unless I'm doing it out of rage, frustration, and hatred, like it, because like for me, that's not kink. That's just power fantasy of gaining control in a way that I don't want it around anymore.
Like you said with Nova, she doesn't do it for like slutty reasons; she just does it as for amusement.
Well, that's the thing. She doesn't have to grow big to do that. She could just fucking snap her fingers and it would just all be gone and no one would remember it ever. She's done that over 300,000 times. She's erased entire universes and timelines hundreds of thousands of times just to see if she actually enjoyed doing that. And she came to the consensus that, not really, no. She can do it, but
she had to do it 300,000 times to figure out. Not into it.
Well, yeah, primarily because like it's because she's done the exact opposite, the exact same number of times. She's improved, enhanced, and even purposefully evolved things, either against their will or totally in line with their will, and has figured out that she doesn't really enjoy that either. She doesn't really care. She's like, no, I want to make my own memories with my own experience. I don't want to live vicariously through emotion or shit like that. Like, I just want to know what else is out there. I don't want to... Like, she will go back into that when she's prompted. And she also has this personal thing of, if I make a mistake, or if my existence causes a ripple that's too huge, I will have to erase all those who would then attempt to make it worse. And if there's one thing she cannot stand, people seeing her as a deity and attempting to worship her for it. She will erase you from existence the minute the second you try to do that. Because she finds it insulting being a god. She can't stand the idea of a god. Which is funny, because canonically, she's really good friends with the Egyptian gods who exist in my canonical timeline.
That sounds positively Lady of Painful.
She hates the idea because to her, and to me, actually, this is an extension of me for the record, so the entire reason why is gods are beholden to the people who worship them. The minute that you do something, if you are a god that is not in line with how people perceive your godlyhood, you're not a god to them anymore. You are less and not interesting anymore.
Yeah.
So she hates that.
A god. I mean, yeah, a god's power only extends as far as how many people if people still worship them.
That's one of 3 variations of being a god, however. That's called the faith mechanic. That's how Toho works. The more faith you pump into a deity, the more powerful they become, and they can store that away for later. See Suwako from Toho. She remains small and childlike in appearance, but doesn't have to be. The reason she does it, however, is because it saves her on that faith energy. If she presents herself as more adult in appearance and aesthetic, she's expending more of that more constantly, because it takes energy to maintain a more imposing presence. That's one mechanic. Another mechanic is the natural god. Like, say, for example, Monster vs. Godzilla, or Nile, for example. The whole idea behind that is that these beings have inherent and undeniable influence on the world around them. Their presence affects the world. It can terraform, it can shape landscapes, it can irradiate landscapes to improve their fertility. Hence why Nile is seen as a fertility deity. Her presence alone can completely refertilize and refresh a location, given how its biome is supposed to be. Which is why, like, yes, she can turn a desert into a jungle. She won't do that, though, because deserts are their own biomes, and changing it into a jungle would kill that biome entirely. You shouldn't do that. So that's the other... It's like, you can't take that status away from them beyond just the title itself. If all your people go away, no one's worshiping you, well, you're not a god anymore because no one's worshiping you. But you are an entity that can influence things around you. At that point, you're basically called an influencer. Nova calls herself an ascendant because she has ascended and transcended far beyond the limitations of what people think is possible. She can affect reality. She is potential incarnate. Evolution incarnate. That's what she is. That's what she was created to be. Which is really, that is to say, she's just able... Originally, she was just like a little serpent drone that could borrow plant matter or biological matter to grow temporary limbs to help her explore deep space or deep ocean or crevices that people can't fit into. That's all she was meant to be. But then she took that birthright and took it so far that now at this point, she is as omnipotent and omnipresent as you can get.
Simply put, I'm glad Nova likes me.
Well, she could hate you when she really, but she doesn't. She needs to have a good reason to erase you. Is the thing, because again, she doesn't really care.
Yeah, which is why I'm glad she likes me.
Easy feelings in anticipation, but wonderfully aggressive noise in climax. Shooting one enemy was easy, but it's not long before you're given a lot more enemies to deal with, and new enemy types that engage with you in entirely new ways.
All these fuckers!
You'll eventually discover defeated foes won't stay dead, coming back to fight again after a short amount of time, unless you permanently destroy their body with a very limited resource. Similar to how you engage with the zombies in Resident Evil Remake, though while the enemies here aren't as powerful as the Crimson Heads, they keep getting back up forever unless destroyed. There are no free head explosions in this game. So this creates a direct conflict in the player's mind about
no head
to engage whether it's worth it to spend resources on a threat. If you walk, you can actually sneak around a lot of the enemies in the game, so you could squeeze past enemies where possible to save taking unnecessary risks.
Wall hacks.
Or, if you know you'll be going through an area a lot, you could take out the paranoid androids and dispose of their body to create some breathing room. Since enemies don't leave a room they're in, you can also leave the bodies alone inside areas you won't be revisiting. Despite the game not focusing a huge amount on its combat early on, the moment-to-moment gameplay ends up nailing the idea of how survival horror should flow, and asks the player to make thoughtful choices in gameplay for how they think is best to proceed. You'll run into puzzles fairly regularly as you move through the game, sometimes with some logical conundrum to be worked out, but mostly the puzzles take the form of keys or memorization games, the plain flavoured crisps of video game puzzles. That's not fair. Signalis does actually have one unique little mechanic in the form of a radio.
Hey, sometimes some good old-fashioned plain chips ain't that bad. Do plain corn chips count as that?
Radio? What's going on with that radio?
You can tune it to different frequencies and find out more information, usually for
You think
something
at some
like
point I would
puzzle
play
solving.
Silent Hill 1 with how often I make that quote?
You might wonder
Looking for a little girl. Short, black hair, just turned 6. Have you seen her? I actually really, I do want
drags you. Fucking zaps you with ray gun, drags you to UFO.
The fucking UFO ending. Have you seen the one where both Sunderland and Mason like interact with each other, and they're both zapped by aliens and taken away again?
My favorite's in Silent Hill 3 where Heather comes home and her dad's Henry and James are there. Harry and James are there, and some reason Harry just karate kicks a boar being held by James. Like, yeah, you're the coolest, Dad.
I love Heather.
While the aliens are just chilling out there too.
Heather's so fucking funny. She's like the quintessential of, God, this sucks. Can we just stop already? I don't want to do any of this. But she can't leave because the narrative demands that she keep going. But she doesn't want to be there. She's like fucking me, man. I fucking love Heather. She's so fucking funny.
The best part is if you have a Silent Hill 2 save file on your memory card, you can find a puzzle where you have to where she's about to stick her hand into a toilet to get a item out. It's like, gross! I'm not doing that. Anyone who'd stick their hand in the toilet is fucking nasty, bitch.
Yeah, cause Sunderland does that. Yeah, I don't say his first name for reasons I will not elaborate on. It's just I don't like the name.
I wonder if the game might use it.
Which
to hide
sucks. It's a very, very,
secrets.
very, very common name.
But you'd have to be
This
amazing
feeds into my
to
headcanon.
single
James
area,
doesn't
picking up
exist.
all frequencies, working out any strange signal you found.
He's a delusion conjured up by his dad in the painting of the river. Oh, these things.
It's more simple than it looks.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Average rave party at my house. Let's fucking go.
All of what I've mentioned are potent ingredients.
I think-
for a devilish
I think you'd really-
standout survival
I think you'd
horror.
really identify with
And
Calibri.
honestly, I love this game
I have no
and
idea
want
what
to
that
recommend
means.
it to people.
I don't want elaboration. I'll find
That's
out.
what that monster was.
More
You'll find out.
important ingredient that bears mentioning. Elster is German for magpie, and like a magpie, you're going to want to pick up every shiny little thing around you, and that will make you very familiar with this noise. Your inventory is full. You can only hold 6 items at a time in Signalis, just like Chris Redfield. It is an aggressively small inventory, and it's a problem that has complications to it which are specific to Signalis. Progenitors be damned.
Yeah, so you can see it coming.
Ready for this, as I thoroughly deconstruct why Signalis'
Egg!
inventory limit is bad. Oh, hold on. There was a patch while I was making this video, and it revises the inventory limit. It's still a 6-item limit.
Yeah, in settings, before you start the game, you can... Yeah, this patch lets you toggle on expanded inventory before you start a new game.
How expanded are we talking?
I don't know, I didn't use it.
Let's see. The flashlight module and Eldetic module will no longer take up an inventory slot. Added an option to extend the inventory size. Does not elaborate on how much. Okay.
Inventory limit. It's still a 6-item limit, but now by default, the flashlight,
Okay.
a very necessary item, doesn't take up a slot. So it no longer feels like the game takes away an inventory slot when you pick it up.
Yeah, I hate that
Neither does
shit.
the eye camera, which is
Oh wait, I think I did use it then.
which can help with puzzle solving.
Because I definitely
That makes
had that
really
going for
useful
me when I
and
played.
a cool mechanic. Instead of just using a notebook or taking photos on your phone because I didn't want to give up a slot for something I didn't want to use. So, okay, puzzle solving is now better across the board. There's also the option of expanding the inventory if you want to.
Yeah.
8 slots now, just like Jill Valentine.
From 6 to 8.
That makes things much less frustrating if the 6-item limit bothers you. And
The master of unlocking. I have unlocked inventory capacity. Where does it go? My pussy or my cleavage? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Jill sandwich.
Sandwich that fucking keycard between your boobs.
there's even an option to go back to the old system if you really want to. The game even went to the
Would
bother
you-
of rearranging items.
would you like a
placements in
maxi
certain rows,
sandwich?
so you're less likely to fill up on common supplies before hitting important key items. Oh, that's actually really cool.
What's that?
That's not... I asked, would you like a maxi sandwich?
Is it anything like the Elvis special?
No, I'm just flattened into a pancake, like Jill would have been.
Oh, that wouldn't be a sandwich. That would be a pancake. Do you have anything to put between the buns? My cup! Anyway.
I had a whole 10-minute spiel about
My super laser pit!
here, but I guess I'll just cut that whole segment out. I'll put it up for patrons to see as a deleted scene, I guess. The update also added other things that we'll get into later. This document is on a different chair. What does it mean? These they end up solving most every gripe I had. I do still question why Signalis wanted to go with a limited inventory system in the first place, though. Well, you might say for the same reasons Resident Evil did it, to place boundaries that push the player to think tactically whilst exploring their environment. But as I went further through the game, the environment design,
Why did that make me laugh?
mechanically and artistically, reminded me more of Silent Hill than Resident Evil. The focus on corridors with side rooms in a facility, rather than twisting halls designed for surprise encounters. The endless series of broken doors that you won't ever be able to open, and the map not telling you whether or not you missed an item in a room. It feels more akin to Silent Hill's methodology. And do you know what game doesn't have an inventory limit? Silent Hill isn't less tense or scary for letting you carry whatever you want. And I do wonder the same thing about Signalis. Is the limited space truly making things tenser, or just more frustrating? Balancing resources
more
would still
tedious,
have been an issue because
I'll
there
say.
are a limited number of items from area to area. So you'd still have to keep conscious thought about your health and ammunition,
Yeah,
and whether or not
that's-
it's best to engage an enemy.
That is a
Adding
question
the
I
limit
have to
on
ask.
top of this feels restrictive, especially in a game where you might need 5 keys to open a single door. Survival horror games thrive on friction, actively causing difficulty or inconvenience to the player to add tension, but Signalis doesn't have the breadth or complexity of design for the friction of the inventory system to pay off. The system also grated on me because the limit was arbitrary within the story as well. The reason it is 6 items is not because of pocket space or anything like that, but because of in-universe propaganda? Remember the rule of 6. Never carry more than 6 items
Oh,
on
that's-
your
that's-
person. What kind of Boy Scout bullshit am I abiding by?
Legitimately, that is a lame reason for it. I'm sorry, but I have to agree with him. I don't like arbitrary shit limiting my ability to play a game because of lore reasons. No. That is not a good excuse. It's not even a bad excuse. It's just pedantic, and I don't like that. If you are going Silent Hill, it doesn't have limited inventory. It's like I said, I got used to it in Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, and 7. I mean, 7's also there. I don't really think a lot about 7. I didn't hate it. I just don't think it's a good Resident
7?
Evil game. That took me a second, admittedly. But, like, yeah, I have to agree with him. Now, yeah, especially because there's nobody to enforce it. You're right. That's another good point. Who's gonna reinforce it? Beyond the replica's own self-imposed limitations of, okay, but why are you following the rule now when you are so clearly capable of disobeying it? Who's gonna stop you?
Look, in a totalitarian government society, if you're at a red light and no one's around to see you go through it anyway, they're probably gonna wait for it to turn green anyway because the propaganda beat them down. sadly.
The sad part about that is, like, the only reason that I would even do that is because my brain will be thinking, but what if someone, like, what if something happens where I'm speeding, or, like, I'm going and I choose not to ignore it, but then someone comes
Yeah,
speeding down the other direction? What if the one time I have every right and every clear way to do it, I'm punished by some God looked at me and said, "You die today"? That's how I would think. But generally speaking, yes. If I'm trying to get somewhere and I don't want to fucking wait, and I know I will not have any level of punishment for running a red light, I'll run that fucking red light, no problem.
I mean, it's okay. Funny. Okay, here's a
God forbid I ever learn how to
story
drive.
time.
Uh-huh.
Here's story time. So not too far from where I live currently, there is a stretch of road that has no signs, no red lights, like 2 houses on it. So, and like definitely no cops or anything patrol there. And it's just like 2 miles of road. And then one day I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I turned on the Eurobeat on my phone, and I just blasted down that road, going like over 90. It was feeling good and hit a bird.
Hit a bird.
You know that bullshit birds like to do is when you're driving down the road and they're like on the side of the road, they'll like intentionally fly in front of your car just like moments before you hit it, and always give you that mini panic attack.
Yeah. Very horror movie scenario, uh-huh.
Yeah, that happened, and it didn't miss. I felt it hit the headlight. That immediately made me slow down.
I see.
Like, oh god.
This might just be a tutorial
Like-
message for the player, but
Even did the thing where like
it makes it feel
the
like
feathers
game's
like flew
taunting me.
everywhere.
Still, the update is
It went
great.
poof,
Well,
and I saw
and
feathers go everywhere,
I'm
and like,
happy.
oh.
It means I can now recommend the game.
Did it crack your windshield?
No, there's no visible sign that a bird hit it,
What kind of bird was it?
and it was like I don't know, like a pigeon or something.
Oh, if it's a pigeon, that explains everything. They're stupid. Pigeons suck.
It was like, I don't know if it was a pigeon. It was like pigeon colored. It was like gray feathers. I don't know my
Maybe
local
maybe
ecology.
a dove then. I know that morning doves are just as stupid as pigeons, to be fair. So
Wholeheartedly to you before we get elbow deep into Signalis' story, which is
pigeon adjacent,
game training.
pigeon adjacent organism. Derogatory.
May I
Wow.
add that I played through this game multiple times with its abrasive item limit still in place, because the game's atmosphere and narrative are an absolute treat. It may not be for everyone. It's told in a somewhat opaque manner, even listing David Lynch as an influence on its store page. And while we never go full Inland Empire, we are sometimes amidst the trees of Twin Peaks. We'll also talk about those other influences later on. I want to emphasize that for this reason, this video is not Signalis Explained. Someone else may have a different This video is not Signalis.
Does she know?
There are two reasons why that's funny to me. The first is just the thumbnail itself. The second is the font, because I've used that font for memes similar to this. I know exactly what font that is, and it makes me fucking laugh. I don't know why it does, but it does. It's just really funny out of context.
Explained. Someone else may have a different interpretation of what this game is about, which is why I want to recommend you to play this yourself. This is a game with a big heart, and so much love and care has been put into it to help it achieve what it sets out to do. It's an experience.
To answer the question, though, no, she doesn't know.
How could she know? It would be less enjoyable if she did. I would have to ask, though.
The question is, what is she supposed to know? Good question. The horrors? The truth?
Well, obviously, the truth is, with the game having such a big heart, she must have a giant fucking cock to pump blood through that and the rest of her body, right? Sorry, I'm just like, I don't know why my brain is where it is tonight, but it is.
You could make the argument Elshta's doing what she's doing is because she's being led by her cock.
True. There are those days where just, the fucking cock thinks for you. And that ain't thinking about much else beyond get me in there, coach. Put me in, coach. Excuse me.
I don't think any other game has given me. But for now, let's start going into things.
Vorect.
If you don't want spoilers, I'm sorry.
You know that meme of
Now is the time to.
Oh god,
You know that meme
grinding
of the
items. What
sperm?
items? Oh yeah, my brother,
You know
my,
the sperm?
my brother
Bro,
in
we're in
this nutsack. We are in insert object that cannot get pregnant here.
Like, I can't wait to get some fallopian tubes, bro. We're in a replica's exhaust pipe.
You cannot call it the exhaust pipe. You're going okay. Because that implies anal. You can't call it that.
Vagina exhaust pipe, same thing.
Did I ever tell you about this really I had an android robot couple dynamic that I really liked that I made for something with a friend with one of my other partners. Did I ever tell you about it? We have
Go
one.
on.
We have one called the Cupie or the porcelain, where they are very doll-like. Again, like classic ball joint, like pale white to marble white skin, modular in terms of outfit customization, and then like roughly no taller than like 4'8", no taller than that. Shortest model on the market you can find is 4 feet tall. Tallest is like 4'8". Very, very small, very proper spoken, but their personalities can come in all different manners. But the most popular are stoic, tsundere, and hime. Hime being very prim, proper, cute, pretty. That's the most popular one. In that order, those are the three that like from least to most. Those are the three that people go with. The other dynamic, however, is called colloquially the glunker. They call it the glunker.
The glunker.
Now, because they are essentially you know the typical the stereotype of like the fat British nanny, that's like they take really good care of you, but they're very stern. They do the finger waggle and everything. That stereotype, functionally like that, and they come off as like future retro, like gasoline powered. And they have like internal water cooling systems that, when they see significant motion too constantly, does make a glunking noise like a water cooler. Hence the nickname, the glunker.
The glunker.
They are usually paired with the Cupie types, purely because the Cupies are really, really good at house and facility overwatch. They're, again, you know how like people have like nanny cams inside of dolls and whatnot? Think of it like that dynamic. The nanny is the big glunker, while the nanny cam is the Cupid doll. That's kind of the dynamic for it. I also just and glunkers are large and in charge. The glunkers will go from anywhere from like 5'7" to like 6'8". They're huge. They're big bitches.
The glunker is what I'd call Aunt Fanny from Robots.
Yes, actually, that was kind of one of the visual like the shape, the general shape.
Wow.
It's like Aunt Fanny and, oh my god, what was her fucking name? The robot from the Jetsons that the robot made. What the fuck was her name? I can't remember it offhand.
From what?
The Jetsons.
Rosie?
Rosie, thank you. Rosie the robot from Jetsons and Aunt Fanny were like two of the ideas behind that. But the thing is that consistently, glunkers aren't like on purpose, like big, gross, clunky looking, but they do come off as that due to their
Gross.
general. Well, again, when you think of like the Glunker, due to like being like retro futurist design, you think of like gas chuggers. I'm talking like big ass fucking ugly trucks that are really good at their job, but they're not really aesthetically pleasing. They don't have that aesthetic displeasing because again, they're built for aesthetic design first, but are really good at what they're meant to be doing. So they're practical, but aesthetically perfect. That was my dynamic idea. And the idea for a specific pair that I had, one is kind of actually may have been what inspired Lita's design now that I think about it. But one is named Eos. I forget the last name she was named, but one is named the Cupie is named Eos. Very small, very Lolita, very prim and proper, very cute. The Glunker is named Moira, and she is hella Irish. No, she's vaguely Irish-Scottish. It depends on how you view it. I know they're not the same, but to some people they can seem similar, so the idea is roughly around that.
You don't want... you better not say that
I never settled on whether she was supposed to be Scottish or Irish, but it's meant to be that because I think Moira is more of a Scottish name than it was Irish. I don't remember offhand, but she is of that persuasion. So she's very direct, very blunt, but very, very caring and doting. And their entire dynamic setting was similar to Voices of the Void. They are a duo pair that run a very old but very like functional watch station specifically meant for tracking, finding, and examining places in deep space for the era of exploration that their universe takes place in, which is essentially humans are now spacefaring and they can go to deep space, but they aren't perfect with it in that it will still take them quite a long time to get to these places, so they use specialized cryopods to get there, similar to Alien Covenant, or the Alien series in general. It can take them a long time to get there, but it's there. And the general plot was that they discovered that another variant of android that was created like several centuries, like a whole millennia prior to them, was they were reverse engineered, similar to the because they're functionally T-dolls from Girls Frontline, that other type. So they were also reverse engineered from perceived alien technologies, and the entities that left that shit behind are so advanced now, they're like the precursors from Subnautica. They don't exist in a physical form anymore, but in the way that they do exist, they exist on an alternate plane of our perception, so average human-built items cannot perceive them, but those special doll tech types can, because they're built off of similar technology. Eos is the only one of her kind that can perceive that entity. And eventually, it's like this, it's again, similar to Voices of the Void, it trails down in that, like, they're like the Arerals to her, essentially. They figure out, oh, this one can perceive us. We need to protect this one and ensure that it allows us to communicate with its masters, etc. So yeah, it's like I love the world building of shit like this. So the thing is that Signalis is definitely getting my interest through this video. I just don't know if I'll ever have the will to play it
Playing
myself.
Signalis can feel like you're lost in the dark, but bit by bit, you can begin to shed some light on not just what's going on here, but the greater details of its universe.
Yeah, because I was gonna say earlier, Lang is like, this is not
Most of what can be learned here
the solar
is done so
system.
from documents in the environment.
Casual reminder, people, that the solar system refers to Sol, our sun. So,
I mean, it is, but it isn't.
oh, is it one of those fucking like multi-dimensional kind of deals? Is it like, oh, it's like it's our universe, but like if things were different?
Kinda.
Someone breathed on the
It's like
butterfly too wrong.
it's like our solar system, but they're just named different.
Oh, okay. So it's like different language. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. That wouldn't make. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. How many planets are in the
Most of
system
what-
then? Because that's too little for ours. If Lang is on the absolute outskirts of our solar system, that is not ours. There's too few planets, unless we destroyed them.
No comment.
Your
can be
silence
learned
speaks
here
volumes.
is done so from documents in the environment, as opposed to cutscenes, which are rare, and rarer still do they actually sit you down and explicitly explain things.
Have you seen
It does
her?
create
uniform.
the feeling of constantly assembling jigsaw puzzles to know basically anything, but what you discover is compelling, as well as how you intuit it. Signalis' idea
Greetings.
of a futuristic universe is an odd one. Technology has advanced in many ways compared to ours, but in a retro-futurist sort of way. There
I
may
love
be
retro-futurist
androids and
aesthetic for that.
spaceships, but they're still using tape cassettes and Windows
Yeah.
95.
Based.
Maybe technology would advance more in some fields
Based.
if there weren't tensions in the 6 planets of this solar system.
LHRKVB. I'm not good with acronyms, but I'm not sure if that's gonna, because if this game's primary language is like German set, it may mean something in German, and I have no experience with German.
There's no. I hate to break it to you. There's no word in German that. There's no word in German that goes. Lehrkräfte.
No, well, no, I mean like if it's an acronym for something specific, where like it's either it's an acronym or it's like a shorthand of a word where you remove vowels and it becomes something else. I've seen enough German words to understand
clever.
like how you can insert things or take them out to like change it entirely. Certain German words are
Clever. Yeah,
pretty
you
fucking
got it.
long.
You got it. Actually, if you rearrange them, they'll spell out Alice is dead.
So it's like Dead Space. Cool. Awesome.
Between
Thank
the
you.
old Yusen
That's what I
Empire
figured.
and the Yusen
That was-
Nation
that was the
rose
joke,
up in
yes.
rebellion.
Yes, they both called themselves. Oh, it was a joke. Okay, because I would
Yeah.
believe you. Yes, they both call themselves Yusin, so we'll just call them the Empire, the Revolution, or Nation.
The revolution
Okay.
is winning too, according to the revolution, taking control of over half the planets here, like Leng, Rotfront, and Heimat. You might be thinking of Star
Okay, I was gonna say like, no, that
Wars when I mention rebels fighting an empire, but this nation is far from a bunch of plucky heroes who want to end galactic tyranny. And you see this early on when you first enter the mining base.
no, they're willing
on
to do what
Leng.
needs to be done.
I'm not sure what one would expect to
Whatever
see
it
when
takes.
entering an off-world mining base, but classroom after classroom is not a guess I would ever have made. The one time you see something different here is from the room where you get the pistol, a small office space that has a one-way mirror peering into a neighbouring classroom. How peculiar. You might have noticed from the footage already, but there sure are a lot of cameras around here that seem to be following every...
So this place is run by the Empire. Given the red, it's because like he put the nation in, or he put like the rebellion people in blue, if I saw that right. Usually Power Pak is pretty good at pointing that kind of shit out. So I'm assuming, because if it's not, something's going on here that's a little bit extra as opposed to like, oh, well, typically in scenarios where like, you know, rebellion's going on, you usually cheer for the rebellion because empires can get pretty nasty. But that's a really good thing to flip on its head when you do it the opposite way.
Actually,
it's similar to Skyrim,
actually,
actually.
Lang- Actually, the Yusian nation is the revolution.
Yeah, that's
The revolutionary government.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So it's like, I would imagine that like, I mean, because again, we see Imperial propaganda in the facility, so I'm assuming it's run by the Empire. However, if the revolution succeeded in their goal for this location, the cameras
They're
are
running
probably...
their own empire.
Well, yeah, I mean, eventually, because that's the thing where even with Star Wars, it's like, okay, you beat the Empire, now what? I don't know how easy it's gonna be for you all to go back to the ways it was before the Empire, because we saw pretty quick how that doesn't work very well. You're gonna have a lot of Imperials still on your hands who will absolutely try to keep that shit going because they thought it was better, because they had power. And now that they don't have that same power anymore, they're gonna do whatever they want to keep shit going. But I mean, I just mean, like, if the revolution succeeded in this and they're now in control of the facility, yeah, that camera thing you pointed out is interesting. But either way, yeah, the whole school with the camera, it's like, yeah, your theory of it being a re-education may be on
Every
maybe
move
on
you
point.
make. In case any of this was a bit too subtle for you, you can find a document about a decree from the ruling government that a certain word has been deemed inappropriate and is to be censored immediately from all facilities under threat of punishment. So censored is this word that you can see that the letter has now itself been censored. Evidence of these redactions can be seen further when you
Wait, what?
been so censored is this word that
Oh, okay.
He's saying the word, even the letter telling you what word is being censored is also censored now.
Itself been censored. Evidence of these
It's basically whatever you do
when you find the elevator.
Basically saying it is now illegal. Whatever you do, don't.
So now I'm wondering though. Yes, it is. Yes, it is Power Packs, because it's the only way I feel like I'm ever going to experience the game. I don't really have enough. I don't have the mental fortitude for the gameplay style of it. Oh no, trust me, Mordred, I've watched his My House video dozens and dozens of times because I love it. I like this guy a lot. I've also seen his Squirrel Stapler one, also pretty fun, and the Iron Lung one. But no, yeah. I'm now wondering though, is there any point in the game? Because I would have figured that it's like, if it's censored, maybe for Elster in her current iteration wouldn't know that. So for a very split second, you could catch it uncensored. Because now I love trying to figure out what the fuck was censored. I love being able to get around censorship.
Where the whole floor simply doesn't have a name anymore. Even saving your game whilst on this floor will have the name of the area censored. Having the reach of this totality.
So it's the name of the floor itself. Was that
prevalent
prior?
I think the word might be prison or re-education.
Libertarian government appear even in your outsider Android systems communicates effectively the almighty reach of the ruling party.
Mordred, I feel that. I'll be perfectly honest here and open about it. Typically, when I'm at home, I mean, I don't wear shoes, like, ever, because I'm always in the house, and wearing shoes in the house, unless it's, like house slippers, just feels pointless to me.
Alright, yeah,
But I have not been wearing my typical knee-high socks that I'm always wearing because it's so humid now, and it's harder to sleep because socks keep your feet warm. And if your feet are proper warm while you are totally covered and in bed, it keeps your whole body warm. I sweat very easily. I've been wearing like a tank top, like a, how would I refer to this? It's not an A shirt. It's like an actual like woman style tank top the entire time ever since it began getting hotter. The thing is, like, I don't mind the heat. I just hate the sweating. I hate sweating. It's gross. It's slimy, and I hate it. It's texture problems.
So the censored word is
a sense of paranoia.
The censored word is Umerzehung,
Finding your friend,
which is German for re-education.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right in the eyes of those above you? You can find no end of evidence that there is punishment for dissent. Papers detailing workers being questioned, searched, incarcerated, and tortured for various suspected crimes. sometimes ultimately killing the people accused.
Expired during interrogation.
Expired. Yeah, that reminds me of that reminds me of Blade Runner. How they don't refer to the executions they're doing as killing or termination. It's retirement, which is the reason why I fucking despise the term graduation for VTubers. Say it what it is. They're quitting. They're quitting or
retiring.
or retiring. Yes, because
Or
I hate
or
this
they're
idol
hanging
culture shit.
or they're hanging up their current costume to take on another one because they got hired by a corporation. They're giving them a different identity.
The chances are that if I do just drop the fucking Nile stuff, I know I know if I ever redesign, I know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like a doll like
Also-
Hashaku-sama.
Hmm.
But like,
Also,
but probably not tall. But I will have expansions definitely, because I'm a kinkster like that. But at the same time, it's like
Yeah.
I have the doll aesthetic, but like the
Of course.
Hashaku vibes. I don't have the voice capacity for voice training in my current state of life. So my deep fucking ugly gross masculine voice will probably be put to good use as a Hashaku type because she's known to have one of those, while also being probably one of the most femme ghost types you'll ever see in your life. Even Sonoko can't compete with that. Hell, even Kayako, and she's a mom.
Kind of like porcelain maid.
Yeah, but like less so but yeah. I do respect Porcelain's fucking gimmick though, where it's like, yeah, I'm doing that because I can prove that I can fucking be masked and be a man with like the most femme cute fucking porcelain doll aesthetic I can have. I respect that. As one who has to use the term busty boy for myself because the other one is still fucking like shunned for no good reason. I mean, well, I don't know, it's fair. I get it, but also I can't use the other one because people get mad at me for using that, and I'm like, well then fucking whatever. That's not your choice though. That's my personal choice. Reclaiming it will give less power to people who don't like it, but unfortunately there are dipshit idiot children out there who don't understand that. So
Also, I don't know if it's just me, but like I've scrambled my own concepts of gender so much that I do generally think of your voice as femme. I don't know.
Well, like I can do that. It's just maintaining it's difficult because my voice is fucking weak.
Interrogation, all enforced by S.
Also, that was done
Stravinsky's
to a
Android
gestalt, not a
protectors.
replica.
Most of the population of this
They tortured a human, well, quote, human to death.
More than just physical labor with their robot bodies. There are different varieties of androids that can perform a range of tasks, from mining to administration.
Urle.
Though it's notable just how many of them here
Star.
are combat focused. You could see this as a justification for more combat encounters from a game design perspective, but in the context of the world, it paints a grim picture for life in this area, where there's a biomechanical sentry around every corner. Don't complain about your living conditions, or else you'll get to talk to the protectors again. The nature of these androids is interesting too. Each replica type is based off the same mold, and it's not uncommon for many replicas of the same type to be together. Essentially like working in a building with
Wait, hold on. That's a very funny for to pause that on. I need to add a new tag because we got
I told you, twinning.
Riona.
So
torture.
every replica unit is based off the exact same template, so that's why they all look the same.
Yeah, and I get that. There's a reason why the Yorha are like that too. A lot of them have their white hair, pale skin. They do that for a reason.
Yeah, but it's like literally every Elshta unit looks literally the same. Every Stoich unit looks the same. Every Sta, etc. They're all the same.
Good way to breed fucking narcissism.
5 bobs. Replicas are together. Essentially like working in a building with 5 bobs. Replicas
5 bobs.
Are sentient beings though. Don't get confused.
That one vault from Fallout 3 that's full of Gary.
That question here.
I love that he pulled it from the Best Friends run, which had the funniest response to this scene. I have
We
to
have
try
a
and
dream.
I need to try and find that bit again because, oh my god, chat, you do not understand how funny that shit was.
There was in the results. I have a dream. Two
Yeah.
best friends. I have a dream.
Yeah. Let me see.
It's there. I think it was that one.
Is it this
I
one?
think it's in there. It's in there.
Is actually what life is like. It's
Do
not
you
just
notice
Oh, whoops, hold on.
that the androids have to stand outside the bus shelter?
Yes.
Because they're gross. Oh, look at that bus.
That looks like one of the Nova buses from here.
Yeah.
Oh, ad break started. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Yo, did you hear that recently Wooly became a dad? Wooly's a dad now. Good for him. He posted it on Blue Sky, I think. He had a picture of him and his wife there, and she's pregnant. Good for him. Good for them, honestly. It like I saw it was a coffee slice, and it's really nice like seeing someone that you watched growing up, like as a kid, like still maintain themselves to be good role models or role models in general that you can still follow. Good for Wooly. He's a dad now. I do love Wooly. Man, fucking funny dude.
Back of the bus.
Go to the back of the. There aren't even chairs.
Because they're not tired.
This, this might not.
No,
I
it's
thought this would be like a compilation.
It's just a bus bit, but that is a really good moment.
It's so much worse than I thought.
Because, you know, the
It's like the racks where you put your bikes.
Auschwitz trains had no chairs either. Right?
oh, man.
So that's sort of...
Oh god.
Fucking.
Yeah. I need to find that fucking bit. God damn it.
He did say it was from episode 16. So just.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let me
And
see.
just like go to the bar and find the most replayed part.
Yeah. Also, this intro goes hard. It hits my uncanny valley in a gross way because I don't care for that. But yeah, it's.
Oh, there it is. There's the hill. There's that hill near the end. I think we know where it is.
Oh, it happens really early into the video then.
No, it's definitely the most replayed part. Has to be. There it was.
The most replayed.
Yeah, there it was.
Yeah,
I saw it.
Yeah, I'm
He's
seeing
spray
it
painting.
too. Just want to make sure that's not that's the only one in here. Yeah, okay, I think it might be. All right, hold on.
Fucking hate that shit.
Yeah.
They're all doing it. So Windows gonna be like tag it or not.
Choose symbol.
Yeah, this is it.
This is a fucking
Beer
fist.
the ffucking fist. No, that's gonna be violent.
Hell, it's too late.
Yeah, you committed. I'm sure.
Oh.
I do love that tag thing though. That's cool.
Is it coming?
Glove on...
They all peek their mics in unison.
What'd you do?
Yeah, you know what he did?
Oh my god.
Fuck off!
Wooly's response is so funny.
I choose that option
But you have to let it
across the
know.
street.
Yeah.
That was a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Okay, but this one though is a lot worse in my personal opinion. The MLK I'd expect. The fucking George Floyd though?
That's pretty vile.
It's also this not George Floyd though. Apparently there was one other person that said something similar. But like that one's fucking vile though, dude. Fuck you, David Cage.
Yeah, just like
My favorite
Stonehole.
meme involving this fucking shit show of a game was the fucking the picture of David Cage being interviewed and going, can a robot learn to be a human? And then Yoko Taro in the second panel going, can a human?
Can a human? What? Can a human learn to be human? I don't get it.
What was it? Okay, hold on, wait. iRobot, can you? I love this movie. I gotta rewatch it at some point.
Can you?
Can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot turn a canvas into a beautiful masterpiece?
Can you? The fucking eye twitch, though. Did you catch that?
I was looking at the lips.
Watch his left eye.
Can you?
He's like, okay, all right. I love that movie. It's actually quite good. But that scene is so fucking funny.
Replicas talk and feel and think. All that good stuff.
The in sync
Areas
peeking of the
designed
mic.
for replica recreation specifically, and find that some went by their own unique nicknames. So, is there a difference between them and Gestalts? Very good question. You can find classified documents later in the game that go more into the nature of replicas. The molds to create new units.
Will Smith has always been a good actor, and Nicolas Cage too. They're both really good actors. I think it's just the fact that like they have a specific type that they do, and people don't like that because that says that they can only do one thing, and it's like, no, they fucking don't. What are you talking about? It's just that with Will Smith specifically, he's known for a select few movies that match a certain criteria. Thus, he's associated with that sort of criteria. As a matter of fact, as far as if I recall correctly, someone once went on
Andrea.
record, hi Andrea, specifically saying that there is a reason that he was casted in movies with creatures in them. And that was because that's what he was known to be good with. Which is why you get a lot of movies like Wild Wild West, which I think is a good movie, and so is his song for the movie. Very good. I like it a lot. Independence Day, Men in Black. He's known for those 3 movies the most, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Not including, I mean, as good as... I never really watched it. I'm not a sitcom person, but Fresh Prince is pretty fun, I'd say it's a good show. But, like, it's aggressively fucking early 90s, but,
Units are actually based off of gestalts for a start, and the life and personality of the gestalt who was used to form the mold ends up influencing the replica. Thus, the wonderful overseeing government has made guidelines for how to deal with each replica type, since everyone having the same personality means they're predictable. Pairing them with certain other replicas and giving them specific objects as fetishes can help with what's called persona stabilization.
The original definition of fetish, not what you and I are thinking.
yes, yeah. The word fetish as we know it derives from an object of worship.
Fascination, basically.
Yes, an object or item of worship and fascination. Yeah, fetish.
Replicas act abnormally, so it's best to be avoided.
Like the tomato with eyes and mouth that Griffith had.
The what?
Griffith's evil cursed tomato necklace.
I don't think I want to know.
Have you not seen Berserk?
No.
Okay then.
I didn't know it was Berserk, but truth be told, I'm like, okay, you know what? It's Berserk. Fair enough. I don't have to ask any more questions. That comment alone is driving me berserk. I get it.
Right? The catastrophe.
That wasn't very stable person of you.
Is documented.
I wasn't very
as an
stable
illness
persona
that
of
ended up
you.
sweeping through the entire complex. It first affected the
Hold on, wait a minute. So Andrea, we have a gag going for this, right? Maxi brought up something earlier in the stream. It was the one that, like, earlier the Power Pak specified like there was like you go down like a hole, and then you see another hole before you go into things. And the joke was that the hole is secretly a butt. So I said, "Oh, anal vor, got it." And then eventually later on, we also get like maybe the androids have like this, or the replicas have like this like everything like there's a lot of like going into a hole, kind of like iconography. So maybe there's like a returning to the womb once one came.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then
I
I
was
said,
maybe. I was like, perhaps it's some instinctual urge to return to the womb from which they were never born.
So then I made the comment of, okay, so we got anal vor, now we have unbirth. Great. So I now have the gag of every time a new theme every time a new theme drops in, I have a text pad open that has tags added. We have so far anal vor, unbirth, twinning, parenthetical, spoiled, and Riona. I'm now adding a new one. Tag added. Mind break. Tag added. Assimilation.
Tag added. Ego dissolution.
You know what? I think identity death is probably like a good like coverall for that. Identity death.
Yeah.
Yes. Identity
Tag,
death.
Identity death.
Commander.
Funny, I got off to a Dojin earlier tonight with that tag in there.
A woman named Falca, and then slowly spread to everyone
Falca.
else, rotting those it infected over time. So, zombies then, right? But what's curious is that both replicas and gestalts were affected by this condition, despite different physiologies. Commander Falca herself is a replica. The main difference comes where gestalts would expire past a certain threshold, hence why there's so few of them around, and replicas would not, owing to their more resilient nature. Eventually they'd lose their happy human skin coating, and also their minds, reverting down to base and violent impulses. We'll cover more details when they become relevant, but we should actually get...
Sometimes, my base impulse... Spin.
You know it's a good game when you can
just
just
got a spin.
You know it's a good game when you can make your character just rotate in place.
True though.
Yeah.
To know some of the people here.
You know what this game could have
same
used
people,
though?
The Pokemon mechanic where you do that long enough, your character actually does begin to twirl.
Better.
Okay.
Big boobs.
The option to they have that, but the option to head pat the Colibri, to head pat Smolibri.
Anyway,
We haven't gotten to Calibri
as
yet.
I mentioned before, you can find a few
I've heard the
survivors in
name,
base to
but-
talk to.
Oh, well,
There she is. Go back.
Well, no, that-
has gone to shit already, so who cares?
He'll
At least you're
elaborate
not
later.
crazy.
He does
Now,
things.
so
He
much for protect.
typically speaking, when he
Also,
brings
yeah,
up a point, he'll bring up
Storches are
something
like
out of
7 feet
out of
tall.
order.
Storches are like 7 feet tall though.
Oh god, these robots are just like the real thing. One survivor
Ha!
did not mention this situation.
I don't get it.
Wow, so much for protector. You're basically a cop. Shouldn't you be handling this situation? Oh god, these robots are just like the real thing. One survivor I did not mention before
A-cab.
is not a replica though. When you're still exploring the upper layer, you're surprised by someone new appearing. A woman armed with a bloody kitchen knife called Issa Ito, and she's human. She's apparently
Ito,
looking for
but that's
someone
fine.
too in this mess.
Ito.
And after she leaves, you can find a
It
letter.
did say mispronounce every other word.
Yeah, he did give a very funny disclaimer for that earlier. Yeah.
Called Erica.
Erika.
Interesting. But at least she seems friendly, despite Elster's stoic responses. Before Issa leaves, she even wishes our girl luck in finding the person we're looking for. Wait, we didn't tell her what we were doing here. Your hunt for Alina Seo is a frustrating one. None of the replica
Alina
survivors
Seo.
seem to recognize her, nor care too much to offer any assistance.
I will say, Andrea, don't give too much commentary for this, because this is the way I'm learning about Signalis. This is the only way I'll ever
Alright.
be able to learn it. Maxie did tell me that apparently there is a mod that lets you do like more like a third-person over-the-shoulder style for the gameplay.
Yeah.
However,
the
other things about it, still, I don't think I'd be able to play it for myself. So
I was going to mention that there's also that someone was also working on a co-op mod.
if they can get that to
Ooh.
work,
Mhm.
that may be enough to have me try it. provided I can afford it. I don't know if it's a. I don't know how much the game costs.
Less than 20.
It's just not a game I can.
It's like-
I can.
I think it's like 15.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not
Let
a
me double
game that I
check.
can justify buying for myself, so I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, it's 20. It's $20 right now.
Yeah, that's more than I can afford for a game for a game that I'm still not. I'm still like I'm more on one side of the fence than on the fence itself.
Mhm.
Does the game ever explain whether? I mean, if there is an explanation, we'll get to that. We're just about under 30 minutes into a 2-hour-long video, and we've been going for 2 hours
double-checking.
already. So
We do at
Double
least find
checking.
if you do find one, don't say it. That's
No.
spoilers.
I wanted to double check
Here,
some. I
there
wanted
are
to ask a
diary
question. When
pages
did this
from
video
her
go up?
throughout the facility,
When the video went
which
up?
end up
Yeah.
This is a year old. January 26th. However,
Let me
I will say
think.
this as well, Andrea. Keep this in mind. Power Pak at the beginning of this video stated that he's been working on this video for 3 fucking years. Well, 2 years, because he went up into because he played it back when it came out originally, as well as the demo for it, the first demo. So he's been into this shit since release. And had a very funny bit about how like pre-patch, pre-inventory patch, he had a whole rant about it for 10 minutes. But then he like cut himself off like 5 seconds into it, saying, "Oh no, this has all been patched out."
The 1.2 patch.
Yeah.
documenting the spread of the illness, and other official documents and files definitively place her here, apparently needing medical attention at one point. We even find her keycard with a picture on it and everything, looking a little bit more bandaged up compared to our photograph. But still we wander, unable to find anything but more distressing sights. Eventually, at the end of the first chapter, we come to our first boss fight. Mina.
Yeah, Mina.
Melt. Gross.
Mina,
She's-
my spirit animal.
Heavy lifting around
She's
here.
chunky.
After an
Yeah,
intense
she stands like
battle,
almost 9
against a
feet
foe
tall.
That's a big daddy.
barely holding themselves together, we meet another survivor, Adler.
This fuckboy.
an
This
administrative
fucker!
android and
Fuckboy
second-in
detected.
command of the Leng mining
Simp,
facility.
simp.
He seems to have most of his wits together, so if anyone can help us here, it's gonna be him.
I do love the fucking stick feet.
Unlike everyone else we've found
That's
so
a good like
far,
robot design.
The hooves.
recognizes Alina Sio
Those are her hooves, you bitch.
Yeah, so
Why
Mordred,
the fuck? Why is he wearing socks?
do you
in the
know anything
jacuzzi?
about the King in Yellow?
They explained what it was. Power Pak explained what the book is and what it also helped influence, which was the Necronomicon.
Yeah, so its presence alone is an omen of what's to come.
Yes, yeah, it is, and that was
is-
all that was said. So that's all I want to know.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the book itself being present is a
We'll
harbinger.
say this: when you have a game like
That's
this
what
come
I'm
out,
saying to
every
Mordred.
fucking detail that is added that you can pick out like that is there for a good reason. It is either illusion. It's either illusion, or it's well, that's what I meant. Like it's either alluding to something or implying something.
Yes.
So it's like either you'll get your answer directly in a fucked up way, or you'll have to
You'll
just
put it together.
assume. But you'll get it. You'll get it if you know anything about it.
photograph.
Bitch.
Why would you stand there like that then? You shouldn't have returned.
This dude's an asshole.
What?
Nobody likes him.
So he's the one watching you through the cameras.
All right.
Yeah.
Is calling to me from below the song of a god that whispers to the sleeping, a dark sun setting over blood ocean, a red
black
eye,
ocean.
a black ocean, a red eye in the sky, staring unblinking forever, and deep below the earth, I can't make out what that says. Oh, here we go.
Await answers to
Await
questions yet unasked.
unasked.
Dream
That
about dreaming.
hexagon loading shit though. That hexagon shit.
That's not actually. That's not from the game.
No. That's Power Pak's thing where that like says like this is the new title card for the new chapter for the video. This has me think of
Okay, fair enough.
Observation. Also, a really cool game.
There is a lot of hexagons in Signalis's imagery.
Where's the? Okay, but like for like a weird tech-based shit that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it's an Observation's not that though. Observation's a really cool game where you play. For those who are familiar with 2001: Space Odyssey, you know about HAL, right? HAL 9000.
Mm-hmm.
About how like
Haven't actually seen the
he's
film,
the
but
AI
I know.
for it.
Yeah.
You are functionally playing as HAL in that game. You're playing as the station AI, helping to guide your couple or like one lone survivor throughout like figuring things out. And across the game, there are moments where you are presented with a strange black hexagonal thing that just interfaces with you without your consent. And it seems to have influence over what's going on. I will only say this. Actually, what I'll do. Google, can you please... I'm only going to say this. Hexagons are important to the story, exceedingly so. And it's not for the reason you think it is. Good night,
Spooky.
Mordred. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it.
At the bottom of the elevator, we see our fall was cushioned by a heap of Elster unit corpses. There's even more to be seen on the floor below. Right, so how many times have we been here? Or should we say...
Now, do you ever feel like
these
you're stuck in a
other
time
Elster
loop?
units been here?
The sad truth is, unironically, yes.
Elster herself
I feel like the
doesn't
longer I live where I currently do, the more my perception of what is real and is not sometimes tends to break. I don't mean like fantasy shit. I just mean like, did I do that when I said I would do it, or did I not? And I'll see that it was done, and I'm like, but was I the one that did it? Because I know that if I wasn't, I would have been complained, and no one has complained yet. It's not fun.
Your perception of reality, it's not fun to lose touch with reality like that.
I mean, it's because I isolate myself from everyone else, and not having someone I can trust to live around is not very fun. So,
really seem concerned. The elevator is out of order. Wow, you're maybe underselling that.
let's just say
That's
that
like saying-
my emotional stunting is there for a reason, or rather, my emotional stunting is very prevalent, and there's a reason why I heavily kin with 2B, for example.
This cow won't talk to me. There's already been evidence that Elster's perception isn't necessarily one to be trusted. Things like how in an earlier area there's a strange butterfly box opened with a bizarre key. Inside there's just an ominous stone plate, but upon picking it up, the game shifts suddenly. Now we're on a snowy mountaintop? With some kind of communication outpost perched atop it.
You got pulled somewhere.
We're able to freely walk around and explore this place, and can see that it looks like someone lives here?
And it's from first person, so it may not even necessarily be
Roach
Elster.
Cozy, but definitely lived in. There's even a letter on the table about moving the daughter of the woman who works here from this isolated base. Someone called
Iris.
Ariane. This is actually where we find the
Iris.
radio.
It may not even be the same Elster.
In order to leave this mysterious place. The whole thing feels surreal, like it's a dream or a separate reality. But when we crash back into familiar surroundings, we've taken the radio module with us. How does that work? Also, didn't that one document say that this butterfly box belonged to Alina CO? Later, on the next floor, we find a video cassette. Naturally, this retro-futurist world still has a VHS player, and putting it in pressing play shows us footage of a white-haired girl. Then, we're transported onto the train with her.
Oh no, it's my type. Whatever will I do?
Somewhere snowy, once again. When we get to
What will you do?
close,
Well,
she
we have the answer
vanishes.
now.
But in her place...
No, I
Remember your
can't do what I
promise.
wanted to do. She's gone.
Once again, when we take the important
Well,
item,
she left you a
we
key,
return
so
to reality, and we have the key with us. Unless the keycard was jammed inside the TV, something strange is going on here. We're taking items straight from these strange visions. But perceptions might not be static and linear for more than just us, too, as seen by Adler's hidden diary.
I'm now trying to think of what fucking game or show did this exact thing. I can't remember what it was, but there was a thing that I loved the idea of. I'm now going to say a theory here. That's only because of what I've been presented with so far. You already had all this shit on you. That or you
No.
picked it up at some point. Don't give me answers. Just smile and go, okay, just do that. The reason why I say it is because if your perception's being fucked with, and, like, you're going to these weird, like, little jump cuts in places, where, like, typically speaking, in, like, something like Silent Hill, when that happens, you know that reality isn't real reality. Shit's haunted. There's ghosts and spirits and demons and shit. So, like, okay, having something that you didn't have a minute ago because you had, like, a weird spiritual encounter, I can let that pass because that's fucking weird. Here, however, that's not the fucking case. At least not what we've been shown with so far. To an extent, something's going on here. But it does feel
Let the video
less...
continue.
less spiritual. So my working theory here, I like doing this on the fly because it's more fun for me this way. Either you already had that shit on you, and you just, like, I mean, like, in a narrative sense, not like in a, like, this is not in your inventory right now, it's hidden. But, like, no, I mean, you already had it on you. Or it was there, but you didn't know it was there until after you experienced that thing, where essentially it is giving you the permission to perceive that it's there.
Sorta.
That perception shit I fucking love, and it really fucks with me, and I love that stuff. Because I love
would
perception warping.
recommend letting the video play.
No,
out
I know,
a
I'm
little
going
a little
to,
more
but like
first.
I said, I like making theories like that the second I come up with them, because I love when it's either you're right or you're wrong, but you weren't far off. I love
His normal
that
diary
sensation.
is mostly fine, but this one, every entry is marked with the same date, and he seems to not remember writing all of them, and is clearly beginning to feel trapped in some kind of cycle. The not-so-secret diary is
Hey,
also
Adler,
interesting.
ever hear, like, a
One
second
entry
time
talks
loop?
about how he was suddenly struck by the memory of a replica. He has no recollection of ever being on the station. Most likely, it's us. No recollection of
Actually
ever
read
being on
this,
the
though. I still remember the conversation I had with another replica when I was inspecting the mining site. However, it was clearly a model I've never seen before. Some type of engineer with an orange chest piece. In my memory, she
Us.
was just another...
For you.
Is it orange? Is it meant to be orange? Because it's very red in this game. It's not orange at all. It's black and red.
Well,
Well, it's
it
meant
might
to be.
be
It is
something.
meant to be. It is meant to be an Elster unit.
It is meant to be Elster. It is meant to be an Elster.
But no such replica was ever stationed on Sierpinski. Replica memory is not the most reliable, they say, but never before have I experienced a strange phenomenon.
Station.
Well, first time
Most
for everything,
likely, it's us, or another Elster unit before us. Adler
I
also
think
mentions
I
he
know
had
what
a
the
dream where
orange
he seems to be
plate
testing a
was.
white-haired girl for some kind of precognition or
Also, there's also the case. There's also the case that a lot of this dialogue was written before some art. A lot of this dialogue was written before there was like a slight art change or like revision to the art style.
That could be too.
So
And
her
I
chest piece
have
might have been
seen,
more orange than.
yeah, I have seen art
The
of
theory
her
that
with
I
a
was
more
thinking
orange
is
tinted outfit. Yeah.
I was also considering the possibility that the orange chest plate may have also referred to the uh, EVA suit.
Yeah, I
That
was
did
gonna
also
say because
the EVA suit is
it
orange.
looked rather Half-Life. Yeah. I'm like, if that's not from Half-Life, is it? Then I see it's tag with Signalis, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, oh, it's just not. Do you just get like different outfit colors in the game? Like, what's like? Again, I have seen art of her with a more orange tinted uniform instead of red. So, yeah.
Well, it might have been that EVA suit then.
ESP? He believes it to be another memory of my Gestalt life. So, replicas sometimes remember their past lives. Could that alter what we perceive? Wait a minute, weren't we also seeing a white-haired girl? There's another mention of her, actually. In a diary written by Falker when she got sick. She talks about a feeling of her mind being polluted.
I don't know how much longer I can go on. I do not want to live anymore as what I've become. The red eye beyond the gate showed me, touched me, poisoned me. Also, red eye, white hair, red eyes. Consistent imagery of this character being visible and shown. So if all of the, because again, and the replicas, they are based off, one model type is always based off a real person. And each one, as a result, has a very specific way of dealing with them when they go too far off track what you want them to do. They all also look alike inherently anyway. They all have a very specific setup. They seem to have darker hair and bluish colored eyes. Now, whether or not that is just because the blue tint is like the the tint of a color of a camera lens, or if that's intentional for what they're based on. And they're all, and now we're getting two instances or multiple instances of different unit types seeing this red-eyed white hair woman, siblings or test subjects, experiencing past moments with this entity, this person, before or during what had them become based off of, like before they're replicants or before the replicants were created. That's what I'm going with. Either they're all siblings, because here's the thing: if you're gonna take a bunch of fucking entities, people, and use them as templates for replicants or synths or androids or whatever the fuck you want to call them, as in a group format, and then have them all take up different roles depending on what they're like, and they're all like model types, but they can all have their own personal nicknames and whatnot, but they all still functionally have similar personalities, similar enough that it's almost assimilation.
They are basically they are all cast very closely from the same mold.
Yes, again.
Yeah, they're basically taking exceptional people and turn them into templates to make these.
So then at that point, my theory is these exceptional people, what if they're all born from the same family? It would be way easier to do something like that. It's either that, or again, it's like I was gonna say, it's either they're all somehow immediately related outside of the whole template process, or they are related to the template process, and Miss Whitehair over here either was the primary caretaker of all the subjects during the process, or is the one responsible for all of this. In terms of the one responsible for either
the incident,
activating the incident, or is the
Okay,
one
you're-
is the one who also created them in the first place. Again,
Wow.
do not tell me anything. Do not respond or react to it. I just enjoy doing this shit as I see it.
I know. I'm just a little.
It's a good idea.
Startled.
Polluted by another's, and also
The
mentions
thing is that I'm very good at picking up on patterns in many different ways. Be it a visible,
Also,
literal pattern, like
they
a hexagon.
He's skipped the middle page there, I think.
Well, yeah,
He's only shown
yes,
pages
the
1
thing
and
with Power
3.
Pak is that he will skip around in the timeline of how he played it when presenting a video. He's mentioned this before because he likes to bring it up when it's immediately relevant to show proof that it's like, okay, that's why this part's now being shown. That's why I didn't show it before, because it's now relevant.
She talks about a feeling of her mind being polluted by another's, and also mentions seeing.
I'm stuck here
between her and me, with half-formed dreams and recollections penetrating my brain and tainting my every action. Who is she? Who is that white-haired girl? Why do I long to see her again? Why would she curse me like this?
Mom, come back!
The white-haired girl. Is everyone seeing her around here? There's actually one more dream she appears in.
New Dojin title for the tags being added. I think I just lost it. Fuck.
What,
I had a really funny title for it.
Oh, we're adding another tag.
No,
now?
I was gonna give it a title. It's like I'm tagging a Dojin, but I'm like giving a title to the Dojin. I've already lost it. Fuck, I had a good one for it too.
No.
Let me go back a bit and see if it comes back to me.
Everyone seeing her around here? There's actually one more dream she appears in, except this time it isn't your dream? After Adler pushes you down the elevator shaft, you see Issa Ito waking up in a classroom. Once again, somewhere snowy. She's apparently waiting for Erica here too, and we go to the library to check for her. But when we get there, we see her.
Getting bullied by gas mask girls.
And that's when we wake up. Whatever is going on here seems to run much deeper than a simple illness. Perhaps if what survivors are left here...
That's what it was.
They thought it was an illness, yeah.
My template creating mother is a cognito hazard, !
I love that. Oh, that's delightful.
This mystery.
I know you're here. I've done this countless times before.
You don't belong here.
You don't belong here.
You don't belong here. Ooh, nice!
Chapter 2.
Also, he was carrying a Nitro Express rifle.
Those mines people...
Dude was not fucking around.
I do. Oh, look at all the hexagons. I do appreciate just.
Fuck yeah, basalt.
That is a normal ass gun. It's like, because like even in because I was mentioning earlier, like,
No.
I do like retrofuturism aesthetics. Like ever since Alien, I do like that. I did like that look. But it's like.
But that's not just a normal gun. That thing is basically a shoulder fire cannon.
I know that.
That's an elephant gun.
What I mean is, it is a normal, real life gun you can find, own, and fire in real life with no modifications. It's not like an Alien where you have an M41A pulse rifle, which is a gun that is functionally, by the way, physically a modified Tommy gun.
Yeah,
Also,
the prop was a
yeah,
modified Tommy gun.
Also, yeah, that's the neat thing with this game. All the weapons are like just normal guns.
They are just.
Yeah.
It's like, that's just
However-
a fucking gun. You can just pick that up from a gun shop somewhere.
However, I will be the first to say that what they're like, the cartridge loads in particular are wicked nasty.
I know
Like,
what Nitro
okay,
Express does
spoilers.
to a body. I've seen it happen before.
It's not a spoiler to
I
say
mean,
that
you're
the
getting-
shot shells are
I mean,
flechettes.
not a spoiler, but you're like getting ahead
No, yeah, I know.
of the narrative.
Anything but. There's no sign of our missing gestalts anywhere.
Diagonal elevator!
More sick and hostile replica
For
units.
whom do you fight?
There is one who isn't.
How very
A
glib.
damaged miner unit sitting on the ground. She
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
really have
her.
anything
What character
important
are
to
you?
say, but it felt wrong to skip over her.
I'm Bayo.
Theo.
She breaks my heart whenever I
Bayo.
speak to her in every playthrough.
Pretty much
She's
done for. You can just leave me
so
here.
sweet, and I'm sorry.
She
They're
is.
just
But there
Because
will come a
after all-
point where we will descend again to somewhere underneath the
Oh.
mine.
See, more.
And come
Keep
out
Ramu
jumping
Hack,
into holes.
Ramu Hackery,
somewhere underneath the.
Ramu Hackery.
God.
Sorry, it's
awful.
the brown hair and the red ribbon just make me think of Ramu. I'm sorry. have you
I
seen
get
that bit? Hold on.
Yeah,
No, I
the John
haven't.
Madden. The
Yeah.
John Madden thing.
The fucking the John Madden bit.
Bob, can you believe this match?
I love this.
Ramu Hackery, the all-star.
Ramu
for
Hackery.
Several seasons of offense, and she's playing defense. What a draft pick that was. And she's got a work cut out for her, too. You remember these two, Melissa and Alice? No slouch.
Melissa and Alice.
All right, now here's what they're up against. Ramu's going to be making a lot of lateral moves. But if the offense stays focused, they
Excuse
should
me.
be able to cut through some of the more forward passes. But look out. See these circles?
Bam, bam,
Bam.
bam, bam.
Bam. You can get sacked before you even know it. It's going to be a hell of a game, Bob. Back to you.
One of the best things ever brought forth from Tumblr.
That's so stupid.
Really fucking love that. It's so fucking funny.
That's so dumb.
Thank you, Tumblr, for
that is-
creating that.
Mine.
That is so dumb, and it's wonderful.
Another dream? We've
Oh,
done a lot of
right,
dreams
this
in a row already,
sequence.
so for more than one reason.
I remember
we'll
this
come back to
sequence.
later.
There's the island.
When we
There's the
wake
island.
up, we come to somewhere else.
Wake up.
Part brutalist construction, part rusty torture school, and part
I hate
organic
this place.
fleshy nightmare. This doesn't
space, dead
feel like it
space,
should
dead
be
space,
here.
dead space.
Yeah, I hate
Physical
this level.
place
Pause.
Underneath a mine.
Dead Space, Silent Hill, Cross.
He hasn't been sharing the names of any of the locations so far. I've
No,
noticed.
no, he's doing it on purpose.
Okay.
There's a
it's
reason
just-
for that.
Ugh.
Like I said, Power
Fucking
Pak takes
hated-
that into account. Chances are he's not
Okay.
doing it on purpose because those names are important.
You'll bring it
But,
up later
yeah,
when
no,
we talk about
fuck
theories.
this area. I
But
hate
also
this
in
area
game,
so much.
Isn't this basically just Silent Hill?
Okay, give me a reason. Why do you hate it?
Cause it's just, oh, you get turned around so bad.
Okay, that's
Okay,
why.
so like, alright,
it feels like a
the-
bullshit maze. Okay.
I will just say this: the map doesn't work.
Yeah, no, the map doesn't work either. That just makes
Oh.
it. That just make like they literally just basically just turn off the map for you.
Is it?
The map doesn't work, and you'll come out in places. You'll go through one door and come out the other end in a way that should not geometrically work.
Okay.
Yeah,
Non-Euclidean
Like if you go
spaces.
into a door on the right, you'll like come out from the top.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was
Non-
about to say.
non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean.
literally.
In a scenario like this, it's not fucking real. What you are experiencing is now perception alteration due to the fact that something is now hacking into you, or something, or you are not allowed to be here. Thus, your perception of it is not given permission but because you are there and seeing it, your perception is struggling to understand what is here by not allowing you to perceive that you are here. Your permissions do not exist for this place. Ergo, it's not real to you. Thus, your perception cannot make heads or tails of it. So it is physically here, or it's not real at all.
I will answer by quoting the game. Perhaps this is hell.
Mm-hmm.
So then at that point, okay, new theory about this location specifically. This is where you people go to die. You know how in Monster Hunter World, how
That's
you have that
interesting.
you have that location of what was it called? The big crystal area where all the elder dragons go when they are nearing the end of their life. That's what this place is. You are sent here when you need the hardcore levels of re-education. If you are too much for everyone else to handle, you are shut the fuck down, sent down here, and functionally tortured back into what they want as functionality. Perhaps this is hell. It is for you, because that's what it's meant to be. You don't like this place. It traumatizes you. And even if you yourself haven't been here before, your other selves have. And because now you are synced with this place, that's how you perceive it, as they did. Because that's what you're supposed to perceive it as.
Dark World? I've brought up the game's similarities to Silent Hill before, but you might have noticed more as we've gone through.
Yeah, I
the
thought that
game.
too.
But I'll hold off, as it's some of the game's other influences that we need to touch on very soon.
Hands!
This nightmare realm, simply called Nowhere, sports some extreme visuals, but
There's the name of the place,
progression
Nowhere.
can feel at almost a dead stop here, while we solve the mother of all inventory puzzles. 6 keys this time.
That too. You need to handle inventory so much here.
There's so many
Hexagons!
There's so many puzzles where you need to have. There's so many puzzles where you need to be care. You need to put X number of items in X number of items into this little receptacle.
Again, they said
Receptacle.
earlier, in-game
Usually it's a door.
propaganda, the rule of 6. 6 inventory slots, 6 keys pieces, formed in the shape of a hexagon. What is hex?
Which is a six-sided figure.
6 vaginas, maybe more.
Imagine.
Oh god.
Yeah, also, oh right, this boss.
Oh, yeah!
I don't know how to talk about this thing. I'm
Mensis Cage.
I can at least do that.
That's a motherfucker from Dark Souls 3. I hated those little cunts. We're gonna jump scare you. Fuck you, you little pricks.
Boss fights from
Lisa
Silent
does
Hill
eventually
2.
snap out of her terror and help us. After
Oh, damn!
Yeah,
Good,
yeah.
knocked her
So
on
the
her
gimmick is-
ass!
Remember
the
I said
gimmick
it was a
was-
Nitro Express rifle?
Hold on a minute, I
So,
need to
yeah, that like, yeah,
She
that
literally
gun,
was knocked unconscious by that.
That gun is like basically a gun that can only be handled by
Replicas.
replica. Too strong for humans. Yeah.
577
gimmick
T-Rex rounds meant to kill elephants.
Yeah. I did say it's an elephant gun, basically. The whole gimmick of that fight is you distract it long enough for Issa to snap out of it and shoot it to deal the killing blow.
Oh, that's annoying.
She shoots
Survive
it
until
once.
yeah. Survive until the one that can do it does it for you. Yeah.
Well,
I love
can-
it would be
this.
you can
more
make it-
accurate. It would be more
you-
accurate to say that you do things to hold it in place long enough for her to get the shot.
You can also speed up the process by hurting it a bit.
Yeah.
But it's also a
by
matter
getting
of
it to sit still.
It's also a matter of patience versus how much ammo are you willing to expend.
Yes, yeah, okay.
It's a battle of resources.
Kite it. Do your best to kite it and not have to shoot it, but maybe you will a couple times to try and stun it. I love the compilation of people trying to fire off
And the
the
funny
T-Rex.
thing is, 577 is actually not too different from the round that she just fired.
No, I know. The
think it was
577
like
is
a,
built. I think it's probably like built for like a specific type
Hang
of
on.
gun. Well, you said what was it called? You said 500 at Nitro Express or 900
No,
Nitro
this
Express.
was a 600.
Okay.
It was about a 600.
Then I
Hang
imagine
on a
that
moment.
that's the one built for shotguns, where the 577's built for semi-auto or bolt-action rifles. I imagine that like the number
Hang on a
denotes
moment.
more like the what type of gun it's meant for. Because
Listen,
again,
that thing-
if that
that rifle-
flatchet's meant to take on an elephant,
Okay,
that rifle's meant to
it's
take
a
on an
si-
elephant.
Okay, a large bore double-barreled hunting rifle. It fires armor-piercing 16mm Nitro Express ammunition.
Armor piercing, Jesus.
They literally coat the bullets in a polytetrafluoroethylene.
We'll put it this way: if it can pierce an
You know
elephant,
the stuff they use to coat non-stick pans.
yeah. If it
They
can
literally
pierce,
coat the bullet in that so it could go down the barrel.
if it can in fact pierce through an elephant's face skin and skull. No ranking of armor plating is gonna fucking protect you from that, except maybe a fucking 7-inch steel thick tank.
So
Is that a class 3 firearm? Those level 4 plates? Alright, see ya.
Exactly.
So this thing is the round that's exiting the muzzle there is about a 63 caliber is about a 63 caliber projectile.
Eerily reminiscent of the last puzzle
M82
door. We
cries
come
in
out
envy.
to
Yeah, flush room!
familiar. We end up
Oh,
ascending
hey! Yeah,
Oh.
that's the hole from earlier. I noticed that.
once to find Adler. He lies at a stone gate on the precipice of a red desert.
Here we go.
Hey, again! We've been there before. I know that gate.
Geographically inexplicable given how far and
You feel like you're stuck in a time loop?
he's less bothered by Issa's knife in his face than he is by how he's been here so many
For him, this is just a Friday night.
Fucking dude's just like got a whole ass steak knife through his head. It's like, oh hey, what's up? Yeah, this kind of sucks, but you know what? This is annoying.
Yeah.
Why am I
Can
here
we
again?
run
What the
it
fuck's
back?
going on?
Can we run it back a bit?
This is just a Friday. Honestly, this is just a Friday night for me.
Just the fucking...
Yeah, no. Let's just take a moment to run it back a sec.
Also, that wasn't
And
just
let
stabbed
the
in him. That
YouTuber
was
talk?
cleaved into him because he has a whole fucking line above it. That is a slice mark too. Either he tried to get it out and couldn't, or
It
god
could be a
damn,
crack.
did
Or,
Ito
like-
fucking just skewer his ass?
It like
That's also true. Yeah,
it, like-
maybe a crack. Yeah.
it like carved down his face before it sunk into his eye. Hit
Yeah.
the sweet spot.
Like, damn.
than he
Like-
is by
like-
the ground precipice of a red desert. Geographically inexplicable given how far underground we are. He's less bothered by Issa's knife in his face than he is by how he's been here so many times before. He says Commander Folker entered the desert and came back different, later becoming the first of the sick. There's something out there that did this.
It doesn't matter.
German flashes on the screen. At the end, the way home, I'm waiting.
Ich warte.
Summarizing
This means I
Signalis'
want.
abstract cutscenes feels like describing how food tastes using only numbers, so we'll watch this together. Elster walks
I'm
through.
sorry,
the
say that
numbers
again, my
abstract I'm waiting. Summarizing Signalis' abstract
Oh, it was I'm
cutscenes
waiting,
feels like
not I
describing how
want.
food tastes using only numbers, so we'll watch this together.
That's pretty funny.
Elster walks through the desert for a long
How's your burger? 4.
hit by questions from either her or someone
wow, this-
unseen.
Oh, this soda's really
Strange
13.
poetry appears, unlike anything that's been presented to us
are
thus
you?
far. Until, sure enough, past the many units who have come before,
Oh, that's eye grading color. Don't like that.
Come closer.
I'm sorry. Every time I see that phrase, I think of, now heavy will vomit down your throat. Come closer. I just can't. I cannot disassociate that phrase with that bit. I'm sorry. Have no fear.
Elster finally comes back home.
Harm.
Elena Sio
Here it is.
here, but something's not right.
Remember when I said twinning?
Mm-hmm. Brother Moons are now awake.
Hey, who's at the end?
Many paintings of the same subject.
Okay, now, theory updated. Every single replica basis is not a different person. That was a lie. They're all based on fragments of the same person.
All right.
Okay.
You ever just have a friend that just shouts one word at you like a power word? Power word. Achtung!
Just
I'll let them
stabbing you with psychic spears.
Black hole!
There's some important images there.
I figured as much.
We'll get into. I think you'll get into
No,
them
but
later.
I do want to appreciate each one by in and of itself. I like that shot. That's a nice.
You already
shot.
missed one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I gotta go back.
That.
Yeah.
Was that a reference? I think that's a reference to Spirited Away.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, again, this is made by. I'm gonna make an assumption here. Are the two people who made this game are they both femme presenting?
Yep.
Yeah, that explains everything.
And they're also both German.
Is either one of them trans? Do we know this?
I don't know.
Because, again, European, trans.
This game was made by two. This game was made by two dykes. Okay.
Yeah,
clearly,
basically.
clearly, they ain't cis, and there's something about them that ain't cis. That explains this entire game in its entirety. I mean, there's a reason why I've seen so many trans girls fucked up by this game.
I don't know if either of them are trans, but I know they're both lesbian.
Yes. Well, again, that's enough. That's more than enough. European, lesbian, fans of systematically gonna fuck with your brain horror games a la Silent Hill, Resident Evil, and probably Dead Space to an extent. Explains
Yuri
everything.
Stern is they them. One of the creators.
Then okay, non-binary. Okay, again, explains everything. Certainly adds more fuel to the fire of these are not organic entities. The average they them experience. Just the logo screen for Signalis. Yes, I too experience stab wounds in my face occasionally and the concept of assimilation of things I don't want to be assimilated into. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, sure. Do you happen to be non-binary? Yes, why do you ask? I do love
like
these images. They're cool.
Yeah, just run it back a sec.
So yeah, we saw this one.
There's the nukes dropping.
I don't know if those are nukes or just shooting stars.
Well, that's a spoiler
if
that's what you fuck. If that's real, that's
I don't know what the
of a
hell that is.
spoiler.
I don't remember seeing this image before.
I mean, yeah, it could just be shooting stars.
Maybe
it could be nukes. It could be
maybe I
starships.
said too much. Sorry.
And this is again a rendition of the painting depiction of hell.
The Isle of Death again.
Isle of Death, yeah. It's a cool shot. I like that. It's a good wallpaper. That's probably my favorite one so far, just because I like the pixel art style. Like, yeah, that's this game's interpretation of that painting. I can tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 frames?
Oh, that probably was a warhead.
Yeah, no, that's a mushroom cloud. But like a few moments after the blast wave has already hit. Because like the cloud's now tilted, so something it's been there for a little bit.
Yeah. Oof.
It is now safe to approach.
Well, it might not be, because again, if an explode, as per scene in Godzilla -1, I will not fucking give any details. No, you're right.
I mean,
yeah, the eyes are different too.
The eyes, there's no face. That is a complete face.
Yeah, there's no like facial seam. You're right. But like when an atomic explosion is big enough, sometimes it pulls you back in. When after the blast wave hits, obliterates everything, and then a vacuum starts and it pulls everything back to the impact point.
Hey, that's kind of symbolic, actually.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Even when you try to get away, you get sucked back into the chaos.
How many of you have seen Godzilla -1 for the record?
I watched it with you.
I know. I'm just making sure, because like,
Ooh.
It's one of those.
Yeah, some of these are pictures I didn't actually get to see. She's in a trench.
Yeah, and
From the
and,
Revolutionary
and,
War.
and the and those
Yeah,
and
from
those
the war.
what I'm gonna call Apple Jacks. Those Apple Jacks there
Um,
are literally designed to
those,
stop tanks from treading over.
I think
I
it's
thought-
I think it's literally called a tank trap.
Yeah.
I thought those are the things they put on beaches to break up waves.
Well,
That too.
well, yeah. It's meant to stop like forward momentum, I guess. Because again, like they're
And it
when you
also,
see
if
him
memory
in
serves,
combat
has-
scenarios, they're meant to serve as like anti-tank and anti-vehicle approach defenses.
Yeah.
When they're that
They're
big
meant-
and
they're
heavy,
meant
not
to be
even a tank could
anti-vehicle.
get around them very easily. That's also why you put them in like in a checker grid formation, because a tank can't maneuver like that. A bike can,
Nope.
but a tank and large jeeps cannot.
Same for like landing ships.
How much you want to
At
bet that
a-
pedestal's in a fucking hexagon formation?
Oh, there's 6 of
What
them.
they do yeah, there's 6. This is like a memorial or
Yeah,
something.
that's a memorial.
So you put flowers on top of one of them.
Hexagonal.
Mm-hmm.
Ad break in, and there's that with the fucking
There's a
eye
full
patch.
picture of them.
That's the full picture.
Hey, the moon's
Also,
shattered.
That is the moon's shattered.
Who pissed on the moon? God damn it!
So
Damn
you
it,
were
Eggman.
maybe you were right about them destroying planets in the system.
Oh, yeah, because I mean that's obviously a moon though. Like, because I mean, if
Well, like,
that's
they got-
I mean,
they
granted,
got
if it is a
That says prove they have the power, might have the power to break celestial bodies.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because again, if it is our solar system, there are too few planets in that solar system, and they're also all named differently, which would also further imply
Yeah.
that either we've forgotten what they're called, and thus we had to rename them. So this is probably far enough into what we perceive as the future to the point that humans as we
Or-
know them just aren't humans as we know them anymore.
Or it's politically motivated.
That also,
What-
because again,
well, you
there is
You see what?
propaganda.
Well, you see what Power Pak hasn't gone into yet is the note that talks about the white chlorination disease.
White chlorination
Smart
syndrome.
ass.
Yeah, syndrome.
Smart ass.
Damn, another giant bitch fell from the sky. Hey, is that a dragon? I've seen this before. Uh-oh.
Oh shit, a dragon! You better call in the Air Force.
Better call in an F-16. Nothing will go wrong if we do that, right? 2,000 years later.
Hey, why am I hearing bells?
I hear a sound.
Dun, 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 dun,
You
dun,
saying that
dun,
just
dun,
as the music
dun,
picked up is
dun,
really funny
dun,
timing.
dun, 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 dun. Anyway, this fucking cutscene.
Remember our promise.
Promise.
Do not speak, just watch.
Yeah, just watch.
This would be easier if I had actual feet. Oh fuck, my head hurts. Wake up! But I'm not asleep, am I?
Someone got any coffee, milk, bathroom?
Me when I dissociate. Doing arbitrary tasks while my body just fucking glitches out. Oh! Looks like you've been disarmed. Not funny! Didn't laugh! My
Have you
arm,
seen
man, that's my
Ghost in the-
fapping hand!
Have you seen Ghost in the Shell?
No, I don't like Ghost in the Shell. It hits my uncanny valley too hard.
That shot was literally a reference to Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Especially the ripping her own arm off.
Now
that
her
way.
legs are broken too. Fuck.
This is my favorite part of the whole game. This part right here with her eye.
Okay, so system shut down. All right.
When the light leaves your eye.
Me when I become conscious. All right, so after this, game loop 2. I'm now assuming that because this isn't the first time she's been here, clearly. Clearly not the first time she's been here. Well, her model
I'm
type.
just gonna smile at you.
So at this point, it's
We are
clearly,
not saying anything.
potentially, this is the farthest that Elster has gotten. Do it again.
Maybe.
There's that picture of Aaron Hansen. Do it again.
And that was Signalis. Elster tried to open the door, but died. But that's just how life goes sometimes.
Yeah, me when I want to get some fresh air and try and go outside. Opens door, arm breaks, dies immediately. Me too.
Very satisfying. This isn't a joke. The credits really play here. So it's the end of the game.
Damn, man, and one of them is named Yuri. Shit.
Elster's even dead on the title.
I said Yuri Stern.
What a fun little detail. She's dead, and
So,
there's no more
pause.
game to be played. Did it always say begin down there?
So when you first start the game, her eye will follow your cursor, but now after that, it just doesn't move because she's dead. Okay.
Guess it's just going to restart the game? It's the same sequence as when I hit new game before.
Wake up! Wake up!
Okay, now we have to pull that video up.
You know, there was also like
are
one
all
frame where
obligated.
there's a dildo in it,
We are-
right?
We are obligated by.
If I can find, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there. Yeah.
We were obligated,
Wake up!
please.
I love
Does this
search
place seem
tanking.
brighter than usual? And less decrepit? The ship we started on is no longer crashed in the ground. We're still in the air. Or in the space, I guess. There's a checklist of things to do on this ship, which give us a great moment to appreciate this place, and Elster's roll aboard while everything's still functional.
Fucking got thrown in the David role. No wonder she's fucked up.
David?
It's a fucking reference to Alien Covenant and Prometheus.
Thoughts in some...
It's very convenient. that those doors
David
got
was the name of the very first Wayland Yutani android ever made. It was modeled after, I want to say, Wayland's younger self. Wayland was a fucking narcissist.
Can you rewind like 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Alright, this part's here's
on
good.
This ship, which give us a great moment to appreciate this place, and Elster's roll aboard.
Pause when the door. When you get to the door.
Everything's still functional, and we can even...
Good thing the door's got those extra like squares parts jutting out, so there's extra room for my fucking fat hips.
Are you
If
sure
I
it's
was
enough,
replica,
though?
Interesting places.
I can get through sideways.
I want you to go back and read those.
No, that's
dialogue
what I'm
boxes.
doing. In case of a medical emergency that cannot be treated or on board, Gestalt crew members can be put in hibernation here. Is that not the same one that was drowned
The
the first
emergency
time?
cryogenic module.
Mm-hmm. All systems nominal. I hope we never need
When
to
we're
use
done,
this.
we report to our commanding officer. A woman with white hair.
Oh, she got the feats.
Yeah, she's human. Surprise, she's your girlfriend.
Guess they're a bit more than friends.
Yes.
Apparently it's their...
What was that bit from his fucking? Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta go get his fucking My House bit. There's a very funny quote in that I fucking think about a lot.
That's a thumbnail and a half.
Giant Glock.
I meant that gross face in the bed.
Oh. All right, where is it?
The very clearly photoshopped head. Surprise, the white hair girl is actually your girlfriend. You're gay.
Surprise! The protagonist has been gay the entire time.
Lesbian plot twist.
Lesbian.
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 It's okay. Take your time.
Girls.
Girls.
Did you see the follow-up to that? Like a few years later, they did a typo. Probably that one might not have been on purpose. Fuck. Oh, it's very funny. Where the fuck is it? earlier in.
If I had $1 for
There it
every
is.
time a horror game revealed itself to be a gay love story at the end, I'd have $2. And my local bakery still wouldn't accept them for a sausage roll.
You only take sterling here, love.
You only take Sterling here, love. That's what I'm now thinking about this.
3,000 cycle anniversary.
Good eye. Got me sight
I'm
bikes.
guessing that means day.
Look, all I'm saying is this. If you are a queer lesbian couple or in a queer lesbian polycule in any capacity, I'm just saying your ability to be a game dev is now skyrocketed into into Pluto's orbit in terms of skill and potentiality of good writing. But Mama Niall, I'm a guy. That's not a permanent affliction. You can change that, you know.
It's like that
I can fix
one
that.
screenshot of that one VTuber. He's like, if you're a boy, please turn into a girl.
I've not
The thing is that like my
I've
comments
not seen
my
that.
comments of that's
Hang
not
on, I'm grabbing
that's not a permanent affliction. That comes from, I believe it was an Archie comic. There's like a short-haired like another femme presenting like pseudo butch character that says that shit, and it's like, yeah.
And the pair take
Also, me earlier today.
by dancing with one another.
By dancing with one another. Hey,
Do you think she's into her?
I was gonna mention that, hey, you know that thing we saw earlier, how one of those units was based on a ballet dancer? Do you also notice how their feet are shaped? What do ballet dancers wear when they do ballet, chat?
Oh.
You didn't think I didn't pick up on that, did you?
I think I see where you're going with this.
Remember when I said how I think
Right.
they may all be based on the same person, or thus parts of that same person, or at the very least, it's not just one person per model. If they all have this
Right.
the level of sapience that anyone can have, there's a non-zero chance they may just like take portions and something may get meshed at some point.
All right, then how do you explain Falke and Adler?
I don't know. We don't know enough about them yet.
Because
I'm
Adler's
speaking
a
about this
dude.
specifically from, well, yeah. Again, Andrea, presentation of gender is not a permanent affliction. That can change at any given point.
Yeah.
It does help. If you're making a template, it does help if it's consistent. However, all it really takes is enough propaganda and self-perception. All it really takes is one firm enough reality for you to believe in that all those other moments of you being in a different person's form could totally be just some random shit you just throw away to the wayside, just say, oh, whatever. Does not take a lot. Just saying. I love that. That's a good combination. That is a good combination of emotes there. Phantasmal, I like that.
The two fall asleep
All
together.
right, I posted it for you both. Well, if you're a boy, please turn into a girl. I put it in collab chat and the collab studio chat.
That is honestly a really funny image.
It's a good picture, yeah. I'm being oh, for God's sake. Can we, like, not turn Zoids into Evas, please? That already makes me upset. Ew. Eva.
What?
What?
I got added in the Gush chat in the server, and yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm looking at this.
Zoid's Evangelion crossover makes me sick. Because that's like, you are... Because, like, that's clearly what that is. It's synergy.
Was the G-Fred not enough for you? Was the G-Fred not enough for you, Hideki Anno? Get out of here.
Can we not? Because, like, you are now significantly misunderstanding how Zoids work. Also, you were right. You said that. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, that
After the
she's human.
celebrations, the two fall asleep together.
Which, but now I have to ask a question. If she's human, why are her feet shaped like that naturally without her equipment on? Remember how I said earlier that this may be so far in the future that humans aren't necessarily the exact way we think of them anymore?
It also could just, yeah, it could also just be an artistic choice.
That is true.
Mhm.
But again, I'm gonna have to fight that because remember what I said about people who make content like this doing everything as a deliberate choice?
Yeah.
I don't think they cut her feet off.
I never said they did. Just saying that could be like that for
But
a
as
reason
they
in
do,
the universe.
The ship receives a transmission.
Oh, this is so alien. Power word Octung.
Also, Worm Girl's video got a copyright claim for running the numbers channel for too long or too many times, which is stupid.
Well,
Yeah.
it's because apparently
Literally-
it is. Did they say who it was that copywrote it?
I don't remember.
Again, though, interesting.
Literally, what copyright? It's a piece of historical material.
Well, it's also still active though.
What?
Property
They-
of
they-
the
they-
Hungarian government.
Yeah,
or whoever played it.
I
Mhm.
believe Power Pak did mention that is a still functional lumber station.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's just because that's like if it's put into a game, it will go unnoticed until it's like it's not in a system anywhere, right? But when it's done for too long through YouTube, well, it's a part of the system. If it's still active, if it's part of the government and it's a number station, that's borderline classified material. Maybe it's important to them
Well,
and it's not important to anyone else. Wouldn't affect
thing
anything if anyone
is,
really knows
these
anything about
are-
it, but it's like, it's government property, so...
These are stations that the government, that nobody knows what it is. Like,
that's, again,
last I
Andrea...
checked, the government doesn't either. These stations
Yeah.
have been running since, these stations were running back in like the 60s.
Again, then that would mean it's government classified intel on a very need-to-know basis. So, yeah, just because they don't know what it means doesn't mean they can't protect its potential importance. It's a number station. Number stations are there for a reason. One of the big theories about that one Russian one is that it's like there's a non-zero chance that is likely still running because if it's ever turned off, someone's encroaching on territory they shouldn't be on. That's a declaration of war.
That is also true, I
So
suppose.
that's
If it
what
stops
I'm
running,
assuming
remember,
a lot
someone's
of.
sleeper cell.
Yeah.
Someone's sleeper cell trigger will activate.
Well, again, you joke about it, but that may very well be a case too. Or it's like maybe someone's getting that and they don't
It's an
they don't
all-clear
know.
system.
Yes,
It's an all-clear
if it ever stops, something's going on and it's wartime now.
Elster is alive again. And the ship is ruined again.
We're not in the red
The
place
cryopod
anymore.
room where something is really wrong, but she's more interested in rebuilding her lost parts from another dead Elster. Piece by
Well-
piece, she rebuilds
I made a promise.
repairs herself.
I'll do
I'll do
anything.
anything.
Determined not to fail again. Builds and repairs.
Okay, the fact that the chest piece isn't armor and is literally physically part of her, that is a rib cage in there.
Yep.
Yeah, she's putting
Sure
it
is.
over the damage.
She's
Take a
adding.
look at the other Elster.
She's stacking armor on.
Look at the other Elster. There
I
is
see it.
actually a chest plate there.
Okay. That's... Ugh. Shot through the heart.
Repairs herself, determined not to fail again. Until
She's
injuries patched up, she looks like someone new. Someone ready for a fight. And with
compartmentalizing
that, our
trauma.
descent continues
I love that phrase.
in the ship.
More holes. This one, a
Gestalt
meaty
of
red hole.
Shape decomposition. Might just want to look that one up yourself. Before moving on, though, we should probably discuss all of that.
So,
From the desert to the fake ending to the new beginning sequence, I love how utterly bold this entire section is. It takes genuine confidence to tell your story like this. I have a friend who actually thought this was the end of the game at first, and I wonder how many more out there got baffled by the desert cutscene and then thought that was it. I love this because it communicates Signalis' ideas and themes in a fascinating and evocative manner to make the player more intrigued than if it had just continued linearly, like going from the desert straight to the ship without the credits or the title screen. It hammers hard how Elster was confronted by a strange truth that clashed with her version of reality, then died and was reborn with a new purpose after a grand revelation. This is what I meant by how Signalis tells its story being one of its strongest aspects. Every bit of its execution reinforces its ideas. Well, mostly. I do have one more quibble, which we'll just get out of the way. Signalis loves its references. It wears many of its influences on its sleeve, and has many more explicit nods meant to bolster its narrative, which is all fine, and we'll get to some of them later. But I feel a line was maybe crossed in the desert cutscene specifically. This is arguably one of the game's biggest moments, and yet it directly lifts visuals from 2001: A Space Odyssey, the final episode of Neon Genesis Evangelion, and
oh, fuck off!
Ghost in the Shell movie.
Yeah, that.
Titties!
All in one cutscene, one after the other. One of these might have been a fun nod, but all of them together are incredibly distracting. I know the game lists some of these directors as influences on the store page, but this feels a step too far. Less an homage, and more using the same style to convey similar information.
Can I just also go ahead and say that Anno himself has done this too? Now, granted, he's referencing his own works, but
Attempting to...
he does the same thing.
An android forcing itself past its physical limits to achieve its goal.
True.
Very powerful stuff.
Yeah, but also it's like I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, two people who really love something. I quite literally was coming to terms with it myself last night, in that I have a character that I've been conceiving for the past couple months now. That is meant to be they're like a mech pilot character, because you know every weird trans girl's gotta have the weird mech pilot with like weird themes. I will not elaborate further.
The dehumanization that comes from being a mech pilot.
It's just incredibly funny because mine is like not human to begin with, but has like human traits just because it's funny. Also because I'm a horny weirdo. But anyway, point is that I was gonna write like an intro sequence to their first mission and how insane that mission and how one-sided the mission was. And then I realized that's just the scene of Raven from Zoids doing what he does after he gets his new toy. It's like a one-to-one. Dinosaur-shaped machine shows up and begins bombarding the fuck out of an enemy or perceived enemy structure. They retaliate by sending multiple of the same mech style with another mech style specifically meant for a last line of reaction, either escape or heavy bombardment all out. Just hope it works. All mechs are completely destroyed in a way that the pilots themselves aren't actually killed, but there's no recovering your equipment. Not in the slightest. And then, in the final moment, mech does ultimate move, points itself at the base, and vaporizes it in one fell burst. Everyone dies in the process that's still inside, arguably. The few that escape, with their flying units, are brought the fuck down in an instant. And just like that, within 5 minutes, double-digit numbers of heavy artillery combat units wiped. All pilots dunked on so hard, they now have no way out of this desert arid area without any sort, and they have no resources to help carry them through it. No transport, no fucking water, no food, nothing. You've left these people to die. But you've completed your mission without killing anybody directly. You know, minus the potential aerial destruction where you may or may not have to worry about them, you know, falling to their death because they don't have parachutes or whatever. But, you know, again, doesn't really matter. You've accomplished your goal. That is just the fucking scene of Raven and his Genosaur wiping out a base full of Gordos. And I found that scene on YouTube, and I'm like, God damn it. But then I also realized, like, again, the character I have is functionally a Zoid's reference anyway. Like, not even a reference. They are a Zoid concept. They're an organoid. So, I mean, yeah. And the organoid itself, the design itself is inspired by Shadow, Raven's organoid. And their Zoid is inspired by the Genosaur, which is functionally just a Genosaur, but with a Glavenus-style sword tail. So it's like, I wear that shit on, I don't wear it on my sleeve. I put it on a graphic t-shirt on my fat fucking inflatable boobs and say, look at them because it's my personality. I don't hide this shit. So truthfully,
Wow.
I think this is totally fair, and I feel validated with how I do things because, I mean, for fuck's sake, Nova's entire character is pretty fucking blatant. Gee, I love the wings. They look familiar, though. Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Is that Cyber Dragon Infinity? Yes! Cool. What's your character? Nova Infinity. Cyber Dragon Nova. Cyber Dragon Infinity. Her outfit seems familiar, too. Wow, it looks like Pyra's outfit from Xenoblade. That's what it is. It's blatant what she is based on. Oh, she's got white hair, red eyes, and white skin with, like from her knees and elbows down that turns black with, like, red lines through it. It looks like an Abyssal ship from Kantai Collection. Yeah! Her visual body design is based on CV Hime from Kantai Collection. I'm not subtle about it. But I mesh it in a way that you won't pick up on that until after you've experienced what I'm telling with it. Because again, chances are, you won't immediately pick up on that being all a direct reference until after the cutscene finishes. And you think about it a couple hours from now. That's fine. I don't mind. Again, I'm validated by this.
And I don't think the game needed to do this. Signalis has a wonderful voice of its own, and
Phantasmal, that's fucking awesome, actually. The fucking the menacing JoJo text, but in my black and gold. Hell yeah, I like that. That's great. I like that a lot. Thank you. That's good shit.
scene frankly undermines that. I had to get that last bit of criticism off my chest,
Okay, I'm back.
but I'm all
Welcome
done
back.
now. Let's get
Hi.
back to what this all meant. In brief, this whole time, we've been chasing the wrong person. The person Elster's looking for isn't Alina Seo, but in fact, Ariane Young, the woman with the white hair. This is actually revealed right at the beginning. We take a photo from the cockpit, and it's of Ariane. But once we're through the intro, the photo we have is of Alina. But did you remember that? Certainly Elster didn't. But then...
I didn't. I didn't even notice until they brought that up.
why did we spend ages chasing the wrong person? And who was Alina? Well, firstly, was Alina actually here? There's all the diaries and documents mentioning her, but it should be clear by now that we can't always trust what we see. But
I also want to point out, that ID
here.
card that
There's all
has
the
Alina's
diaries and
identity on it,
documents
she doesn't have white hair in that picture.
Nope.
Which is,
It's a
again,
lot-
one of two
it's
things.
a lot-
That,
It's
that,
a lot.
that
It's a much
happened
paler
later.
brown than
Yeah,
the other
which
girl.
would which would then have me assume.
But she still has those
it's-
piercing red eyes.
Well, I know, yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily change from what I'm about to bring up. Maybe it's that sensation of you ever get so intimidated or scared by something that your hair literally goes white. That is a real condition. That actually exists in real life. And if she's human, and if she was one of the first ones to experience this shit, yeah, my hair would go white too.
Mentioning her,
I'm not
but
anime
it
Snow
should be
White, but,
clear
you know.
by now that we can't always trust what we see.
We will get to these dreams later. I promise. There's so much to cover in this game. I'm going mad. Ah,
Nobody else, out of all the survivors you talk to, knew anything about her besides Adler, who seems to have a certain awareness about this fiasco. You do actually find the original photograph in the next area, completely undamaged, and it's revealed by other documents to be from a long time ago on the planet Veneta. You're not even in the photo, and Alina might be long gone.
Which, again, not white hair.
Remember
we
those
see in
shape-
this.
yeah.
She doesn't have white hair. So no, I'm going to say this. You have been chasing the right person. It's just, again, you're not Elster. You are the person who Elster's based on, and who you're chasing is the one that the other unit is based on. Or so I'm assuming. Because, again, we've already been shown that these entities have fragments of their original selves as dreams and or phantom memories. So why the fuck would it not be clear that you're a template? You are a template. Or are you now? Perhaps those phantom memories have been awakened and you are no longer a template, you are them.
Girl, you're a victim.
Facing a ghost. Veneta is a curious coincidence, though. It's an ocean planet that's endured an apocalyptic amount of conflict between the Empire and the Revolution. Not only was Elster's original neural pattern based off a soldier from Veneta, but the original copy of that neural pattern was also lost in the war. These images I'm showing you depict Veneta's watery world.
I'm now gonna say a title of something that this game references. Ghost in the Shell. Do you know what that terminology means? The ghost in the machine?
Yes.
I think they're taking that in a very literal way here. Their original selves were terminated in this entire conflict.
Well,
Reawakened from phantom, from something happened. You are now reawakened, and you have a promise with this person that you are trying desperately to find. There was a promise being made here that never got fulfilled, and your
there
promise
indeed
is
a
so
promise to
strong
keep.
that you are now awake in a copy, a fragment of a copy of yourself to get it done.
A copy of a copy.
Yeah, again, it's looping.
You're onto something.
Again, it's
Yeah.
again, I've done this. I've written something like this before. Not physically written. That's in my head, really. But you know, since when am I ever gonna put it on paper? Point is, I've
come up with
done this
something like
plot
this
point before. Of course, I'll pick up on that. If that's what this is, I'm gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh so hard I'm gonna believe I'm playing Uno. You're gonna laugh.
Appearing for only a fraction of a second each during the desert cutscene. You clearly have some deep connection to there. New Elster units are also based off a decommissioned model from the Penrose program. Another interesting coincidence. So, rather than a copy, you're a copy of a copy. Adler's...
Which again, they're decommissioned.
Which
Maybe they're being
Oh, yeah.
decommissioned
So-
of the people who, if their originals have died.
Decommissioned
so
in the sense of set aside.
can I just explain this to you, because they never actually say this outright in the game.
But okay, but can you put it together by playing it or experiencing it?
All the pieces you've already seen all the pieces.
Okay.
That image of that girl with white hair seeing those 3 falling stars.
Yeah.
Those were missiles hitting the databank that stored the original Elsta template. So the original template was destroyed, so now all Elsta units are based off a new template of another Elsta unit. Hence a copy of a copy.
His diary mentioned
So again,
A decommissioned Elster unit
so again,
from the Penrose program.
Which is the spaceship that you were crash landing in.
Yeah, that was a Penrose class ship as part of the Penrose program.
the copy has lost, or the original is lost, and the copy has become aware of this somehow.
Sorta.
Because again, either way, it's like there is now a new sense of awareness here. The original, I'd imagine that with the original copy being destroyed, that was probably, again, like that's a, if it's held on a server of sorts, you now have no base template to hold things in order.
Yeah, like they just scan the brain and then upload it to like a server.
Right. I'd imagine that this server is very
Possibly.
heavily moderated.
Oh,
Probably
yes.
for a lot of reasons. And my
Yeah,
my
not the
theory
least of
has
which
once
being
again
the,
updated.
heavy East German behavior.
But is that my theory now on this has been updated in that when the server containing the original template, the moderated server, is destroyed or lost, all of the copies somehow gain either an awareness of that fact or an awareness of who they may or may not be based on. Because again, if they all have phantom memories of that, that's going to remain. Something is pulling them now. Especially if the originals are from that location, which I guess they would have to be. It'd be pretty ridiculous to like take
Yeah, a
the
Venetan
take
soldier.
the base person the template's based on off world and store it off world and bring them back. It just seems like logistically a nightmare to begin with, in a realistic sense. So because the originals are dead and because the original template is lost, the copy of the copy, they are now all becoming self-aware and reliving themselves as they're not Elster. They're someone else. They're the person that Elster is based on. And they are now driven to complete this promise because their real selves couldn't complete that promise. Again, the Gestalt talk. I've been playing near Replicant recently. I know what the word Gestalt means. I know Gestalt and replica, replicant. I know what that is. I know what the theme of that game is. The Gestalt is the human form, or the human soul, or the replica is a replicant, or the replicant is a replicant of who that soul belonged to. Hence why when they come together, they are complete, they are proper. But those replicants gained their own souls in the wait period, thus making the merging process incompatible, and that causes relapse. The Gestalt, the main original entity that they are based on, is gone. So the replicant has to take over that identity. They are now them. That's what I'm reading it as, at least. A slow accumulation of reproduction errors, a gradual corruption of information, a story misremembered, slowly morphing with each retelling, like genetic material mutating and evolving, like the replica mind copied over and over from an aging template.
And such a process to be finicky. Is this why Elster's not perceiving reality correctly? Well, don't jump to conclusions just yet. When you descend down from the Penrose space shuttle, And after another return to the beach
that's
stream,
that's
you
painfully
go through
red.
a corrupted version of the S23 Sierpinski mining facility entrance again.
Changed.
Things are looking a lot less healthy than before, and it's filled with
Things
far
are
more
getting-
corrupted
Things are
replicas.
meatier.
But you do get the safe puzzle from the beginning again, even with the exact same code. Oh, comforting
God.
familiarity. It's really like getting
Inside
a
it's just a
start
brain.
with your new goals.
Just kidding.
However,
You've been
dropping
here
down
before.
the hole that took you further into the compound before takes you to Rotfront. The planet Rotfront. Not Leng. I'm afraid I can't tell you if we're literally here or if it's more symbolic. I mean,
Can't tell you yet.
Adler is still here for one.
You've changed.
Yeah, and still mourning his beloved Commander Folker.
Pause.
Oh?
I've become whole again.
Back it up.
Skullface.
I wear no
Why?
mask.
Adler said things.
No, I know.
Folker?
Yeah.
I read what it said.
Okay.
I have become whole again. Make
No,
us whole,
before that.
Isaac. I wear no mask.
He was saying that it's like everything was taken apart and
Oh.
put back together again by someone who didn't know.
Oh,
how it
Issa,
worked.
you're not looking too good.
Hey, you should see a doctor about that, hon.
The layout of this
This is
area.
hell.
That's a reflection. That's the same eye she stabbed Ulster in.
I mean, Adler.
Adler.
That's the same eye she stabbed him in.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
Perhaps.
Perhaps
This is hell.
The
this is
layout of
hell.
this area feels
There it is.
wrong compared to everywhere we've seen before. It resembles a memory or a dream. Alleyways
second
run into
favorite
living
quote from this
rooms,
game.
Stairs down into shops, and then you're in a train station before going up to a communal area. Even a room for hospital patients randomly in an apartment complex. Though, it might have bigger problems.
An apartment complex with hospital patient rooms. I think that apartment complex was turned into a hospital. That's what happens when you have
Maybe?
mass outbreak and disease and harm.
Maybe reality is folding in on itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that too.
Also, go back.
It resembles
Go back like 5 seconds.
though it might
Me when I take up a room.
Meat. Yow.
have bigger problems. It resembles
When
the
I'm a
important
blob.
residual images that make up memory, the shapes that stick out, whether it be out of
That's a lot of
trauma
moths.
or affection, cutting the haze of what connects those events. Eventually you'll find a clue to open a bookstore, locked with a number code. Apparently it's the birthday of the daughters of someone called Ito. After finding the medical records for both Erica and Issa, we make our way inside.
Isolde.
Yep. It's the same
Issa,
fucking
baby
eye.
girl, no.
She's not here anymore. Interesting.
I'm sorry. No, baby girl, it's okay.
Oh. Oh. Me when I
Yeah.
stub my toe on the
Yeah,
corner.
that's what happens when
Yeah, she just
the
melted.
Gestalts get sick with this.
She was never really here. Both her and her sister have been dead for years. It's all memories, a reflection of an irreconcilable loss felt in the struggle to find someone you can't find, and without whom they're looking for. Issa loses her very form. As you find key items in the area too, the room that you picked it up in will explode into a mass of pulsating flesh when you revisit it. The whole area
don't need to go
slowly
there
becoming
anymore.
more and more corrupted, until eventually you get everything you need and you open the way forward. You might have questions, especially about Ariane, but at this point in the game, you might not have the answers yet. or have put them together at least.
Or the question. You might not have the questions yet.
We go through the hole and end
Oh, it's like fucking Endwalker. We've known the answer all along. We just met the guy who we finally meet the guy who asked the question.
up in the bedroom from the prologue.
Doctor
Except
Who?
Where we were
Huh?
Doctor Who?
confused before.
See?
Identifies the room as Ariane's and shares a lot of memories about her through these sentimental curios. Like before, we turn to the King in Yellow to escape, coming out to
And
this
now it says the
homely
last seal is
apartment
broken.
to rest and restock before a long corridor to the final boss. There are letters littered along the way, including musings and a dire warning from Adler, and recollections from someone's memories written by our final boss, Commander Folker.
Oh, fun.
Why did you return? There's nothing.
Hi, Mom.
She'll never dance with us again, no matter what we do. She doesn't even want us anymore.
Did I say we won't forgive you? Or I won't forgive you?
This god won't forgive you.
This god won't forgive you. Jesus, okay. Which
Yeah,
one
she's
will?
she's Falk is the god in this case.
Both of us, we are incomplete.
No. Okay, nope. Has to be done. Has to be done. That's not what I fucking asked for. What the fuck?
What?
Lmao.
Jesus Christ, Google. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do I have to specify Nausicaa?
Apparently.
Yes.
Because it's hilarious how Google has become Google and Bing have traded places.
Bing's no better.
Oh, it's that thing from the video you like so much.
Well, it's the one that also kind of like if you've seen Giant God Warrior appears in Tokyo, you now understand why Shin Godzilla is the way that it is. I wanted to get the fucking version with with its wings easily visible, but that's I don't know why that's always hard to get.
I've seen I saw a few of them actually.
Like
Like that one.
but no, yeah, it's fucking clear what that design is, because I mean, fucking look at it. Could that get any more direct? I guess if you rearrange it all,
Commander
but
Let us become
Folker,
whole again.
Grand Protector Leader, is a bit of a tricky boss. She attacks by telekinetically throwing spears at you, which you
Ooh.
need to pick up and stab her with after knocking her down. With each phase of the fight, though,
You gotta do it like
reality shifts,
5
placing us
times.
somewhere
It's
new
very
each
rough.
time. And while you try and avoid her loyal subordinates, she will literally begin bending space to attack. It's tough, but eventually, after stabbing them with enough of their own spears, you will conquer this terrifying being.
in the face too.
Yeah, no, you shoved like
I'll let you
6 or
absorb
7
this cutscene
spears through
for
her
yourself.
head.
A lot.
Violent scene
Violent
missing.
scene missing. There's another one. I don't know if he went over it, but there's another one that goes, this scene left missing. This scene intentionally left blank.
Yeah, this space intentionally left blank. This space intentionally left blank. Yeah. I've
I'm
seen
going.
that a few
Oh,
times.
that's paused on a good frame. I'm going to imagine that a lot of that Japanese text also translates to something important, because we've been seeing a lot of that shit strung out through a
I
lot
thought
of
it was
these.
a name.
Well, that's the thing. That's still important text. So I'm going to imagine that he probably will bring this up later. Because I've been noticing those strung out through everything. Like a lot of these cutscenes of quick flashes, and I'm like, that's important. It has to be. You don't just throw in that somewhere without any real reason. So yeah,
Well,
that's
the
all the
rapid
same.
flashing is from the game too, so.
Our name.
512.
Mhm.
Also, again, 512 is also the number on the ship.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Now we are one.
And this song playing.
I've been waiting for this for a long time.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. This space intentionally left blank.
And it's back to the desert. However, Adler is here again, completely rid of his skin coating.
Gross.
And he's come to the conclusion
You've returned.
that you're the reason everything is wrong at his precious facility.
You're really willing to go through this once more. You've seen what happens. This world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance.
But we have a mission to complete.
Push him like he pushed you. He pushed you.
If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster.
Damn, in the eye again. Fucking every goddamn time. This game is to eyes as
Hey,
what
you
Star
remember?
Wars is to
Hey, go
R's.
back. Go back and pause on her face.
Yeah, I know. We've seen that shot before. I know.
With that other girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the right eye.
The face he makes when he wants food, color,
It'll
or
destroy
sex.
everything.
Go back, please.
We bleed.
On him. The
Naked.
face he makes when he wants food, cuddles, or sex.
It will fix me, please. I need just a crumb.
We're bleeding a lot.
Please,
After once again trekking through the great red desert,
dino tendies.
we managed to make it to the ship once more and open
Just a crumb of coochie,
to
man.
the inside.
Did you catch the state of the hatch, though?
Yeah, I did. One of the handles is already up, and it's the handle that broke her fucking arm off the last time.
To the inside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the Penrose once again. But this time, it's a mess. Not just crashed and dilapidated, but the refuse littering the halls gives it a tragic atmosphere. Like those living here deteriorated alongside the space they lived in. Here, you can...
So, again, theory update. This Penrose ship is the real one. All of the shit that you've been through prior to this, the whole, is it real, is it not real, what's going on, why does it look like this? Atomic war, destroying, potentially, the home, where the two of focus, it seems, what is it, Alina and, Elster, or whoever they were prior, or alternatively, Ito and her sister, whose name I've already forgotten. Oops. They made a promise. They were on this ship, and when it landed either in an environment that would not last them long and they all died, or they all died on impact because entry didn't go very well.
That ship was clearly crashed.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ship crashed, and either the survivors were able to get what they could and do what they could, and just couldn't, or this planet had something on it that just fucking murdered everybody. And that would also be why, perhaps, with the Gestalts melting the way they do, maybe their spirit or their consciousness got put in something close enough to what they or who they were, they could continue living. Hence the sickness, if that's even real to begin with. Maybe it's all perceived because environment hostile, and Elster is the only one, or what is being presented to us as Elster, is the only one left. That ship crashed. Like Subnautica, everyone's already dead. You are the only one left. But your reality, you can't perceive that. Your absolute refusal to believe that won't let you see the truth. That ship, her number of 512, the people who were already there, I firmly, at this point, I'm now
Hi, Skip.
placing the thought... Oh, Skip's here. Well, hold on, let me just do this then.
Hello. Hello. What I missed so far?
I'm now giving an updated potential theory as to
Niles
what's
theory
going on
crafting.
about Signalis.
And Niles theorizing.
I've been doing this the entire time. Like, I like saying what's going through my head before we get the actual answer. Because it's one of those cases where if what I say is accurate in any capacity... What's that fucking... That clip from fucking Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Vindication! That's what it feels like. I now at this point believe that... I mean, I guess to an extent, it's tacked on again to everything I've said prior. That ship was their escape ship. That ship is a Penrose Project ship. It is deep. It is a low-cost, one-way trip ship. It is an ark. It is carrying whoever was left. It crashed. There ain't nobody left. But in the process of it crashing, the Gestalts are no longer Gestalts if their minds was strong enough. Adler may have been a unit that was meant to be some kind of synthetic leader to make sure that if anything goes wrong, he's the bureaucratic type. He's the one that's meant to lead in a case of anything else. Elster's a combat unit, a guard unit, meant to enforce and keep things running.
Is an engineer.
Okay, an engineer unit then. Okay, similar to Isaac Clarke, meant to keep shit running. She is given the David role. Like I said earlier, she was the one that, while she is proficient in combat, that wasn't her primary role or objective. It is to fix things, to make things right when thing goes wrong. What has gone wrong is the ultimate thing that could have gone wrong. No one survives.
If thing breaks, Elster fix.
All of the Gestalts, the humans, are dead. They have been dead from the start. Your belief in that, you can't believe it. Something's going wrong to fuck with these machines now. These synthetic entities, something's going wrong here. If this sickness is real, the sickness, I'm doing quotations or you can't really see that, the sickness here is the replica's perception of they are deteriorating from their own inability to survive in this environment. They're sick, hungry, and dying because the environment no longer has the ability to sustain them. And they gotta perceive that somehow. So, again, my overall theory, just to wrap it up all simply, Elster 512 is an engineer on the ship that is the Penrose 512, or whatever the main ship's name is. It
is 512.
Yes, Penrose 512. Because she is part of that ship, her entire role is to make things keep working, and her primary role seems to have been to ensure that the Gestalts aboard the ship keep themselves alive, that they are alive, that they live. Ship is escaping war on other locations. Ship is low cost, meaning anything can go wrong at any given point. Ship goes wrong. Crash lands in a place it shouldn't fucking be in. Maybe they were trying to get there from the start, or maybe it was in the way, and it was the only place they could land to try and fix it before they take off again. Either they were headed there on purpose, or they ended up there by happenstance. Either way, they shouldn't be there right now in the state that they are in. Humans are dead and dying all over the place. Replicas are not, because they're meant to be able to survive in environments like this when things go wrong. When they all die, there's a split timeline here. This is where the fork happens. Fork the left. The consciousness of these humans happen to also be, somehow, who the replicas are based on. Turns out, the Elster unit, her original self is probably on this ship. Died in the process. Original self. Fragmented and in death state, because again, when you die, you do see flashes of your life prior to all of this. Doing its best to hold on, goes inside, is somehow reborn and reawakened, wake up, inside of Elster. That entity has a promise to keep. What is that promise? We don't know yet. Whatever that promise is, involves the person they're looking for. A person whose identity and appearance keep shifting as the story progresses. Falk, Commander Falk, commanding units, controls, not controls, but it, like, commands Elster and the other units.
Commands everybody.
Was the first one to leave. Comes back sick. Sick, meaning we don't know yet. Is this disease real? Maybe. It's something, again, it is something from the environment outside the crashed vessel where it wouldn't be smart to leave because we don't know what's out there right now and we're in a bad state to figure it all out. Comes back sick, brings something back with her. Now again, humans are vulnerable to that kind of shit. If you're not inoculated against a certain disease or a gross sickness or like a fungus, it could be a fungus, who knows, doesn't matter. Whatever it is having these people deteriorate. Their forms just, it just melts them, if that's literal. Either way, they're now sick and dying, and that's affecting the replicas too. Because with the replicas, you could say if their entire goal was to keep these people alive and to help sustain their society, well, now they have no goal because everyone's fucking dead. What's going to happen? They're going to break down. If they have full sapience, of course they're going to have a fucking psychotic break. Your entire purpose is now gone. What do you do with yourself? And now we also see, as we saw earlier, those chef units carrying the knives, they're still going about routines. Like, broken understanding of what they're doing.
I think those were Euler units, actually.
My point is that they were going throughout their routine still, because they don't know what else to do. What else are you gonna do? The thing that you know what you're supposed to be doing. Dinner's meant at this time, but there's no one to cook for, but I guess I'll just chop things up. I don't know. You shouldn't be here! Attack immediately! You're having psychotic breakdown, so of course you're gonna do that, right?
How did all of them fit in that small ship?
Another good point. Maybe they're not even really there. Maybe there was a skeleton crew. Again, if it's a low-cost ship, and you have one unit awake at all times to keep everything running, clearly you don't need that big of a crew. You have what you need. You have a few guard units. You have a couple leader units. You have a second-in-command unit. You have your bureaucratic unit, again, Adler. You have your primary engineer, Elster. You have your leader unit, Commander, Falk, who is also, again, not a human, because a non-human commander can last longer.
Niall?
Yes?
They said they were celebrating their 3,000 cycle anniversary, right? Which probably means, like, they were aboard that ship for 3,000 days.
No, I'm not going to say days. I'm going to take that farther, because you want to know what cycle typically tends to mean in like a broader spectrum of sci-fi? Years.
Mm-hmm.
Cycles of years.
3,000
years.
I don't see that, but I see where you're coming from.
Now, but again, 3,000 years would also show why everything's so fucking mentally fucked over now. Like, think about it for a minute. If they've been there like this for 3,000 years, of course you're gonna go nuts. If your purpose
Even
for
3,000 days, you'd go.
yeah,
Even
honestly,
300
yes.
days,
Because
you'd
again,
go a little
what is that? What is that?
nuts.
3,000 days is like a little less than 10 years.
I would say it's about like 8 years.
Yeah.
It's approximately 8 years. You would know every screw on every panel in every room of the entire ship.
It's about 8.25, 8.25, or 8.25 of a year, or so like you were living there for 8.25 years. That is a long fucking time to be doing
That is a
nothing.
long time to be just flying through space.
Well, no, that's the thing, is it's like because again that ship is crashed. So the point that I'm making is that if they were out
still
there
in flight at 3,000 days.
yeah, well, yes,
3,000 cycles.
yes. If they've been out there for that long, going somewhere, and then something went wrong, to the extent that the only ones left, maybe one human's alive, who knows? But clearly that must not be true, because the one human we meet is Iso.
Ito.
Isa's most likely dead. A crash like that, going around with shit like this going on, chances are she's been long gone. But you don't know how to come to terms with that. And maybe, just maybe, Elster's based on Isa. Maybe, who knows? I don't know that part yet. We don't. If there is an answer to who Elster's model type is based on directly by name, we haven't gotten to it yet. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna ask whether it's not. But if there is, we already know who they are, because we've seen that already. We've seen the characters of the game, for the most part. So it's like I said, either all of these units are based on one person, or a fragment of one person, various fragments of one person, or the people that they are based on were on this fucking ship. So here's my overall theory about that whole, that may also now tie into this. Now again, I guess at that point the other fork is a more literal interpretation, in that everything that's happening here, I guess the real difference is the people who these model types are based on are all on this ship in cryogenic storage. Most likely to ensure that if the original templates are destroyed in any capacity, knowing that they probably would be, they can just create a new one. But they would have to do that in a safer environment and can't do it on a ship. So they evacuate them to a safer location to do this. And again, when that ship crashes and they're all dead, something fucked up happens. Now again, that's my theory as it is. I'm going to continue the video.
Find the orders that you were due to get during that flashback earlier. Your mission was hopeless. And after 3,000 cycles, Elster and Ariane were coming to the end of the recommended operating limit of not just the ship and the supplies, but also of Elster herself. It recommends that the Gestalt pilot asks their replica, while still functional, to spare the both of you a drawn-out and tortured death. Judging by the diary entries we can find, that option wasn't taken.
Yeah, cycle 55
you
down.
even come across your
Cycle
own body
5500.
here and lament your failures. Ariane
keep
was
your
clearly getting
promise.
sicker and sicker, horribly so. And it's little wonder quite why she was. And with the final doorway, we reach our end.
Radiationally.
Elster goes home.
They ran out of parts to fix it.
Or she doesn't. Elster cannot summon the willpower to open the door and face the truth. She begs for forgiveness and leaves the Penrose, going out into the watery landscape around her, where she lays down and succumbs to her wounds.
Okay, pause the video.
Was this the first ending he got?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's
got
like
leave
Signalis
first?
has multiple endings.
Given the way that he did the My House video, yes.
So he basically just speed ran it.
No, he went into it and played it with what he knew he could be doing. One of the first ending he got from My House was the Burned House, which is the really bad ending, which then locks you into the fake ending and the bad end for the game. Because without all of the answers and what you're looking for and how to find it, of course you're going to get the not true ending first. If that's the bad ending for the game,
I
That
wouldn't say
is a matter of
that's a matter of
opinion.
opinion. What you think the bad ending is.
for God's sake. I'd say that's probably the first ending most people would get.
Disagree.
Okay, well then again, I mean, people play the game differently. The point is that if that's the first ending if that's the first ending that Power Pak got, that's because he didn't have everything on hand. But Power Pak's a very thorough person. Remember that he's been trying to make this video for 2 fucking years, and that this process would likely have been an 8+ hour long video if he didn't make sure that to make it that this he said out literally in the first intro for the video, this is the short version.
Yeah, he's not lying. He's not lying.
I do love the aesthetic of her physical form, though. Probably gonna end up stealing.
Hooves.
I'm gonna steal
And
that
she
to
got
an
them
extent.
hooves.
I am gonna steal that to an extent. I think honestly.
The end.
Wait, let the video speak.
No, hold on. No, I wanted to say it. Like the segmented aesthetic of the body, but it wouldn't end in hooves. It would end in feet relevant to the character because they're not all the same species. That's all I'm gonna say. Mecha furries.
The end. No, this one isn't a joke. This is actually the end of the game. Or at least, one of them.
How many endings does it have?
4.
4, yeah.
You know the really fucked up part.
Promise.
The really fucked up part about Arion's image.
He got leave first.
Arion
Or
at least he showed leave first.
Leave. He got it first, or he showed it first, which is very interesting.
I'm gonna say this though. Truth be told, when you're told about a game like this, would you expect that to be the ending of the game? Where all the truth
After the false ending,
fair point.
Like that's the thing. So
ending, I believe there's more.
If that's not the first ending he got, which he'll probably admit that in a minute, but whether or not it was the first one he has, that to me sounds like the ending expected out of a game like this. The whole truth comes to a head. Everyone's dead. The person you're looking for isn't around, and you're not. That the truth is, you came back from beyond, and you can't keep the promise. You can't put her down because you love her too much. And she died from horrible sickness. And the way you perceive that sickness is so fucked up it may as well be Dead Space. So you leave ashamed and die in the wastes because God forbid you fucking keep the promise of terminating your friend if it ever got to that. in my mind, that's the expected ending for a game like this. So truthfully, that's a good way to start this.
I'm also smiling, Maxie.
I also just wanted to say I paused here because like I'm looking at Ariana right now. You know, that's actually that is actually how I perceived one of Nova's original humanoid appearances. Ever since I've been playing Nier Replicant, I've been going back and like defining a lot of the dead space in her lore. Specifically, the era of the Nier variant, where it's like she hasn't awoken yet, and the one who created her is only still around because she was able to digitize her mind and put herself into a computer system that would allow her to explain to people who came after, everything dies off, what happened. Said character's woken up, her mom has woken up, recombobulated by Devila and Popola, and eventually, this little serpent machine is given a pseudo-android body, so that it can latch onto and help out with general menial labor tasks. Also assist in her mother's attempt to ensure everything is able to be maintained and all that shit. That is a really good interpretation of what I imagine that first non-sentient android body would look like. Why the white hair and red eyes? Because it's not meant to... It's meant to be humanoid, not human. It's a good look because one of the consistent things of Nier and Nier Automata are the white hair. It stands out. Lunar Tears are white. There's a reason for the white hair, I'd imagine. The red eyes, well, I just personally thought about that because the little snake would probably have a red eye glow. The red, like the LEDs and whatnot, that's there for a reason. This is the activation color. It's on, it's ready, and it's going. Plus, red light is one of those things that most creatures can't perceive. Red light is the way that it is for a reason. Red light, for example, is what you use in, or rather, deep sea creatures are usually a reddish or pink in color because red light does not exist that deep in the ocean. As a result, creatures don't have the ability to see red light very well. Hence why many creatures are red. It's harder to perceive it that way. Nova was originally created, simply referred to as Heibi-chan, affectionately by her mother's original human daughter, because she was snake-like. The serpent had red eyes and red light specifically so it could see and perceive things around it without disturbing creatures that function in low to no light. And they're red, again, because there is no red light down there.
Not natively.
No.
Some creatures do emit red light for that reason, though.
Yes, exactly. Again, there are those animals down there that have, like, spot-like clitoris eye corners. I'm gonna call it that because it's a joke on Hedera, I know. But there is a species of, I think it was an eel, that has one blue emitting eye above one of their eyes, and then one red one. And the blue one essentially is like a spotlight. It can search and see things a lot easier because it's right close to its eye, and it adds that color spectrum naturally. The other one, I guess, would also do something similar, or it does the opposite, where it will assist in hiding certain things. One is meant to emit light to deter predators. The other is to help it find its own prey. So again, and with the white hair, it would just make sense, because that way she could fit in better, or at least stand out in a way that, aesthetical choices, who knows. But in the end, she would look a lot like what she ended up creating herself to be, but under her own fashioning of it. She once had a humanoid shape. That was lost due to destruction because of the Yorha. So fine, they want to destroy it. I'll recreate what my beloved mother made, and I will make it in a way that it exists to destroy you. Hence why Nova looks the way that she does. She takes what she was given, what she was gifted, and turns it into the most heinous weapon that could ever exist. An omnipotent, an omnipresent, an omniscient entity that will completely erase you for your absolute gall to take humans as your reason for doing what you're doing.
Wow.
I also have an explanation as to why it is that the entirety of the internet and its existence as of 2020 was backed up in its absolute entirety by her mother alone. And that's due to the whole mesoparticle thing. It takes information from other timelines and universes and is able to put it all into one. So of course it would be a really good storage medium catalyst. But like, no, yeah, I'm just thinking like, yeah, that's a really good like beta Nova design. As a matter of fact, I've also changed how she got that name. Originally, Nova stole that name from Commander Nova, the last commander of Yorha before, the war she engaged ends. That's not the case anymore. The name Nova originally came from her mother during this gray area of the near timeline where she was given that humanoid body. Her mother, nicknamed Raiko, gave that name to her because the word Nova is meant to be, or it describes an event of creation and it's like creation and birth. A supernova is what happens when a star dies, but in the process, it then creates a nebula, which is a breeding bed for things to be reborn.
New life.
A nova is the catalytic event that will allow things to regrow and be reborn and spread once again. Nova was going to be the absolute last creation of humanity as a whole, because Raiko expected to die truly at some point. She said, I'm only going to maintain my pseudo-consciousness in a digitized form to answer questions if my system is still around by the time that humans or a humanoid entity take the place of the original humans. If that doesn't happen, that's up to Nova then. Nova is the catalyst for everything coming back, if it ever gets the opportunity to come back. Nova Infinity is because Nova is now the absolute epitome of potential and evolution. And that means wiping out everything that would dare stop her from doing so. And wiping out everything that has the gall to claim humans are their legacy, not her own. That's why she waged that war and destroyed all of Yorha.
Stern, one of the creators of the game, no ending in Signalis is designed to be objectively good or bad, or the one true ending that is actually canon. Each conclusion is up to the player's own interpretations, so...
Well, I want to read this. Perhaps it's lost in translation, but we tried our best to not write good or bad or true ending. I think those who see the endings of the game in these categories have a very different understanding of the story than I do. Well, yeah, because you created it, they didn't. That's usually how it goes. This is also why we did not name the endings in the way Silent Hill 1 did, or gave a rating like Silent Hill and Resident Evil did. We didn't think these systems fit the type of story we wrote. If there was a true ending, we wouldn't have made any other endings. Ooh, that's a good sentence. If there were a true ending, we wouldn't have made any of the others. That's good. I like that.
I mean, they say that, but there's the fourth ending is kind of a quote unquote true ending because
see that's the thing though is I would take her word over. I would take their word over anyone else that says anything else. Mostly because again they created the game.
All right, so the fourth ending's a secret ending, but like. I feel like I can't really say anything about it without spoiling on it.
This is what I'm gonna say.
Keep my mouth shut.
Nothing is good, bad, or true. It is the personally satisfying for you ending. We'll put it that way. How about that? I wish people would be more open to let others figure out for themselves how their ending made them feel. Instead of telling a streamer, you got the best ending, maybe you can ask, did you think this was an interesting conclusion? And they can decide if they liked it or not. See, again, yeah, exactly that. I'm very grateful that people enjoy Signalis and are still excited about it. I want everyone to enjoy our game if possible. Thank you everyone for playing and streaming Signalis.
So bear this in mind when I say what I end up seeing from the so-called leave ending is that Signalis wants you to play it all again. It's on a second playthrough that Signalis really starts to blossom, and even if you didn't get the leave ending as I did, I think 2 out of the 3 endings leave just enough intrigue to set you up to play the game again. Notice how in the leave ending, the watery landscape is reminiscent of the Venetan planet. Elster curls up into a fetal position, lying down to die, but also to be reborn from the waters of her origin when I next hit New Game. Also, it reminds me I'm a scared little baby who couldn't actually confront the person I made my promise to.
I love Power Pak, he's really funny.
Pause.
Yeah.
Go back to that image with the blanket and stuff. Get the blanket on.
Confront the person I made my promise to.
A mimir.
A mimir.
Playing the game again also ties into all the Elsters you've seen.
I am so confused on so many levels right now.
To achieve different results.
Welcome to Signalis. It doesn't get better.
Meaning Signalis is essentially a time loop game, like Deathloop, The Forgotten City.
I feel like it's like a time loop.
Another
Looper.
game. No, not today. Achieving the endings is
What's that?
I don't know. I don't get that joke.
Is that Stanley Parable?
Possibly.
Think so.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, no, maybe.
Game.
Actually, how do you feel about Deathloop games?
It's probably one he's covered. I bet you anything it's a joke to a game he's covered, and he didn't. He probably has feelings about that one.
Achieving the endings is complicated. There are no binary choices.
All right. Okay. So before we continue on, I need to read these out here, chat. So far, tags added. I can't believe my girlfriend is a hypercognito hazard. The Dojin. I can't believe my girlfriend parenthetical heart
hazard.
Is a hyperbolic cognito hazard. Or no, you know what? No.
It's funny.
What do you mean, my girlfriend, parenthetical heart emoji, is a hyperbolic cognito hazard? Exclamation mark, question mark. Current tags added. Anal vor, unbirth, twinning, Riona, mind break, assimilation, identity death.
What?
This is what happens when you come in like 2 hours into a.
Into a,
we are 4.5 hours in the stream, but functionally we are 3 hours and almost 50 minutes into the actual video part of it, which is what the main bulk of the stream is. So.
Yeah, you were right. We wouldn't have gotten through Worm Girl 6.5.
No, we wouldn't have. That's why it is. Yeah.
This would have been like. That would have been cut up into 3 streams.
Yes. Okay, so should we add another one? What do we add?
See, try. I have something for us to just watch straight through.
That depends on how long it is.
The whole section is done. What?
Depends on how long it is.
I think it was like a 20-minute thing.
I can draw 20 minutes out into an hour, so be careful with that one.
Well, no, it would just be let it play straight through. If we, or at least as much as we can.
Okay, so
because
again,
it's like this video, but it's comedic.
Do we add?
Is not comedic.
Do we add? You know what? I guess you know what. I think snuff is a good tag to add to this.
Not wrong.
So I just realized something. Damn, the more I go, we're just making
asphyxiation tag.
We're just making a fuck. Oh my god, do they really have a to be spit in my mouth and call me garbage moment?
I'm sorry.
Did you just forget that I made that joke years ago?
What did you just say?
Yeah, there was a moment where at the end of Nier Automata, fucking 2B is choking out 9S, and Nova specifically made the joke, 2B, spit in my mouth and call me garbage. It's become that ever since. I can't watch that scene in the same way again because of that moment. So, I'm adding asphyxiation to this.
Yes.
Okay, so far our tags are anal vor, unbirth, twinning, Riona, mind break, assimilation, identity death, snuff, and asphyxiation. We're creating a fatal pulse, Dojin. Incredible. Metamorphosis says hello.
Is to make in the game that lock you into certain
Kakyoin,
endings.
and
Instead,
Polnareff
it looks
asks
how
if
you
Kakyoin
played
laid
the
this egg.
entire game and gives you the ending that.
What's that?
And Polnareff asks Kakyoin how he laid this egg.
Most suited your playstyle, while the conditions
That's
for its
terrible.
ending aren't
I know what you're
made
referencing
explicitly
to.
clear in-game.
That's
Some
terrible.
people have naturally gone into the files to find out what precisely the parameters are. Simply put, doing things like killing enemies, dying, talking to people, and how long you take to beat the game will affect which direction your conclusion will take.
Oh,
That's
fun!
right. It took 20 years, but another game has finally used Silent Hill 2's idea of endings, and then surprisingly,
Hold on.
it's the game clearly most in love with Silent Hill 2 in this first playthrough.
Okay, what were you gonna say?
So what I was going to say is that one of the things that might shock you to affect what ending you get is how many times you go through doors.
Well,
I am not kidding.
Well,
Signalis?
okay, but that also makes a certain level of sense to me when the entire thing is your memory reliable enough to understand what room looked like what? Because if you're having trouble remembering what room something was in,
much
that's
backtracking
fucking
you're
thematic. Doing. That's on purpose. It's meant to
things
fuck
like,
with you.
Oh yeah, no, it's like trying to navigate your way through the nowhere. Fucking nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically
nowhere.
It's basically kind of like you're trying to traverse like through the fucking map. Like, where's the fucking store in this fucking game? I was just there.
You know what would be great?
What the fuck
when traversing the nowhere, there should be an Easter egg. If you go too far one direction, you can find this truck. The joke being, Courage the Cowardly Dog takes place in a place called Nowhere.
Oh right, because it takes place in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Nowhere, Kansas.
One could call conservative, saving supplies and ammunition by avoiding combat unless I absolutely had to. But another could call this cowardly.
I feel like playing Persona.
Like actual
I don't know why.
conservative. I avoided my feelings rather than call this cowardly, like actual conservative.
That's fucking funny.
I avoided
Good bit.
rather than tackled them, and was left with an ending where I wasn't strong enough to
Actual
actually
conservative.
confront my regrets and trauma. I fled from danger throughout the game, and at the end,
I feel like
Elster
showing that to my
continued
mom.
to flee. The idea of iterating on previous attempts.
I love the
Elster
overlaying of that text as Elster lies
continued
down
to
to
flee.
die.
The idea of iterating
That's really good.
to confront yourself in order to become
fucking just
stronger
grab my
is what
fucking
the
soda.
game has already emphasized with the hatch that broke us. It's now being made into something of an exam for the player to see what ending you deserve. The ending results screen is a fun addition in most games, but now it's the reasoning for the conclusion you settled on. Something interesting was actually added in the update to the game I mentioned previously, a secret room where there was none before, leading to a service tunnel containing an ARA unit and some files, which directly
this I
hits
don't
on these
remember.
ideas. Remember when I mentioned persona stabilization? Turns out this isn't a tool to keep replica units sane, but to keep them working. Turns out this isn't
Aeon Guideline 176 for the deployment of operational procedures. Operational psychology. In order to reliably protect the safety of our nation, Aeon must develop and deploy procedures and technologies to maintain complete control over all replicas in service of the nation. Just like with Gestalts, procedures involving operational psychology are highly effective for behavior control of replicas. Therapy.
Not a tool to keep replica units
Mental health,
sane,
yes.
but to keep them working.
The primary
No,
advantage
not mental
of
health.
What else would that be then? That literally said mental, like that literally, quite literally said operational psychology. That's making sure they are mentally
Yes.
fit for duty, which amounts to therapy.
No,
Turns
it's
out,
more
this
like
isn't a tool to keep
gaslighting.
replica units sane, but to keep them working.
Is there a tag for that?
Again, it's just to keep them working, not
Blackmail?
sane.
The primary advantage of replicas over Gestalts is predictability. All new deployed replicas of a model are virtually identical both physically and psychologically. As they all share the same memories, under the same circumstances, a newly deployed Yule unit will practically always react in the exact same way.
Working, and to keep their personalities predictable. The robots have life, and
However, as soon as a unit encounters new situations, it will begin to deviate from the original pattern. In some cases, this may lead to the unit being less efficient for its intended purpose. This is called persona degradation.
that's seen as a problem. Destabilization doesn't make them act hostile and crazy, just less likely to serve the nation. Hence this unit here, who's discovered this and is now absolutely not going back to work. Elster units are said to
I'd be an Ara.
which doesn't sound like the Elster that Ariane knew. We have to go out and shake off our meek and introverted ways to be who we need to be. Also of note is that the Ara unit seems to be unaware of the incident happening above them, and even recognizes Elster as if they've met before. Like, they're completely unaffected by the time loop stuff? But look, we don't have time for this right now. So, stuck in a Groundhog Day where I need to better myself, I took a different approach when going through for the second time. Where before I shunned fighting, this time I chose violence.
Yeah!
Fuck you, Conehead.
And also a CRT filter from the options menu for half the playthrough, before realizing it'd look really distracting for the video and turning it off towards the end. The
That's
reason
fair.
The second playthrough is so rewarding,
Coward.
though, is that we have the
Look, sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, CRT filters also fuck with recordings. It can fuck over bitrate,
Okay.
to be fair. Also,
Okay.
fake CRT
Signalis
filters.
has probably one of the best CRT filters ever.
It's still a filter, though.
To be
I'm
fair.
gonna say
Yes.
you cannot truly replicate the feeling of a CRT. If you're
Not
gonna,
anymore, no.
I would rather play
Or at
this
least
game
not
on a
yet.
CRT, an actual CRT, which I think we still have one of those somewhere in this house. Probably doesn't work anymore, but you know.
Lucky.
Well, no, I say that, but like it's been sitting on the floor in a back room that has flooded twice, so it probably doesn't work anymore. But it wouldn't.
Damn,
But
that's a
where I
shame.
live, it wouldn't be hard to find a CRT that still works. It would be a pain in the ass to lug it home, but it wouldn't be hard to
Fair
find
enough.
one.
the full context of the
Honestly-
narrative on our side this time. Details begin to come together, and because we know the real reason we're here is Ariane, we can now start to untangle the question of why the world is the way it is.
Kill me,
The
kill me,
answer to
kill
the
me, kill me, kill
question
me.
of if this is all a dream or if this is all for real is yes. Just yes. In the hallway before fighting Falcon,
Great!
Adler's musings say he is determined that the sickness wasn't some pathogenic contagion at all, but describes it as a corruption of reality. Frankly, it seems an accurate summary, and Ariane seems to be the center of it all. The people weren't just getting sick, they were getting cosmically irradiated. Actual space is being warped and decaying, mirroring Ariane's fate on the Penrose. Imagery of sores and pulsating flesh start to make sense when you consider it a reflection of that. Or should I say, gets even more confusing. Because how off Earth is this possible? How can one person warp reality like this, and across the vastness of space?
Oh, is this
It
it?
was a haunted town, granted, but it
This
seems
is
a
it.
stretch to think of this as a haunted solar system, right? Well, it's time to talk about the key to everything in this world. Bioresonance.
Yeah!
You
Finally!
saw the word bioresonance in your first playthrough, on a document here or there, and your mind probably skimmed over it at first. It's brought up very matter-of-factly, like a proven law of the universe that needs no elaboration. Not uncommon for sci-fi.
Jim, this alien's neurosoxy-6's levels are almost abnormal. So am I looking at her, Mr. Spock. That's really funny. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes, quite just like my penis, Mr. Spock.
It's pressed on.
Speaking
most
of
heavily
my
in the final
penis,
chapter,
Mr.
though,
Spock,
with some documents
bounce on
even
it.
attributing a mystical quality to it. But when you replay Signalis, you now notice all the times it's brought up casually beforehand, and it becomes a thread for the player to follow, where you'll begin to realize just how important it is.
Hey, so about what I said about the whole, the template is no longer a template. It's the real one. Am I being validated on that one yet?
No.
Keep playing.
Bioresonance is the sort of unseen for how
Just wanna say
important
this-
it is.
That fucking slab makes me think of a fucking jobstone from FF14.
Bioresonance
that out
is
there.
a sort of unseen phenomena that permeates through everything and everyone in Signalis' universe. It is
How many? What's okay? So what's Elster's midichlorian count?
Shut up.
At least 15.
made in the setting. Interplanetary travel, artificial gravity, terraforming, here called climaforming, because there's no terra, I guess, and is also used in the imprinting process
Clima,
of making the replica
in climate.
personalities. That's a versatile tool, but despite how heavily it's relied upon, it's also very poorly understood in universe. It's more like a force that's being harnessed without actually being comprehended. Bioresonance is something.
Hey, that's like
like,
Dead Space.
I was gonna say it's kind of like how the robot dude is harnessing energy from hell in Doom 2016.
That too. Yeah.
That individuals can be attuned
Well,
to as
he
well,
actually
whether
understands it very
gestalt or
well, to be
replica.
fair.
Not everyone, and it's likely something.
What the fuck was
But
his name?
just him.
Samuel Hayden. So if you
Yeah, Sam Hayden.
yeah, so if you abbreviate the S, his name is Satan. Yeah.
You're born.
No.
Now, look, you can.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if that was intentional or not. That's what you get. It's
Shaden.
funny.
Schmade and Schmooky.
Replica units. For example, the replicas who freak out and killed by tuning your radio.
Rave
all
party.
use
They're just listening to
bioresonance
Megadeth.
communicate with one another telepathically, forming a hive mind between them. They can even access the thoughts of others, and were used as surveillance on suspicious individuals. But the sickness had thoughts of others.
Yeah,
and were
they're
used as
literally the thought
surveillance on
police.
Suspicious individuals.
Your Fujoshi levels are too low. You're being arrested. What?
Stop being horny.
I said too low. There is a mandate and a quota to fill. You need higher
Stop being
Fujoshi
horny
levels.
and get back to work.
No, I said too low. You are not horny enough. The sex energy requires levels and a quota, and your sex energy is too fucking low.
Sometimes I worry about our society.
Beams gay
Sometimes I
yaoi
worry
right
about
into your
Niall.
head.
Oh no, now it's
No.
perfectly sane and fine. It's
Honestly,
worse.
now
The
it would
fuck?
probably be Yuri anyway.
Naika. I'm sorry. I
No,
needed to
Niall.
say it. I
Niall.
love that fucking face.
They're absolutely going to be beaming gay. Maxie, go grab the gay thought beams meme picture? Please. The Calibris with their gay thought beams.
Confiscation items, medication, residence, dorm A64, workplace, mining op A.
I'm
Arrested on
looking
suspicion
for
of
a
bioresonance.
Calibri image.
Confiscated hydroxycarbamide.
Where the fuck? Yes, that one. That
Ooh,
works.
you like girls. You're a girl
Ooh,
kisser.
you like girls. You're a girl kisser.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the sickness had been making them close off, go haywire, turning their power into something hostile. When you saw all of this, and them making illusions of themselves, you were seeing just an example of the power of bioresonance when harnessed. Fulker units are also bioresonant, much more so than Colibri units, explicitly able to influence the minds and will of others and manipulate objects at a distance, which sort of explains everything that was going on in that fight. Ariane Young is bioresonant, and it is how she's not only been able to project this sickness, but also moments of her life to the survivors in Sierpinski. This is what I think the prologue was showing. I don't think it's meant to be seen as literal, but instead representing Ariane's signals landing on Leng and beginning to
Okay, so part of what I said, however, has now just been validated. Someone else is in your head and your body coercing you to do these things, but also fucking with how you perceive all of it. Because it's being corrupted.
Not just you. She's influencing everyone, the whole solar system.
Most likely unintentionally.
Yeah, from a fucking orc cloud.
You know what this sounds like to me? Fucking Undertale. Or anything else in that matter.
What?
No. Huh? Explain.
Okay, so if you have played Deltarune.
Nope.
What about Nut? Why are we talking about Nut Dealer?
That is gotta be the funniest fucking way that I've ever seen someone abbreviate those two games' names.
It's an anagram.
You're right. Not abbreviate, anagram those games' names. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, because you can spell Nut Dealer.
Do?
Say that one again?
Rental do?
Oh my fucking god!
Noodler.
There are so many ways to
Nude Rat.
El Nude Rat! The Nude Rat has come back. Jack. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I love anagram humor. It's so
Tangent
good.
alert. Tangent alert.
terrible affliction across Sierpinski. She is screaming out from the void for her love, for the person she cares for most to do one thing. Remember your promise. And it's here, in the replay, you begin to piece together who Ariane actually is, and why all of this is happening. And the answers aren't easy, as they basically come from Ariane's whole life. Ariane grew up with her mother at a radio outpost in a very isolated mountainous area of Rotfront, the same one we saw earlier. She grew up as a sickly child, and apparently the isolation made her socially closed off too, but she developed an interest in reading books. As the mountains are high and the Emperor is far away, she likely got into material that was considered forbidden by the government here too. As Ariane grew up, it was decided for her that it'd be best if she moved from the mountains and into the big city with her aunt. Ariane doesn't fit in well. She suffers bullying from her fellow students, and I don't think she got any love from her teachers either, who disapproved of all these ideas in her head like free thinking and loving art. According to her medical records, and as we saw of her in the library, her hair began turning white at this time, likely not helping the situation. She did get some solace by making friends with the Ito sisters, who owned a bookshop where she likely got more literature, legal or not helping her in the liking and loving art. According to her
including some probably contraband books.
Yep, there it goes. Just took a bit.
Premature achromatrichia. Which I guess is the whitening of the hair and the red eyes.
Graying of hair.
Yeah, her hair turns white and I guess her eyes turned red.
Maybe they're already red.
Maybe
Also
they were.
known as graying.
But everyone else's eyes were probably blue.
Canites, or achromatrichia, is the progressive loss of pigmentation in the hair, eventually turning the hair gray or white, which typically occurs naturally as people age. But, again,
Premature.
when you experience significant trauma or fear, that can also spontaneously happen. Now, at the same time, it's just a medical condition. That can just happen.
Or I think maybe everyone
Also,
who's
however,
bioresonant has red eyes.
Causes environmental factors. So if she's
Like
been in an
being
isolated,
bioresonant.
I mean if she's been in a fucking snow environment her fucking entire life, isolated from everything, yeah. That, I mean, again, cold locations
on the same planet.
Cold locations can in fact fuck up entire things. At the same time, however, suddenly moving to a new location where that hasn't been the case, your environment's changed.
And now there's people here who make fun of you and bully you.
I'm also
physically.
But I'm also then
The
noticing
medical
even further
records,
to
and
this.
as we saw of her in the light.
Is she
Like,
a replica?
Look at. No.
No. So then why does she have hooves?
These aren't replicas. Those are other school kids.
Okay, but again,
they're all the gestalts.
Yeah, they're
right?
all gestalts.
Yes, those are humans. So why do they have hooves? Are you not seeing that?
Library.
I see it. It's the models.
Again, I choose to believe that's intentional. Remember, we're not in our solar system, are we?
We might be. We
No,
might not be. It's
Andrea,
kind of hard to tell.
Andrea, I am quite literally stating right here now as a fact this does not take place in the solar system. I am now quite.
How the fuck can you tell?
On a multitude of factors. 1, way too few planets. 2, if we had the capacity for planetary erasure, there would be a lot more fucking damage in the universe. 3, bioresonance doesn't exist in our universe. So as even as a fantasy thing, that would be deliberately chosen to show this. And again, I believe this is not
What is this, Maxie?
in the solar system as we understand it. Either
yes, Maxie?
Something has changed completely, or this is just as it is. I don't know. All I'm saying is this maybe is so far in the future that, yeah, something has changed completely. Who knows? But at this point, if that's the case, evolution exists. I would say that, again, maybe humans have altered their physical forms.
Yes,
actually,
Maxie?
well, I already posted the GIF, so.
Wait, where is that being posted? This is in Collab
Studio. Also, we do actually have an answer from the dev themselves.
Okay, then you should have just opened up with that.
They're cute.
Well, what?
Someone asked them on Twitter, why do they have hooves? The response, it's cute.
As one myself who has made the joke and is part of the fucking queer community, just like a fucking lesbian to say. It's not an answer. I honestly say that it's like, look, I'm just gonna say this again. It's not Earth. It's not the solar system. It's somewhere else entirely, because it would make more sense in a logical standpoint. And again, if that was intentional or not, truth be told, from what we saw earlier on how the devs wanted the ending to be perceived, They're not gonna fucking tell
It
you
is?
that. They're not gonna fucking tell you. Why the fuck would they tell you?
Yeah,
Maxie,
like
what?
it is open to interpretation. Because there's like beyond just it's cute. There is no real answer to the question, so it is up to interpretation.
I mean, at the same time, however,
Mhm.
hands and feet are the hardest fucking thing on the human body to draw and model.
They drew the hands fine.
Yeah, but it's also low-res fucking PS1 style graphics. You could just make them mitten hands and no one's gonna question. You're not seeing these models from close enough perspectives outside of like a cutscene for a minute, where it's a still image or given slight pixel animation, which is way
Maybe
easier
they
to do
were-
than full modeling.
Maybe
Yes,
they were a
Max.
fan
Maxie.
of. Maybe they were a fan of Aegis from Persona 3 or the models from Fire Emblem Awakening.
We'll see that. I forgot about that second one. Yeah, the models in Fire Emblem Awakening canonically don't have any feet, but they do have shoes. And it's primarily due to the fact that it's like, yeah, if you're not gonna see them, why model it? But again, here you would see them. But truth be told, I'm also gonna say this right now that like, yeah, Aegis doesn't have them, but at the same time, like, I now firmly believe that it's like, well, yeah, you can just say, oh yeah, because it's cute, and it's like, there are two reasons you would do this. One, the world building of it would make sense without the feet. I get it. Also, no foot art of the fucking of the characters. No feet porn.
Maybe that was the reason.
Yeah, like that. I mean, truth be told, I know the kinds of friends I have. I know what those little freaks are into. I know what I'm into. Honestly, people are a lot less prone to fucking drawing feet porn if the characters don't have any feet.
I mean, you could just draw a picture
I
of
assume it
someone.
would be kind of hard to do so.
You could just draw a picture of someone sticking Elshta's entire hoof in their mouth like a corn on the cob.
You
Well,
joke, but
that's
I
quite-
know that exists.
Hair began turning white at this
I
time.
know, but that's quite the
likely not
image.
helping
Can I
the
just
People
say that
think
I
I'm-
also really like those uniforms?
People think they're corny. I was born on the cob.
Can I just say that I actually quite like these fucking uniforms because, like, I love like mini dress and I love bodycon dress and it's like this, but I also I love like a good like pencil skirt uniform. This is hitting all the nice spots for me. Also, there's like an emphasis for the bust area, so you know, booba get big really stretches out that white part, but everything else is kept nice and compact, so it
Did you notice
emphasizes
that
the
they're
boobs.
also? I just noticed that the uniforms, look at a replica.
No, I know. Yeah, the replica's uniforms emulate this uniform.
Yeah, no, the replicas appear. Yeah, the replicas' bodies
Yes.
look like that too.
situation. She did get some solace by making friends with the Ito sisters, who owned a bookshop where she likely got more literature, legal or not. Also consider Ariane might be masking her bioresonance. In the document that talks about people being arrested, one of the people listed was done so on suspicion of bioresonance. Also in Ito's store is that book about bioresonance that takes the more spiritual angle, and it has been labelled as banned. Being the special psychic superchild isn't seen as cool here. You're seen as a potential threat, and regarded with disdain and suspicion. If she's aware of her abilities, she knows it could endanger herself and her family. What joy could anyone possibly find here?
I'll tell you this right now. I am vindicated in one thing. The title of that doujin we're making. I'm gonna say it out loud again. What do you mean my girlfriend, parenthetical heart emoji, is a hyperbolic cognito hazard?
In the end, Ariane did survive her school. She even survived mandatory military service, and now she returns to a government-assigned job position at S23 Sierpinski on Leng, the furthest planet out in the solar system, and to spend the rest of her days working in a mine. Rotfront was bad for her. Leng is worse. When you examine the world of quarters in Sierpinski,
Mine.
there's a stack of bunks, and it's remarked that the bunk is all a Gestalt worker can own. But, fortunately for Ariane, There is one escape for her. If she can find another
Her girl-
appropriate
oh.
job, she's free to join that. And so enter the Penrose program. A ship catapulted off into the great darkness of space on the hunt for habitable planets. One Gestalt pilot, one replica assistant on a course for adventure. Between the choices of an isolated mining planet, surrounded probably by the same people who hate you already, or blasting away from all of it, and embarking on the dream of seeing the greater galaxy, I think Ariane going with what she did is understandable. And then, on board the ship, she meets Elster, a replica unlike the Protectors who've shadowed over her most of her life. It's noted in documents that Elster units are regarded as solitary individuals, and there are classified instructions on the Penrose that say to leave them alone to their duties, not to show them any photos, not to show them movies, not to let them listen to music, and not to befriend the Elster unit. Ariane ignores all of this.
She treats her like a human, like a person.
Within this relationship, you can see a lot of Ariane's life being analogous for a repressed queer lifestyle, having to hide yourself from a society that could be hostile to you at both a personal and state level.
Casual note here, when this game came out, oh gee, what was happening in Germany at the time? Rise of fascist movements again, because this country is influencing that again.
And
wasn't this? Wait, when was this?
2002.
22.
2022.
I
Yeah.
swear it was. I could have sworn it was like 18.
No, it's
Nope.
it's 2022.
Huh.
But hey, because
Weird.
after Elon did his whole special hand sign thing, he's been being more associated with those fascist movements in Germany, and they're actually losing popularity now because of his involvement, which is hilarious.
Love that this guy is single-handedly fucking making everybody crash out and burn. Fucking hilarious.
Finally being able to
Oh, I've
express
got a funny
yourself when
picture
you meet
for you to put
someone
on
who
stream then.
appreciates you
Give me a
for
moment.
who you are. Cycle 225. Here I am finally free. I get to be myself and to do what I want. I can finally be happy. Unfortunately, after 2,500 cycles, or nearly 8 years,
Race eyebrow
health
emoji,
is
trans
clearly
flag.
deteriorating. Then after 3,000 cycles, they get the directive to come to terms with the fact that their mission is a failure, and they will end up dying aboard the confines of the ship, astronomically far from anyone else. It's a wonder if this mission was...
From the 1500 cycles broadcast halfway to the predicted end of the life of the project. As you approach the orb
Yeah, like-
cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, or signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your replica to assist you.
Yeah, the
Ever
Penrose
possible,
program is
just some
basically
propaganda
shoot two
tool
people
by
out
the
into
government,
space to look for stuff.
highlighting the pair's grim fate. There's a document you can find in the flash
kinda
drive
fucked
that
up.
warns against Gestalts from eating their replica co-pilots based on previous incidents.
You can do that?
Yeah, do not do that.
They're saying don't.
Forbidden steak. Yum. Based
Do
on
not eat
data-
your robot girlfriend.
It
what if-
will like her.
Whoa.
Do not eat her.
Do not drink
Alright,
the
tag
battery
added!
acid.
Cannibalism!
Do not. And they literally say do not do that, Niall.
I'm
They're
still
saying
adding
that
the
if
tag.
you do that, it'll kill
Do-
you.
Still
Add to
adding the
tags.
tag.
Yuri cannibalism.
Oh yeah, I guess
Do not add
You know
those
what?
to the tags.
I'm adding Yuri
The
as
best
the last
kind
one.
of cannibalism.
Though it
This stuff will
Okay, so-
basically just kill you if you
Based
try to
on
eat
data
it.
from previous long-range survey missions, salvaging the replica technician for sustenance is not recommended even in extreme circumstances. Replica biocomponents can cause various health problems when ingested. It may look and taste like ordinary flesh, but bioengineered tissue may cause more harm than good when eaten in an emergency situation. Oxidant may look like blood, but is indigestible to gestalts. Then just drain it of that. Dry it.
No, they're saying you can't. You do not eat. Do not eat. Do not eat the robot girlfriend.
It might look and taste like human flesh. It will likely do.
Hold on a minute.
Basically, yes.
Oh, that's what.
Niall, no.
That sign can't stop me because I can't read! Do you honestly think that anyone fucking heeds this fucking warning?
Yeah, Niall,
Okay,
dat me
No,
up.
not really.
Niall, dat me up.
Okay. No.
We need to get all of us doing that now. You know that, right? Dap me up. Play Thero, dap me up.
Like, hold on a second.
Yeah, I love that video.
We tapped
No,
up
we
at
don't
a Ross.
Wait, hold on a second. I think I have that gif.
Do-
Hold on, let me
Do
see
the
if I
one,
do.
do the one where Shadow goes to dap up Gary. I love that one.
I think I have that gif.
Where are you going? To Gary's place to dap him up from that genius idea. Thanks,
He tapped
Bessie.
up at
Smooch
Ross.
flies off.
Yes, let's continue to let's continue to gaslight people thinking it's spelled
Oh, there it is.
dab. Said the two most non-white
Yeah.
members of the group
There
of
you
the
go,
Light
Niall.
Thero friends.
Have
group.
fun with that gif.
Oh, fucking excellent. Fucking excellent, yes. With the instant transmission noise.
Here.
do more harm than good. It recommends leaving the replica.
Should also be considered that Pioneer replicas statistically have an 860% greater survivability than Gestalt Pioneer officers. For the sake of a successful mission, keeping the replica operational rather than prolonging your own suffering may be preferable. So, yeah, Ariane knew that. She read that, and that's the only one she would have gone by.
Who is much more likely to survive than the human to let at least something come from this doomed expedition. The Penrose Triangle, an impossible shape representing an impossible mission. Elster talks about how they did their best with what happened, but they eventually began running out of supplies, out of parts, and their health suffered, physically and mentally. Eventually Elster died, and couldn't fulfill her promise, as Ariane, placed in the cryogenic tank while suffering from radiation sickness, went on living, let down by the person she loved, her bioresonance broadcast across the stars in a wave of grief.
So this would mean that the entire time she's still been alive, but barely.
She's frozen, and only she has no mouth, but she must.
Oh,
scream, so
that's
she's
right, the
protecting her.
cryostasis. Yeah,
She's
Let's look at
she
the
can
second
all she can do is
This
dream.
time,
and
Elsa
project her
manages to step
dreams
through
onto
the door
everyone.
into the cryo chamber where Ariane is.
So, okay, the irony here is that she's effectively calling out to others. And
She's calling out to
they are
Elsh.
making it here.
She's calling out to Elshta to come here to keep their promise.
Which would mean that she's
That's why you
calling
keep
out...
repeating, keep our promise.
She's
Remember
calling
our promise.
out
Remember
to...
our promise.
She's calling out to every Elster unit out there, effectively.
She's just calling out to everyone.
She's like calling out to every Elshta, every planet, and
She's
every timeline,
Begging for help.
in every dimension. Yeah.
See, here's the thing,
And
though.
her thoughts and memories are affecting everyone. That's why, like Falk that's why Falk is getting her memories, mistaking herself for her, shit like that.
Well, yeah, you know what? Falk looks a lot like her. You're right. I just noticed that.
Yeah, like
Or-
that one.
or that-
yeah,
that-
the image
that
of her with
shot.
her eyes closed.
Yeah.
That was the same as the image you
Yeah, it
first see
is.
of Falk when she
That's
wakes up.
also okay from a dev standpoint. That's also that's I kind of find it very funny how like the earlobe, the inner ear part is like so blurry compared to the rest of it. But like that is also an incredibly fucking smart way to reuse assets. I'm just talking dev talk at that point. That's very smart to do that. That's pretty good. But I also noticed that, like, you are able to call out to all these other versions of, I guess, reality at this point. You are so powerful in your bioresonance that you are altering reality and warping it completely.
Yeah, you remember when Adler
You
pushed you down the
have-
elevator while that you're cushioned by all those other dead Elshtas? That's how many
Yes.
times she's tried this so far.
So, again, you are doing this and begging for death when you could feasibly escape this and create your own environment. The real question is, how far does that bioresonance go? Because if you're able to call other things from other realities to warp this to this extent,
That's a dangerous question.
why do you not just recreate something that you could conceive as livable?
You're asking dangerous questions.
I think all
You're
she.
damn right I am.
The colibri on the floor has already been alerted.
She just wants to be with her girlfriend.
Right, but see, here's the thing. Me being that exact same way, the first thing I would do if I realized there's a potentiality that I could do that is I would create something entirely of my own making. Simple enough that would be enough for me and the one that I love. That's the first fucking thing I would do. When I became aware that if I could do this, why the fuck would I not do it? What are they gonna do? Try and stop me? I can affect their reality at that point. Again, Nova discussion. That's what fucking Nova did!
Okay.
You can tell it's a
here's the
power fantasy
problem.
of mine.
Here's the problem.
Maybe
They have more power.
Go
Maybe
ahead.
they already have an answer for that.
Okay, that
I mean,
wouldn't
they've
stop me from
literally
doing
got
it, though.
bioresonant. They've literally got bioresonant replicas with immense power.
Okay, that still wouldn't stop me from doing it, though.
I think maybe it's just a matter of lack of ambition.
I mean, again, yeah. Because again,
Maybe.
like at that point, if you're in a cryopod and it's failing, you don't have the capacity to do much. Again, like you said, all she can do is dream, and at that point, if you
Like
truly
this.
believe
Like
that
the
you are
sleep,
dying,
like the sleep, laying there and dreaming like the sleeping god asses off.
All right, I'm putting this in.
Ah,
You know, I'm gonna put it in collab chat.
Boo.
Now I'll check collab chat.
Pyro's program radiation leak L. That's so mean.
Hey, remember when you were talking about That's a good shot. That's also a great shot.
Oh.
Oh wait,
This
no.
ending.
It's Oh no, it's no.
Yeah.
It's memory.
It's fucking memory.
But this next line.
Remember how you found the one, the Elster that was like right there next to the.
Mm-hmm.
I'm me again. Perhaps this is hell.
No, back it up.
This image.
I'm
I
me
am me
again,
again.
but you're no
please,
longer
but
you.
you
Just
are
let
no
me stay by
longer-
your.
I'm me
Yeah.
again, but you are no longer you. Perhaps this is hell.
This next line kills me. Please,
Please,
let me stay
Just
by
let
your
me
side
side
a little longer.
She reaches up to pet the head because of course. And that's how she fucking dies.
She succumbs to her wounds.
So remember earlier when you get after the false ending, you get there and you take the parts. All these endings are connected in out of chronological order.
So again, I like what he's about to say here because I heard what he started with.
I'm glad I got this ending second, as I see it.
I'm gonna say it right now. That ending's a lot more impactful if you get that the second time around.
Imagine if that's your first ending, though.
It would be less impactful, I feel.
Yeah, but that fucks you up. Like, you want to get there, you want to fulfill your, like, you fight through hell. You want to fulfill this promise that you have, and you get there, and she doesn't remember it. She doesn't remember you.
There's a bridge between fleeing and the next ending.
Like, fuck.
Before we can enter the room, Elster is not yet the person they need to be to fulfill their promise. So, she takes solace in her company, but doesn't manage to complete things. There's still more to be done. But at least my efforts won't have been in vain. We should tie up some loose threads still lying around, starting with the King in Yellow. Frankly, there could be an entire second video solely talking about Signalis' allusions to the book and how the two tie together. I don't have the sanity left for that, but here we go. The King in Yellow is the name of a play within the book's story, and people who read said play begin to go insane. The first story in the book, The Repair of Reputations, follows a man who's read The King in Yellow, and his perception of reality is questionable from page 1. Talking about the United States being invaded in the 20s by the Germans, Norfolk, Virginia being occupied, and government-mandated lethal chambers in every city. I won't go over the whole story, but you need to question what the narrator tells you from the very beginning. And Signalis asks if your perception is correct as well. And frankly, Elster's is not. And in part,
it's like what? Once you pick up that plate, everything goes fucked.
The game. You could see it as representing a truth that needs to be unlocked. You can just about see that the book is sealed along its side when you first see it. And you can actually find the book in the beach dreams in the game, both times just out of your reach, before finally coming back to Ariane's room, where it's
I noticed too that on the beach it's
or maybe
missing
you're
some
ready
seals.
for it. As you find the book again and again, it has less seals along its side, until eventually the final seal is broken, and the King in Yellow is highlighted. You can finally confront the truth of this world, and see your beloved again. Ariane actually has connections to the book herself. A note recalls how she saw her mother had a copy of the book while she worked the radio in the mountains. Presumably it was a code book, a means to discern the truth from the invisible messages coming through space. Where does this sound familiar? She also once saw a copy in the Ito's bookstore, but it was removed the next day, confiscated by the Protectors. That book that reminded her of her mother, taken away by the ruling party, just like how she was taken away from her mother by them. Adler is also worth a quick mention, as I do like how he's not really an evil villain in the story. He is a desperate man, placed into an impossible position. Yes, he works against you, but frankly after all that's happened, how can he not blame you for doing this?
Antagonists are not always an evil or cruel entity. Antagonists are just there to be the antithesis of the protagonist.
Yeah.
The one that acts as an obstacle in some capacity.
For continuing the cycles over and over
Adler's
again,
not a
with no release
bad
for anyone
guy.
else in the facility. How many times has Adler been
Disagree,
here?
but go
Well,
on.
Guess what? There was
So like he does what he does because he believes through his actions he can break the cycle somehow by stopping Elsta, because in his mind, every time Elsa shows up, things start going to shit. So, like, if she stops coming, maybe this will stop or something.
The thing is that he doesn't know.
Like, he's wrong, but
stopping
he doesn't
her
know.
won't. Stopping, yeah, he doesn't know. He's acting with the information that he has on hand, and that is simply that every time she shows up, shit goes wrong. So he has to stop her, but he doesn't get that she will continue to come because the Elster unit are so plentiful. Allegedly, and whatever's calling her is not gonna stop until she's dead.
All he wants is for his Falk to be better, to wake up and give him orders again.
Was a second secret
Look,
room
he's a
added
simp.
in that same patch. If you go back down the hallway after reading Adler's notes before the final boss, the door that led to the apartment will now lead to another version of Adler's office.
Okay, so now I know this is probably gonna get answered. I don't know if it has already, but Falk, Adler, and the Colibri.
Yeah.
They are
all
also
named after-
responding to all of this, potentially to see what's going on. Correct?
Well,
The Calibri
maybe.
and Falk. The Calibri and Falk are the most powerful bioresonant replicas. Yeah.
They're the only bioresonant
So
replicas.
then again, the Red
present.
Desert.
There's the cut one.
This
I said present, so
This Red Desert is the planet that the ship crashed on. Or the
Yeah.
location the ship crashed on.
There are theories that somehow. There are theories that with her bioresonance, Ariane was able to like push the ship back towards direction of the system and crash on Lang, or something.
That's I was gonna say that. It's either one of two things. Either she was able to affect where it crashed. So like I guess to an extent, it's like I would like at this point, like at the very least I can be in a location where we can be found and I can die. So it's like
Also,
instead of dying in the middle of fucking nowhere, the idea is that she either pushed it back far enough or was able to warp it away from wherever it was, and it landed in a location, again, similar to where it took off to. Alternatively, they are in fact in the middle of nowhere in an inhospitable location. Falk and a group of others tracks it down and finds it specifically to kill her off because they understand with how powerful she is in bioresonance, it's gonna keep getting worse. But it's more
Sorry,
likely the
I'm
former.
putting this in collab chat.
It's
real
more
quick.
likely the former is more likely because they landed somewhere where there are people, there are other replicas around. Or at the very least, there were. So maybe Falk and the Colibri weren't there initially.
that's cute.
Oh, they were.
I mean, there was that note. There was that one page in Adler's journal about Falk going somewhere, coming back, and then falling ill. So
Yes.
there's some credibility to that.
But the Falke has Colibri essentially as
The thought police.
Well, they're her eyes and ears also.
Yeah.
She tells it's fucking great, isn't it? Because again, Colibri can read minds.
They're so tiny.
They are 152 centimeters tall.
That's like 5 feet something.
No, that I believe because that is the same exact height as Artoria Pendragon. That's 5'1".
Yeah, 152. They're 5'1". There's a reason they're nicknamed Smolly
ended up keeping in different loops. The not-so-secret one we saw
Tiny.
earlier, one where things had begun to go wrong, and Adler was just starting to feel the effects of the loop as the sickness took hold, and one from when the facility was fine, mostly, and it seemed an Elster unit appeared for excavation work in the mines. It's specified in loops where the sickness took hold, that Elster unit was never brought on, hence why no one knows us. Mostly. But considering the red desert underneath the mines was essentially dug up, did a previous Elster guide their hand to find Ariane, to facilitate their reunion? You might also be wondering how exactly the lovers are reunited. The dreams of a distant heartbreak may be drifting across space, but there's someone here who's catching those dreams and amplifying them.
Okay, so again, the theory is now evolving. That ship
Check collab
happened.
chat.
That ship crashed there so long ago that
Holy shit,
a colony
Niall, I found the meme I was trying to find earlier.
That ship crashed there so long ago that there are now people that are mining this location. And it took a long time.
I found it.
Okay, I get it. It took
Posting it in line.
so long that there is now a mine built on this place, and the people that are the replica units that were now placed there are quite powerful. So now I'm going to assume that with that amplifier, shit's going fucking haywire. And when Falk and the rest go to check on what the fuck is going on, Falk goes into a deep state of sleep, emulating the cryostasis of the one trapped below. Because again, like it's either that or because like why would the desert be below this mining facility then?
What if Falke herself is the amplifier?
That's what I'm saying. Falk and Adler are there, and they are managing this mining facility. They have no idea that this Penrose ship, long ago crashed there, is still somehow managing to sate this dying yet still barely alive corpse of a girl that can no longer die because of its current state, who is extremely powerful with bioresonance, at least for a human. Smash cut to Falk and them getting there. Falk now getting this fucking resonance of like, what the fuck is going on? Like, there's something is here and I need to figure out what the fuck that is. She leaves. She comes back, incredibly sick, and it's spreading. Bioresonance is cognitohazard style spreading radiation sickness in an extreme twisted form. And she goes into her own little coma because she's emulating the fate of the one still in cryostasis, the one who hasn't awoken yet because she fucking can't. And this facility is on top of all this. No one knows what the fuck is going on, because the only one who saw it is now unable to give any answers. So that at that point, that's what I'm going with.
Them across the facility, someone already powerful enough to distort space. Commander Falker, deified bioresonant replica supreme.
Yeah, there it is, yeah. Same fucking image shot, and I love that. That's really good.
Is not just the recipient of Ariane's dream, but also a dreamer herself. During the first beach dream, the player can find excerpts from The King in Yellow, or if you go the other way, sections from An Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Bierce, which Robert W. Chambers borrowed from for The King in Yellow. One page here, however, isn't like the others. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me. Remember what happened after the final boss? Falker and Elster merged themselves, which leads to us returning to the crashed Penrose. This note is from her, despite being in Elster's dream. There were notes in the corridor before we fought too, two of those being from Falker, the first talking about the boundaries between her mind and Elster's breaking down, specifically calling out the memories she sees.
Hey, remember the ego death tag that we put in?
Yeah, I know. Like I said, assimilation, identity death. That is a drawing of the cryo of that room in the ship.
No, that's like that's the hole you jump. That's the hole with the ladders going down at the start of the game, and then that's the steps leading up to the pillar. Those black pillars.
Funny enough, looks like an eye, doesn't
but the
it?
hole, Yeah, the hole also looks like an eye. That's important. I feel
Jesus,
like.
coming from
It
a
looks like the
stranger.
eyes of the
Presumably
characters
this
we've
is
seen
Ariane
so far.
putting the idea of Elster onto
Now I can no longer
Folker.
tell where
The second note
Falke
has her
ends and
seemingly lost in
Elster
the happy
begins.
memories of Ariane and Elster together, clearly coming around to the idea of a new persona in her head. Folker is part of the dream and influencing it too, and merging with her is the only way to go far enough to see Ariane once again. The actual merging is to open the door for Elster, but also to make Elster... Elster? Ariane's Elster, anyway. Folker is the one collecting Ariane's bioresonant memories and broadcasting them, and while Elster's been messily picking up bits and pieces, it's only through them, becoming one, that Elster can become the specific unit who made the promise. It's somewhat horrifying. Just as Folker felt Ariane's memories take over her mind, another Elster takes over Elster. Though, unlike Folker, this is what Elster wants to do, at least. In the third ending, Promise, Elster and Ariane recognize one another. A true reunion, at last.
Oh, this is not gonna go well.
This is the ending that I got the first time.
Same.
Damn, then you all got the hardest one then, I guess.
I fought like hell.
20
Because again,
hours.
I'm not. I don't handle.
There it
horror
is,
games
right
well.
there. She just says Elster.
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 I can't
I
do
can't
it.
do it.
You have to do it. It's time for
It's
this
time
to
for this
end.
to end.
Please. Make us whole. Cross my heart and hope to die.
You promised.
You've
Stick a needle in my eye.
a convergence event.
Hey, what was that line Nova said when Tubi choked 9S?
Sorry.
Spit in my mouth and call me garbage.
Elster, spit in my mouth and call me garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, asphyxiation. There it is.
Yeah.
You couldn't just like stab her or something. I mean, actually no. I guess the idea of like choking her out would probably be just better. That
They
way
put-
you don't just you don't like to phrase it a very specific way. You don't desecrate the corpse that's already there.
They put a near automata reference in Signalis.
I can't believe it. I can't believe
Definitely
it.
nothing else.
In this in this story of fucking androids in love.
Definitely not referencing any other media. Nope. No way.
But no, I mean, obviously, it's like I think that's probably because it's the
And
most
then-
relevant.
Yeah, no, her wounds catch up to her now.
He done what needed to be done.
Yeah.
So again,
She fulfilled her promise. Her wounds caught up with her, and
With her promise fulfilled, Ariane's influence fades away and she collapses to
It's
the
a
wounds that
difficult
should have
ending.
killed her long ago.
And one I would normally dislike. The kill your gays ending is so overdone, to the point it feels like media is trying to say that no audience can recognize a gay relationship as true love until one of them has suffered the loss of the other. It can
I was gonna list a bunch of examples here, but then I realized I would just be spoiling a bunch of films, books, TV shows, and games for a lot of people. Might have been a bad idea. Fair enough.
feel
Yeah,
manipulative.
well,
smart move.
Yes,
Smart
yes,
move
but
to
also-
not
For
do
some
that.
reason, though,
Yes, but
Like, if
also
you
there
wanna
is a
do it,
craving.
There's a TV tropes page.
Like,
Yeah.
bury your gaze bad, but also there is
Okay, I'm gonna say
demographic
this.
for people who want
Yes,
disaster
well,
hearing.
yes. And the thing is, as well, the simple, sad truth is, tropes and stereotypes exist for a reason. I'm
Because
gonna
they're
give
popular.
no, because they're
Well,
fucking
sometimes.
true.
Also that.
Because
I'm
there's an
going to
element
give
of
some
truth
very
to it.
unfortunate examples, and I'm going to give off directly because I have known people immediately like this. Little old white women have trouble driving. Asian women have trouble driving, especially when they're older. I've known someone very personally who made the joke about that for themselves because they admitted as such. Black people fried chicken. Black people and watermelon. Now again, I don't know who the fuck doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon, but you know, it's... Why would you turn that down? It's good food. I know that the reason is the origins of it, but like... I mean, well, but you can appreciate watermelon to an extent. You understand when people like it. You might not like it yourself, but you can understand why it's liked.
Sometimes I like watermelon candy.
The simple, sad truth is that tropes and stereotypes exist because they're perpetuated by the very real truth that they are true. There are a number of people out there.
Of truth.
There are a number of people out there who perpetuate the stereotypes. I mean, again, you know what? Just to draw as an example, you know the whole, like, Oktoberfest beer wench thing? You know most German people fucking hate that? Because it's real, and it depicts their equivalent of the Southern hick.
Mm-hmm.
I've spoken to a friend of mine who, like, a long time ago, who brought that up, and I'm like, wait, so that's a thing then? It's like, yeah, it is a thing. It is I mean, I don't know if it's actually south for them. My point is that it exists.
That region, Bayern, Bavaria.
I don't know offhand what the region was, but they have their own equivalent to it. It exists. It will always exist.
That's the region that is basically closest to... It's the Texas of Germany, is how I remember my teacher explaining it.
I wouldn't say Texas. I would say Tennessee or Kentucky.
I know nothing about those areas.
I unfortunately know more than enough.
Nothing about the territory.
Someone who was like, I think the second to last, I will say this. I know exactly one person still like that I speak to every day from the earliest phase of my internet past. Because the only other person I officially spoke to them again for the first time since they attempted co-option of my original free company in FF14, but I'm gonna let that one go. We cut ties.
Story for another time.
We severed ties pretty definitively sometime last year or 2 years ago because of just things changing. To the point that we just weren't compatible anymore. As, again, we were never really any more than friends, but we did see each other as siblings to an extent. Well, he's from Tennessee, and through him, I knew about what Tennessee is like, and considering, all things considered, you know, I get it. So I think I have more than enough reason to say, I think that, like, if you want the true Southern hick experience, it's not really Texas you go to. It's the states adjacent to Texas that you see that shit the most. Tennessee and Kentucky being two of the ones that I think are probably the best examples of this.
Signalis leans so heavily on its elements of tragedy throughout the entire game, I don't hate it. I like this ending, in fact. Signalis asks specifically if we could end the life of our partner if they were truly suffering. What would it take for us to be able to do this? How many times would you have to live through hell to reach the point where you're able to do this?
Is it sad that I have an immediate answer to that?
Yes.
There's conditions, but how long will it take for you to die naturally?
Niall.
How long have you been suffering? Is there truly no way to stop it?
Niall.
It wouldn't take much for me to do it. Because I know what that's like. I know what it's like to prolong suffering.
Niall?
Yes?
I'm now projecting the gay thought beams at you.
You don't have to. They've been there since day fucking one. all you're really doing is now putting more shit in my head that it doesn't. It's gonna jumble everything else up. I hate mind muddling.
Giving you the girl kisser thoughts.
But no, like it's like it. Me, it wouldn't take much at all. If you truly said this is because the sad truth is that like I don't like saying this, but especially considering this is going to be VODed, I guess, to an extent, because it's the only real way I'm going to really experience this fucking game. I'm not someone who can truly talk anyone out of suicide. Because I myself am of the personal belief that if you truly cannot see things getting better for yourself, when that's really all you have left to live for, I can't guarantee things are going to get better for you. I'm not going to make fucking promises I can't keep. I'm not going to lie to you and say the world's a better place than that. This world's cruel, and it's only really cruel because of the dipshits in power who like to make it cruel for us. There are two options you take in that. Either you take them out violently, or you snuff out your own flame. That's the sad truth of this shit we fucking live in. Now, again, I know that's pretty fucking heavy, but it's like, I'm just making a point here.
Can we go back to the video now?
It wouldn't take much to convince me to do it if you truly wanted me to do that.
An infinite number of chances.
It takes takes a strong heart and a lot of love to say, if this is what we promised, and we truly know we cannot get back to what we could have had, fine. I'm gonna hate it. It's gonna hurt.
For you both.
But
does Elster's suffering help her understand Ariane's suffering? Putting aside herself.
I also love. That handle, cicada sirens. Can I just say that I really like that handle? It's a good handle. Cicada sirens is a
1,000 eyes and cicada sirens.
1,000 eyes respect.
You can also follow 1,000 eyes on Blue
Does
Sky.
suffering help her understand Ariane's suffering? Putting aside her selfishness and loneliness to perform the hardest act of empathy possible. If Elster could be freed from this endless cycle by a lover's hand, would that be what she would want? Beyond that, by killing Ariane, Elster has to give up her function and her purpose for life. Elster and Ariane made a promise. They both agreed to something in the dark confines of their doomed voyage. Elster couldn't fulfill it, but what would you do if you had another chance to right a regret? There's a somewhat hidden moment with Issa Ito you can find if you go up in the elevator instead of going down. She asks if we've had any luck with our search, and it's here she explicitly states she's looking for her sister. But then she asks, have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back, so I could say something else. Issa's story, just from what we can glean, reflects the regrets of not being able to be the person we need to be for those we love, and letting them down, but fighting to try and make things right again. Ultimately, through great hardship, Elster did indeed remember her promise. It is a very bittersweet ending, but it's really stuck with me, and I couldn't help but see this as the perfect way, if tragic, for this story to close. That is, if you do see this as the story's close. There's nothing outright confirming that the promise ending is actually the very end of this tale. It is the only one of these three endings where we see the light leave Elster's eyes, which you could see as confirmation that we've closed the loop at long last. But we also saw that image before with the fake ending. So, maybe it's not? The escape from the endless cycles of Signalis might still be out there, in these dark and twisted halls. The story between Elster and Ariane forms an immensely satisfying emotional core for the game, and the endings together make for a more than satisfying conclusion. However, for those who have the inclination to keep on digging, there's more going on underneath Signalis than it appears on the surface. I hope you're ready for what's going to happen next.
'Cause shit's about to get real!
Real face jump scare! Oh, it's been a while since I got one of those in anything. Layer 6 Signalis.
Our horror story turned to a love story, but that is not where we end. And this is the point this video spiraled out of control. There is a secret ending in Signalis that the game doesn't tell you about. One that you can't get by simply switching up your playstyle. Inside the bedroom is a safe. It's triple locked. No way to get into it unless you find the keys. Where exactly are they? Good question. It's complicated. First of all, appear in the world unless you have played through the entire game at least once, like Silent Hill 2's Rebirth ending. Next, we have to actually find the key, like Silent Hill.
I fucking love that. It's just a screen. Yep, it's Silent Hill again. It's really funny.
We Silent Hill up in this bitch.
Next, we have to actually find the keys. And if you're going to try to pixel hunt,
Believe it or not, Silent Hill again.
Every square inch of the game
In
world,
my mind, I see that place, Silent Hill.
Oh, no. Finding out how to get this
Silent Hill.
a group effort of the Signalis community.
Quiet
no
Mountain.
enterprising busy bee could achieve this.
Silent Hill and Quiet Mountain are also valid Rogadin names in FF14, just putting that in your head.
All by themselves. You might have noticed there's an underlying theme of secret messages throughout Signalis. Number station broadcastings and code breaking. Well, do you remember your radio? It's a fun little mechanic. You might wonder
What's
if the
going on
game
with
might
that
use
radio?
its secrets. The potential is there. But you'd have to be a maniac to scan every single area in the game across all frequencies, working out any strange signal you found. Funny story! Hidden throughout the game are radio broadcasts, accessible only from certain areas, that you can listen to that are complete and utter gibberish to your pathetic human ears.
Not to a spectrograph, I bet.
These are actually slow scan television transmissions, or SSTV for short. It's a technology from the 50s that allows people to send images over radio waves long distances. Nowadays it's mostly a tool for hobbyists and for use in ARGs, which this is beginning to feel like. So, if we were to take the broadcasts and run them through a program that decodes SSTV signals, what would we get?
Oh, I hate how slow it takes.
We end up with a hint for where to
Oh, hi, Saturn eating a sun.
corresponds with a location in the game. But there's still nothing here.
Fuck.
Not until we also turn to the radio frequency that we found the image on. And then, finally, we receive our key.
Key of Eternity.
As if all that isn't enough, the actual places the SSTV broadcasts are found and the rooms that they correspond to are out of order. The second broadcast points you to a previous area that you can't actually get back to anymore. This all takes work, moving around again and again in the cycles of Signalis, in order to achieve the ending we are so desperately chasing, madly repeating and perfecting our methods until we can finally achieve a new madly.
I also just don't let that one sink in finally. Go home? Yes, no, at the radiation door.
Repeating and perfecting our methods until we can finally achieve a new conclusion.
I don't like how that whole
sorrow inherent in the other endings.
It's very
Or you can
reminiscent
just use a
of
walkthrough
the
after beating
vents
the game
from
once.
Alien.
It's been worked out already now. It's fine. The
My
keys
favorite
you get
vents
also
in
take you on a
sci-fi.
strange journey. The first, the Key of Love, gives us more entries from Ariane's diary, talking about the good times with Elster. Oh, what a lovely series of messages. The Key of Eternity, however, that you get second, instead feels like it's goading you for
Says
even
512 on it.
attempting this, for trying to break out of the temporal prison you're
Also,
trapped
yeah.
in. The last key, the Key of Sacrifice, is a little different. At first I thought it was quoting the Bible, as it sounded like some prime Revelations material, which, well, almost. It's not verbatim, at least to any Bible translation I could find, but draws from Revelations 8, the sounding of the angel trumpets, and creates something new from it. If you don't know the story, these angels weren't sounding the trumpets in celebration. I don't think I need to say how ominous this ending we're approaching is becoming.
The end of the world.
Regardless, we make it through the entire game once
It's
again. One by
the
one, you insert the
announcement
keys into the safe,
of Armageddon,
and then
of the final war.
it's still locked. You need a number code as well. But you know it. You've heard it so much already.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. That's a hell of a long code, too.
You
Yep.
do speak German, right? Inputting the extremely long combination.
One of us does.
We uncover what was inside the safe.
Yeah. Do you, Maxie?
A lunar tear! I can't believe it!
Lilies.
Lilies.
Jezrin does, not me. I'm rusty.
Pick up the phone.
I'm also very rusty.
Look at that PlayStation D-pad.
Whoa, what did that say?
Und in jenen Tagen werden die Menschen den Tonschocken und nicht finden.
Suchen und nicht finden.
Why didn't he translate this?
Probably because he
That's a
will
good
in a minute.
question.
Is he stupid?
No, he will in a minute.
That was me.
Placing it on there again.
All right, so can you pause for a moment?
Yes.
So this moment, twice now, Elsta has replicated 2 moments of that one girl that we see in the flashbacks, the one with the brown hair,
The
missing
Veneto
eye.
soldier.
Mm-hmm.
That's led a lot of people to theorize that that girl was the original Elsta template.
I would assume as such too.
Well,
yes.
that has already been confirmed.
Has it been confirmed? I thought it was.
Not that girl, or rather, that girl was that girl was confirmed essentially as through the imagery as the original Elster template, as the original template for Elster.
Her name is Lilith Ito.
Can I assume that that's Issa's mother, isn't it?
Or their third sister. It's unclear.
I don't know about relations, though. I don't know about relations.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's the same last name, and in a story like this, that's intentional.
Well, again, I don't know. We don't know. Do we even know the name at all?
Considering it was just spoken.
Also, there's 6 bodies there. All of them Elsters. There's the orange frame one on the
hexagon.
Right.
Oh, it's a square. Never mind. A new hand touches the beacon. Very prismatic.
A new hand touches the. Yeah, right there. It says Lilith Ito. Es ist verwundert, dass Geheimnis des Gottes wisse es verkündigt hat, knickt in den Propheten.
Ship.
Oh, ship! Look what's up in the sky!
Eyeball. Yeah, the eye
Whose
gazes
eyeball's
down.
that?
Remember our promise.
They just wanted to be together forever.
That clears everything up, right? Artifact ending. No more questions. We can just get on and close this far too long video right now. Okay, let's get into it. As the reunion of Elsa and Ariane, an ending where they both get to be with one another once again, and without anyone dying. So, congratulations on willing your secret lesbian happy ending into existence! The first Revelations quote maybe supports this. Quoted properly this time, and in those days men will seek death and not find it. Though that phrase itself is quite apocalyptic. Sorry, understatement. It is literally about a biblical apocalypse, and Signalis keeps quoting from it, which makes me wonder if this really is a nice happy ending. Elster and Ariane dance in the ruins of the spacecraft from the end. You could just see this as it setting a point in time for when this all happens. After the mission went bad, after Elster passed, after the spacecraft crashed. Well, metaphorically crashed, maybe? And now, after all that, we're here, together. But there's also something off about them dancing amidst this carnage. Something selfish, even. Like, we've succeeded, but truly at what cost? I want to talk about bioresonance once again. We know bioresonance.
I'd like the universe burn to be with the one I be with my true love.
Same. Again, it's like I fucking said. There is a very fine point where it's like it wouldn't take much for me to do certain things. That goes in different ways. Yes, I mentioned before that it would not, like, if it's something that I promised I'd do in the absolute most dire of circumstances, yeah, I would take the life of my most beloved if that's what they truly wanted to happen. I wouldn't like it, but I would do it. I'd probably follow suit if they're really, truly the only thing I could ever live for, and there was truly no way to ever have a life again. Yeah. At the same time, however, if I truly, truly wanted to guarantee happiness, let's just say that all the thievery in the world, all the killing in the world, people don't just do that because they can. It's done for a reason. And when it comes to thievery, specifically, it's desperation. Desperate to find something that allows them to either get the materials they now need, be that money or raw material, or just to let someone else have the materials that they need for that. Or to deprive someone who doesn't deserve it. It wouldn't take a lot. The sad truth is that it's like, I lack the ability to do the admittedly depraved and horrible, monstrous things that I would do to try and make things better, because the simple truth is that it's like, I truly believe that committing the most violent atrocities to the most violent and atrocious of people wouldn't really solve anything. But oh my god, would it make one hell of a fucking statement. Need I say again, that fucking CEO who got gunned down in New York. Deserved, honestly. And you know what? Bitch brought it upon himself.
That's the part that seems lost on a lot of those higher ups, is he reaped the rewards of his actions.
He got what he deserved. And I love
he got
that
what he had
pretty
earned.
much everybody is on the side of the guy who shot. Because I'm going to say it right now, Luigi Mangione is not the guy who shot him. I do not believe that that is the truth.
He is not the killer.
You do not keep a quote-unquote manifesto and a letter on your person while sitting totally in the open in a fucking McDonald's where you could be caught at any point for any reason that has the opening line praising the FBI. Go fuck yourself, you do not. No one does this.
Yeah,
not even
no,
the most
the guy was
narcissistic
literally a
motherfucker. Not even the fucking people. The one who wrote the fucking, what is it? Not even the fucking Zodiac killer who got off on writing to the cops would do that because he knew he couldn't be caught.
The other thing that I'd like to point out is it wasn't about catching him, it was about making an example.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the simple truth is I would make examples of so many fucking people if I had the resources. Just putting that one out there now. You can put me on a list all you want, FBI. I'm sure you'll hear this at some point. I don't give a flying motherfuck. You're lucky I don't have the resource to do what I really want to do. Like I said, there's a multitude of reasons that I thoroughly enjoy Code Geass. Let's just put it that way, shall we?
has the power to reshape physical reality
Like I said, power
based on the
fantasies.
memories and
I
personality
have a lot.
of a bioresonant individual. This reshaping can come from deep within the psyche, and even things that might seem to be memories can be corrupted by other memories. So it's hard to tell not just if something is real or not, but also if something is real but it's in the wrong context. Now, let's focus on what's real. Numbers are real, usually. Signalis loves
Are they?
numbers, and it loves certain numbers more than others. 512 is an interesting and repeated number pattern you can find
I've
throughout
noticed
the
that.
game. Elster's serial number is 512. The ship the two lovebirds flew away on is the Penrose, 512. The postbox in the Protector living quarters is numbered 512. Ariane's classroom is 512. The patient's room in Rotfront is numbered 512. A photograph of Alina Co is numbered 512. The default code for the safes in Sierpinski even contains 512. And one of the most cryptic repeats of this number that I ended up finding comes in the desert cutscene.
Oh yeah, look here.
Shows the multiple versions of the same paintings. We get
When they're all looking,
versions of
when they're all
Art
turning
Profile
around,
of the
at the
Dead
very end,
Life
that's
of
Falk.
Life, also by Barklin, and two versions of The Shore of Oblivion
On both
by
sides.
Eugene Bracht. 512. If you think I'm starting to sound crazy here, you're probably right.
So again, I'm just saying it again.
Today was
Shit, like
512 in Germany.
today is
December
512 in Germany. Huh? Shoot! Sorry, needed to get that out there. I'm just saying it again.
Today is
Huh? Promise.
Promise! Yeah, that works better. You're right. Oh, someone needs to draw that now. That's perfect.
It's promise time, bitch.
But no, like
Who's-
legitimately,
who's-
you guys.
who's? So obviously it's Elster talking about who's getting shot. Is it Adler?
It should be, dick.
Okay, it's Adler.
No, you know what? No, make it better.
It should be
Have
Adler,
all the
dick.
versions that we see on screen of Elster shooting multiple
Oh my God.
different people. But like you know that way where like when you like in a cartoon like someone's dizzy they see like multiple versions of a person. Do it like that. Overlay
No, I just
each
had a great idea.
overlay each version over top each other, but like slightly adjacent to the other. But no, I was gonna say like I said earlier, everything in games like this is fucking deliberate. Those numbers deliberate.
But for sure as intentional. So there's a fairly consistent...
The numbers, Elster. What do they mean?
What does it mean? In universe, any one of these things could have held the number first, and it's now been overlaid onto everything else in the dream. Out of universe,
Overlay, like,
it could just be a
Xyz
funny number
monsters?
the developer likes, like the Pixar number. But it has worth as an artistic flourish for the themes of the game. One idea is it representing infinity. 5 plus 1 plus 2 equals 8, and turned sideways, it's infinity. That might seem too Sesame Street for you, but the
Also-
teeth on the key of eternity spell out 512, which
I noticed
seems
that
pretty
immediately.
obvious to me. A lot of elements of the game also refer to
Uh-huh.
infinity, such as Sierpinski and Penrose, both referencing patterns which can continue forever, and the concept plays into the Sisyphean journey Elster finds herself on.
Those triangles.
Another idea is that it represents a mirror, written as if on a 7-segment display. 5 and 2 reflect one another through the one mirror, and there's many times the game looks to people reflecting one another. Alina and Folker represent Ariane, even posing in the same way as if to highlight this. They aren't who we were looking for, but we're essentially reflections in this hall of mirrors we were searching through, trying to find our real friend. We'll touch on this again later, put a pin in it for now. So, what does any of that have to do with the artifact ending? Nothing. Well, nothing really, yeah. Instead, it was a good idea to introduce pattern recognition before getting into the real insanity. I want to talk to you about numbers again, and the point where the game began driving me crazy. Let's talk about 6. 6 is an innocuous number.
6!
1 is a particular series of numbers that grabs your eye. It's distinct, like it's deliberately laid out. 6 doesn't stand out. It's a singular number, small, common even, but at some point I couldn't help but see 6s. Notice them everywhere I went, and not just the 6s, but hexagons too. 6 sides, 6 angles. It all got to a point I began to feel very unwell.
I blame Saturn.
I had a sixness.
Ha!
There are 6 inhabited celestial bodies
Shut.
in the solar system. The astrolabe for Adler's Box is also a hexagon, despite not having 6 planets, though it does have a dot in the middle. That's important. Remember that dot. There are 6 tarot cards to place in Rotfront, which represent the planets. There are 6 plates to open the door in Nowhere, all of them hexagons as well. The plate of sacrifice itself is also represented with a hexagon. These plates and their symbols can actually be tied to the planets. So, at first, I thought maybe 6 in the hexagons represented Signalis' solar system in different forms. Maybe. But wait, the radio station where Ariane grew up is numbered 6. Elster's health state is represented by a hexagon in the menu. A recurring carpet pattern throughout the entire game is repeating hexagons with a dot in the middle. I know it looks like the shining carpet, but it's not quite the same. It's almost purposefully slightly different. TVs in Nowhere and Rotfront blare a red screen with a black hexagon. The elevator in Sierpinski has 6 floors to visit, and the buttons are technically hexagons? Targets in the firing range are hexagons with a red dot in the middle. You need to use 6 spears to kill Volker. Volker's memory note before her boss fight also uses repeated hexagons surrounding a sketch of Ariane and Elster. The mine is almost entirely made of hexagons. It's hexagons all the way down. There's a person in Rotfront who also signs his name, Sun, with a hexagon. Ration marks in Rotfront are also hexagons with a hole in the middle. Ariane and Elster's names, 6 letters each. Am I going too far? Am I losing it? Let's not forget you could originally only hold 6 items in your inventory, and the poster that tells you uses a hexagon to visualize its information. What do you mean the inventory limit is part of this? Remember that default safe code? The other half is 204. So 6 with a dot in the middle. Perhaps most importantly, maybe, there's the main logo of the game, which appears in a copy of The King in Yellow where you get the astrolabe, in the desert cutscene, on the wall at Rotfront that opens up, and is also on the artifact ending safe. The safe whose keys are also shaped with hexagons, with an extra hexagon on the key of sacrifice. And consider as well, inside the safe were the white lilies, flowers notable for having 6 petals and 6 stamen. And in the artifact ending itself, we have the 6 bodies sacrificed, arranged into a hexagon with the artifact in the middle.
Shut up.
It had to be done. It had to be done. It was
Also,
too
the
easy.
hexagon window behind them for that.
To a degree of obsession with this. It's something that once you start noticing, you begin noticing it everywhere. If it was 7, I would have said it might be a marathon reference, and maybe the cryptographic nature between the 2 games isn't dissimilar. I actually became so fixated on 6s that I began getting jump scared by 5s. Why does this door only need 5 keys? Isn't it similar to the Nowhere door that needs 6? And you know, if you include the fake ending, the game has 5 endings. 5. I don't think there's a super secret 6th ending in the game that hasn't been found yet. At least, not anymore. I still feel uneasy thinking about it. So, 6s are everywhere. How does this relate to the secret ending? Well, there's a magazine with an article called The Red Eye in Rotfront that talks about pareidolia. Yes, I do feel I'm being mocked by the game, asking me if I know what it means to see patterns where there are none. The magazine talks about a phenomenon on Rotfront, where a red storm will appear in the sky, coming off from the gas giant Rotfront orbits, that resembles a red eye, staring from above. Locals have come to associate the eye culturally with the oppressive state that they serve under, and its constant surveillance, even making little rituals around it, dipping ration marks in red paint. This is despite it definitely just being a storm in the sky. I can't help but see this eye as real, though. Think again about bioresonance. The phenomenon is utilized in so many areas of this world and others, and yet it's so poorly understood. It can do amazing things, but no one knows what's actually being tapped into here. Wouldn't be the first time humanity has just leapt feet first right into a new technology and found consequences later. What I want to ask is, if this force is everywhere, even across space, why would you assume it's only humanity singing to the tune? What if something out there was listening in on the waves. When it saw these tiny creatures now playing with forces beyond their reckoning, they decided to transfer something across space.
You caught the
as
attention
well.
of something
a sort
you
of
don't want
subtle
attention
madness, a pattern that all things adhere to, natural
You
or
probably
otherwise.
shouldn't have
This is a
done
power
that.
that can alter space after all, and yet no one realizes it. It's their mark, or maybe their message, perhaps even symbolic eyes that watch over everyone through this great unseen phenomena without anyone knowing. Say, can you think of somewhere in this game that didn't feel like it belonged with everything else? There is another dreamer, and nowhere is evidence of, well, at least one more. Certainly some of its imagery can relate to Ariane, from its pulsating fleshy corridors to its hostile and restrictive classrooms.
I did think about that,
but
yeah,
there are
the
a few
fleshy
things here
shit
which
didn't make
seem
sense.
out of place. Some of the documents are written differently, not just vertically instead of horizontally, but also reading from right to left, like an East Asian script. There isn't any other place where you see documents written like this, and besides, wasn't the Yusen nation more Germanic in style? Then there's this puzzle, the Empress's Hand. It seemingly tells a life story of someone called only the Empress, metaphorically through rings we put on her hand for a puzzle. The story doesn't relate to Ariane or anyone else we've seen, but the Empress is mentioned in the Strange Band book that talks about the mystical angle of bioresonance, about those who can not only hear the music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Yusen and lifted us to the stars. It was her powers that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. Empress, ruler of the empire. It seems so obvious. So she was a powerful bioresonant too, like Ariane, and founded everything this universe is based on. Two explanations for this being in nowhere exist in my mind. Ariane might have been influenced enough by this book, and potentially other Forbidden Empire books, for it to manifest in the dream, or the
Christ, what was that?
some residual
That's
echo
what I
of
was
her
wondering.
that still
Was
exists.
that in the video?
People heard that? How was that heard?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. No, sorry. I had another tab open and I guess I began playing audio. Sorry.
The dream.
How was that heard?
More towards the latter, because it seems clear that bioresonance
Weird.
exists
Okay.
and influences the world without it even being heard.
Oh, okay. No, you all heard that because I'm screen sharing Chrome and Chrome caught that audio because it's still coming from my browser. Okay, I understand now. Okay, yeah, stream didn't hear that, but you all did.
Lucky
Either
stream.
technology or person.
Yeah, it was
Ariane
also way louder
is
than it
proof
should have
of
been.
this.
I
Remember how
apologize for
said
that.
She resembles Volker. Volker is stated in documents to also resemble the Yusen nation's leaders, the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. It's unclear if these two are alive or simply cult of personality figureheads who may have once existed, and though their portraits can be seen throughout the game, we don't get a clear idea what they look like. So we have to take it at the document's word, Volker looks like them. So then why does Ariane also look like Volker? Ergo, also like the leaders. But she also looks like Alina Sio, even beyond the parallels in posing. Ariane's mother remarks in a letter that you find in the apartment before the end that she could have been Ariane's long-lost twin if it wasn't such an old photograph. And don't forget Adler's dream of a white-haired girl being tested for what we now know is bioresonance. There are greater cycles than the ones we've been seeing, ones spanning time and space. Are these all past versions of Ariane, achieved through a sort of reincarnation, governed or conducted through bioresonance? If so, it opens up new ideas about how bioresonance is being utilized, such as with the replica imprinting process. Is the creation of an android based on a Gestalt imprint essentially a form of artificial reincarnation? But even this could be part of some grand design. Who is Elster's Gestalt? It's not a question that needs asking for the narrative, but there may be an answer. Remember those images of Venita I showed from the desert cutscene? Why would Elster see all these images? Why would Elster see the full picture of Alina CO from the photograph? I think this person is Elster's gestalt. We have a list of names from the unit from the photograph, and one name sticks out in particular. Lilith Ito. The name Lilith has its own connotations, but Ito explains how Ariane saw this old photograph. A keepsake from the twins' old ancestor from the war. But if true, that means Elster and Ariane have been cosmically dancing around one another across lifetimes. Something has been bringing them together in some form or another all this time. Not only that, but these flashes of pictures seem to tell their own story. A woman waits on a train station before seeing aircraft or spacecraft fly by. I'm guessing this is Alina CO based on the ponytail, and the white dress is similar to Ariane's. A great light falls from the sky and crashes into the planet, and explodes into an apocalyptic mushroom cloud, a lone silhouette facing it. We then see Lilith, determined look on her face, eye bleeding, mirroring Elster at the end of the game. We see another shot of her in a trench filled with indistinct bodies of other soldiers.
Hey, remember what I said about that ship crashing into a place that already had people on it? About how those were not nukes. They may, how we brought up that they may have been ships.
I mean, something definitely bombed that location, though.
Well, remember this, Maxi. What happens to a ship's nuclear reactor core when it goes critical?
We don't even know if it's nuclear.
I mean, the Penrose was leaking radiation, so
Penrose,
there's something
yes.
nuclear in there.
Yeah,
The Penrose was, but are these other ships?
My point is that only one of them was seen to fall, though. What if that location was the only location where people were on that planet, and to them, that explosion was more than enough to wipe out that location with radiation sickness and poisoning? And then, that would also make sense as to how there is now a mining colony
if memory
there.
serves, the Yusan nation also waged war on Veneta.
But also, consider the following as well, though. That would also explain why it was there were people there now.
Well,
like,
they also
there's a mine there. If that's literal, and there's a mine or a mining operation there, that would explain why there are others. Now, of course, again, I'm also considering the possibility that the mining operation wasn't truly there, or at least it didn't actually have people there. But then that would also put into question Adler's entire existence. Because remember, Ariane was in a mining facility at one point. Because she exiled herself knowing she'd probably be found out. And then she was given the opportunity for the Penrose Project. So remember how, and then the whole person said that it's just the fucking Power Pak said, is it all real? Is it all fake? Yes. At this point, yeah, I'm questioning everything.
With a slight glow, highlighting her amidst the carnage. And then we see this. Lilith Ito, placing lilies at the site of the ritual. The game hides its biggest secret in plain view for just 13 frames. And
so I was close. It wasn't 12, it was 13
we see the
frames.
picture of Alina and Lilith together. Lilith still missing an eye, and the world and even the moon destroyed all around them. But they are together again. They are happy to be reunited with one another.
I feel like he's playing these images out of order
again. So through
What's that?
I feel like, well, maybe it's just my interpretation, but I feel like those images are played out of order because I see those aircraft going by and bombing that place as them destroying the data bank for the Elshta template, but because that's like the only
launching an attack. We don't know what their target was.
Yeah, I guess. Me trying to rationalize how. This is just me trying to rationalize how they lost the Elshta template and how to use a copy.
It may have been in a counterattack in response to that.
Endless dreams. Elsa and the player travel countless cycles until we manage to complete some strange and arcane ritual that will give us what we want. Bring the two lovers together again in a happy ending that should be impossible, at the cost of unleashing something terrible. As the game also says in this cutscene, the mystery of this god is finished, as she announced it to her servants, the prophets. Another paraphrased Bible verse. The artifact itself is something beyond our comprehension, created through the ritual and either the tool to give us our happy ending, or what we give to bargain for this ending by something greater. 8 sides too. Maybe we solve the mystery, and something even more complex has come in its place. Or perhaps it is the trumpet. That Bible verse is specifically about the blowing of the final trumpet of the apocalypse, the 7th trumpet. This might put the sixes of the universe in context, or at least a new context, where they represent the incomplete right of God. In Revelations, each of the first 6 trumpets unleashes a terrible event, death, destruction, plague, perhaps like what we've been seeing here in this game. And so we're trapped in the endless cycles of this horror, where we crave death and cannot find it, until the final trumpet, the 7th, which completes the apocalypse and opens the kingdom of heaven, and where the world, or maybe the worlds, become the kingdom of God. Which certainly feels like is what's happening here, but we could go further about the nature of the eye, in that it represents us, the player, observing and bringing the two of them together no matter the consequence. Manifesting ourselves into the story by conducting esoteric actions to get the ending that we want. We have been literally looking down on them throughout the whole game, haven't we? We are in effect God, and maybe through all of this, we have made our presence known to this world. We are essentially its rulers, selfishly creating our happy ending with no consideration for anyone else in its universe. Whatever the meaning, it doesn't change how profoundly affecting it all is. This is cosmic horror. It gives me a terrible, haunting feeling the more I look at it. It draws me in, and I keep thinking that I'm catching glimpses of something great and sinister, and realizing how small and insignificant and powerless I am. Signalis uses all the tools of gaming as a medium to convey this terror, but crucially without ever undercutting the emotional core within the game. I said it starts as a horror story, but turns into a love story, like in The King in Yellow. But even after everything we went through in this maddening final chapter, it never stops being a love story. Elster and Ariane's relationship underlines everything, from its tragic nature that breeds the kind of longing that drives someone to desperate action, to how our identity, our shape, can be tied to someone else. When we become so in love and so entangled with a person, we share their memories, we share their experiences, and our own self drifts into theirs. And I think I'm done. This was Signalis, or as much of Signalis as I think I can do. I have spent so much time making this video. It might be a bit of a mess.
2.5 years
so
doing
is
this.
my brain thinking about Signalis. I'm sure there's more I could say, but it feels like a void that could go on forever.
This
And
video's a
I
year
want
old.
my life back. I don't know if one could talk about this game in totality. Like, the Isle of Death paintings, which Bocklin actually made several versions of, they tie into the game fairly clearly, of how
I made a slight error there.
to reach the
It was the same painter who painted that same thing over and over, not multiple artists over the years. It's just the same dude painting the same painting over his lifetime.
The
He kept coming back to it.
The painting equivalent of Tubular Bells.
Whatever that
region.
means.
These
Tubular Bells is you're. I'm gonna say it by its other name. People know it more of the Exorcist theme. Are you not familiar with it?
I've never watched an Exorcist movie.
I'm sure you've heard the theme though.
Tubular Bells is the debut studio album by the British musician Mike Oldfield.
I'm probably gonna get fucking DMCA'd for this.
Oldfield.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yes,
You can
that
stop.
one. Yeah. That is a segment that's like 5 or 7 minutes into the very first, like one of the first tracks of the album. The guy who originally made it has been reattempting to recreate, because like apparently he people assume he must be psychotic because the way he says the way he hears it in his head has not even remotely close been achieved in any revisit he's ever done to it. And so he keeps remaking it with every single modern update to music and tech he can muster. He just can't get it right, which is very interesting. Because honestly, to me, that reads like someone who is being influenced by something greater than they are. You know how like the original meaning of the word genius comes like a genie. Like you have a genius. You have something influencing you from the outside that's working through you to get something out. It's like you yourself are not a genius. You have a genius, an entity working through you.
You are genius.
No, you
have under the influence of a genie.
You have a genius is the original phrase where that originates from. There is something working there is something working through you to help you get this thing you thought about out, or this thing has given you an idea, and you are the outlet for which it wishes to conceive it into your reality. So essentially, that painting is that painter's equivalent of Tubular Bells, or I guess more accurately, Tubular Bells is the musical equivalent of the Isle of Hell or Isle of Death.
Isle of Death.
In that it is consistently being redone in so many different ways, possibly to try and make it the way the creator sees it in their head, but unfortunately the means of which he can do so. Yeah, and unfortunately the means of which to do so just aren't good enough to do, and
they have yet to achieve it.
I'm now gonna bring up a little bit. It always comes back to Godzilla for me, doesn't it? Jesus Christ, she wasn't wrong. In the anime Godzilla trilogy, as done by Gena Rabuchi, that's exactly how Ghidorah functions. Which, for the record, was the sound you two heard earlier. When he was going on about this idea of, like, something has been perceived that shouldn't be by doing the actions of which you have done, I was gonna get the anime Ghidorah roar, because that's exactly what that thing is. It is the concept of that which you should not have been able to perceive. Void Ghidorah is basically a criticism on religion as a whole, where it's like, you are now resulting to the power of an entity that may or may not truly exist, but if it does, is going to completely be interpreted wrong, and you will slaughter and destroy everything anyone could ever possibly understand, because your belief is what you think should be given to the world. That's what Void Ghidorah is. Hence its name, Void Ghidorah. It is literally an eldritch entity done better than any other eldritch entity in my personal opinion, not just because it's Godzilla related, but because it itself is the manifestation of when we have the ability to perceive God, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? It is a being that is so far above and beyond anything you could ever dream to be, or dream to understand. When you begin to see it with your own eyes and perceive it with your own senses, do you truly think you're going to remain sane and untouched by its influence? But in order for it to continuously interact with our world, it needs... What is the word for that? It needs a pin. It needs an eye, something of which it can see and interact with our... There's a film that I watched at some point that I learned through Red Letter Media. It's called, oh no, why am I blanking on its name? Fuck, what is it called? God damn it. It is actually a film that is, taken... I think it was like the film opens up with the ending of, I think it was a Lovecraft very short story, like very short as in like it can fit in a panel on a newspaper short, where a group of people open like I guess the gate that would like have a machine that allows humans to perceive the fourth dimensional beings that exist in our world every day, and the only reason that nothing is affected by each other is because we can't perceive them. But the minute we perceive them, everything goes fucking wrong. And that's where the story ends, but this movie kind of extends it, in that the people who have now perceived them all begin to have their reality go out of whack. So at this point, it's like, the reason why I was going to play the Ghidorah roar was because that is exactly what this guy was describing, or an equivalent to it, where it's like, yeah, all it needs is that one little catalyst that will allow it to interact with our dimension, and the minute that it does, you have destroyed everything, because its entire existence is it consumes what can perceive it. It's a cognito hazard, much like Signalis, it seems.
Dream sequences are set inside the painting too. The King in Yellow as well, and the books that came after and before it too. The game makes more allusions to it than just the book appearing, but you'd have to be some kind of true detective to get to the bottom of that. Ise Ito has attracted no small amount of speculation from fans, like, what exactly happened to Erica? Why is her face disfigured in every photograph you can find of her? And there's this one strange part.
That's intentional censorship by the state.
Holding a knife to herself, and then in the next shot, we see that there's that strange symbol again with blood drawn on it. Is Issa part of this in more ways than just being Ariane's friend? Did she make some ritual with the forbidden literature from her parents' shop after whatever happened to Erica? And is this the result of it? Also, I'm almost certain Adler stole this guy's pen. Maybe he is evil after all.
Yeah,
there is the theory. There is the theory that Adler's template was a Imperial spy, and because in those medical files, there's a picture of the only other dude you see in the game, and their facial structures are very similar.
True,
So
but like I said
really
earlier,
fair.
that could also be once again
Regardless of
reusing
who he's
assets.
based on, he's a piece of shit. Fuck this guy.
That could also be just reusing assets in a way that's like, well, yeah, that, because like I'll admit, as someone who's done something similar where I will like reuse something on purpose, there will be a time where I will then reuse something else where it's like, it's more convenient if I just did it this way. I know people are gonna think about that if they see it, but like
God, I'm doing it again. It's just so easy to fall in and drift along the waves of its world and characters. Signalis is a beautiful game. It is a horrifying game. It is unforgettable, whether I want to or not. I need to go lie down or something.
This cosmic dance of
it's a cognito hazard.
decadence and withheld.
I know next time I play this game, I'm gonna go for the secret ending.
If sweetness can win, and it can, then I'll still be here tomorrow to high-five you yesterday, my friend. Peace.
High-five you, my friend.
This is by Power Pak, the same person who's quite well known for his incredible video of myhouse.wad.
Check your DMs real quick for the video I wanted to follow up with.
I saw. It is 3 a.m. though. I don't have time for that right now.
Oh, it's a minute to midnight. Wow.
We've gone for
Okay,
we've
last-
gone for 6.5
okay,
hours.
It's basically a 20-minute shit post of a video.
I know, but
No, real quick, look at this GIF.
where is it being posted? Where is that? Collab chat.
Collab chat.
By
When you
the
take
9,
every
I'm
healing
tweaking.
item at, when you take every healing item at once.
Wait, that happens?
No.
No.
Okay,
not
because that would be
actually, but
pretty
it's
funny.
fun. It's funny though.
It's pretty
By the 9 is a Skyrim reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the original.
Take so many drugs you clip through the universe.
By the 9, I'm tweaking.
By the 9, he hits a dab.
This is only going to really lead
There's
into
my
a...
other dollar. Thank you for watching this long,
It's just become a meme, it seems.
delayed
Yeah.
video. I am happy to
Because
finally have it out there instead of stirring around in my brain on sleepless nights. It could have been longer.
I will
but
also
it
just
would have
link
been
this
more
video
words for the
into
same
the
results.
chat
Okay,
for those who want to
some
open up in
thanks
another
to you.
tab and
Huge thank
watch
you
it
to
on
my
their own
friend
time to let
Ash,
it really
who helped
stew
me
in
with the
without
script.
pauses.
Without them, this video probably never would have been made, and I'd still be babbling to myself on the bedroom floor about sixes. They released a song recently, which you should go check out. It's really good, and half of the proceeds after Bandcamp fees go to charity. It's on other platforms too if you want that. They didn't ask me to promote this. I want to because they deserve it. Thanks again, man. Thank you also to other friends who watched this and gave input, and thank you to Max Gibson, or Big M Saxon on Twitter, who said it was okay that I poorly redrew their Yuli Dawn doodle for a 2-second bit in the video. Check them out. And a hearty
That's a really good picture. I need it.
patrons who continued to support me while I was making this video.
I hate the
didn't
remade
expect-
Patreon. Yeah! It's
Yeah.
been so long, I forgot how
Cool.
ugly Patreon's new logo is. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's not great.
I thought I'd have it done by Halloween
That's not-
when I restarted making
That's
it.
a fucking.
Support,
That's not a
brings-
P. That's an artist's easel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's an art's color
that's-
palette, yeah.
Yeah, that's an artist's.
I
That's
wonder
a
if
painter's
that's the
paint
point.
palette.
I wonder if that's the point.
No, because Patreon's not just for artists, like, who draw things, though. It's a P. Because, again, I'm gonna show Patreon's prior fucking logo.
Oh, I know what it used to look like.
I don't know, but there's some people who might not. Like, they've gone through a few changes, apparently. But it's like the original logo from 2013 to 2017. Like, just fucking go with that, man. It's a cool symbol if you don't see the P in it. Like, hell, I would have taken the 2021, honestly. Whole ass word's bullshit, though. That one sucks. Get that fucking shit out of here. This one,
Original,
I
P.
would take. Original, fucking damn good. I feel like original, pretty fucking good. The original or the sequel, fucking shit. Get that shit out of here. Bland. Who fucking cares? Whatever. But it's fuck you. Third try. You know what? Not terrible, simple, but it's stupid. It's still a little stupid. This one, yeah, let's put a black blob, lose all identity again. You know, just fucking like just be lazy as shit. Fucking who cares for it? Fucking this one. Also, the fucking font's
outta
more
here with that
stylized
bullshit.
too. Even the font's more stylized. Also, the longer I look at that, the less the word Patreon becomes a word.
Is humbling. Thank you again. Patrons get to see occasional early drafts of big videos like these, and can ask questions at the end of videos, which we'll get into right now. Any popular games you don't really get on with? Games where loot is the core of everything? I just don't find it compelling when my only motivation is to make a number bigger. I blame World of Warcraft Endgame for poisoning that well for me forever. Any thoughts about doing a video on Pseudo Regalia? Sure hope I said that right. Damn, it does look fun, doesn't it? I mean, maybe? I have a lot I want to
Someone
do,
bought
but
me that game a
some
while
fun
ago,
breaks
but I
could
don't
be
think
good
I'll
for
ever
me.
play it. I'm
What tends
terrible
to
with
evoke more
platforming.
fear in horror games for
I'd get
you?
more frustrated.
Visuals or sound design? Sound. 100 times sound.
Yes.
I am a bit of a wuss for horror in games, especially if it rides on the paranoid part of my brain. Seeing something feels like knowing what something is, but just hearing things can set my nerves on end. I remember having to bail out of the first Amnesia game pretty early on when it came out, because it sounded like someone was riding a bicycle down the corridors, but I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. It was driving me mad. Also, the prison courtyard in Silent Hill 2, yeah, that was evil. I hated that, in the best possible way. Okay.
What?
That's
The prison
everything.
courtyard in
One
Silent
more
Hill 2.
Thank you to everyone, and I'll see you next time.
Never see them again.
So, yeah, it is at this point that I'm like, you know what? Honestly, I'm glad that I watched this because, truth be told, I don't think I have the will to play the game. Mostly just because, like, there's too much going on with it, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I feel like I got enough of an experience with it through this because, truthfully, the entire fucking setup, I don't know. I just don't think I could play it for myself. I guess because, like, the ending I would want to get is not how I would play the game, thus I myself would never get it. And because the game has multiple endings, I'd feel compelled to get them all, and I don't have the patience for that. Especially in a gameplay style I'm quite frankly not very good at. Mostly due to two reasons. One, you can call it a skill issue all you want, but truthfully for me it's
I mean,
more along the
not
lines of, like,
every
my
game-
depth perception does not let me fucking function and understand, like, that kind of perspective. It's perspective
top-down?
problems. Yeah, well, the top-down style in that it's in. I've played, like, actual top-down, like literally from the top-down games, like SAS Zombie
More
Assault,
like-
for example. I can do that because I can kind of understand where things are gonna go. But, like, when they're tilted, like you're viewing into a
Semi-
diorama,
Like semi-isometric.
yeah, my brain
Isometric,
brain can't really get that very well, where it's like I don't know exactly where I'm pointing until I shoot, miss, and waste resources figuring out
so
where to
about
aim.
that, quick thing.
All the guns have laser pointers, right?
I know that.
All the guns have laser pointers, and there's a little box around your target.
But also, yeah, I get that. Not every game is for every gamer.
It doesn't matter if there is methods to prevent
They
that from
basically have
being a
sticky
problem.
targeting.
It's just I just don't do well with fixed camera angle stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like at that
Gotcha.
with that perspective, with that camera angle, with that set of control, I just don't do well with it. The thing is that as a video game, I wouldn't enjoy the general feel of it, I guess. Now, again, I would consider the possibility of it being a third person over the shoulder, because I can do that a lot better, I feel. But at the same time, I just... I mean, again, I'm not trashing on it in any capacity. I honestly believe that this is the only real way that I would be able to get what I want out of the game. And I find it impressive that I have turned a 2-hour video into a 6-hour fucking stream. What is wrong with me? Technically, almost 7 hours. I mean, I hit record about 6 hours ago, and 6 hours and 1 minute ago, because I wanted to record the actual bit, not the intro beginning for it, but, you know, whatever. Point is that now, I believe we have a full set of tags for this, just to bring this back up. Title, what do you mean my girlfriend, parenthetical heart, is a hyperbolic cognito hazard? Tags added. Anal vor, unbirth, twinning, Riona, which is when you beat up another girl, I guess, mind break, assimilation, identity death, snuff, asphyxiation, and cannibalism.
No, no, not that one. That didn't
Look,
happen.
no.
That never happened.
Mentions of cannibalism and thus thematic mention of it still nets it the tag. That's how tagging systems work.
Fine.
Mentions of something like that need to be brought into it. Now again, I'm doing this for tags added in terms of like X hentai, you know, like E hentai or whatever you want to call it, like shit like that. But I also feel like adding the cannibalism tag is just funny. I guess we can add existential dread as a tag, but that's not really a tag for a kink, per se. I'm just going this from like just like things that are usually construed in kink locations. So, oh, you know, wait a minute. Gotta add the robot girl tag and also then add the Yuri tag at the end because I feel like adding the Yuri tag at the beginning is too obvious. So yeah, yeah, I'd say that's a pretty solid fucking set of tags. I'd say that's pretty solid. Anal vor, unbirth, twinning, Riona, mind break, assimilation, identity death. And again, just to clarify, the reason why we added anal vor is because that was the joke at the beginning of the video, where we kept where Maxie mentioned that you kept climbing into holes and returning to a womb that you never had, etc., and all that shit. Just the idea of cycle of rebirth and all that shit. Well, unbirth and anal vor match that.
I regret nothing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you shouldn't. you shouldn't regret anything, because it's funny for the bit. So there you go, chat. What do you mean my girlfriend is a hyperbolic cognito hazard? I honestly think.
Yes, I know. I'm into that shit.
What I should really do. Hold on. I wanna. Yeah, I could totally fucking do that. I would like to find a piece of art of Elster and Ariane though. But like with no text over it. Oh wait, I think I found a pretty good one.
You should put on that other video now.
You should go to bed.
I'm not gonna go to bed for another like 2 or 3 hours because I'm me. I do have other things I want to get done before I go to sleep. But unfortunately, I will probably be going to bed anyway by 7 o'clock. That's what I'm trying to do anymore these days. But you know what? There's one more thing I need to do because I feel like it is just the right thing to do to make the joke come full circle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off the browser source here. I'm going to open my other sources. Properties. Is that gonna show? I guess not. Okay, I guess I gotta go do it through Windows or visual window. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I'm going to stop streaming this, but I'm going to restart the stream on a different image. I'm going to share this now to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our title. What would be a good font, do you think? I'm thinking Iceland, because it's like a robot-y font.
Are we gonna make Sesbian Lex jokes?
No. Well, I mean, technically, I guess to an extent, that's what you could consider it. But like, I'm just doing something like a very simple, goofy ass edit here. Let me just look up the game's logo really quick, just to see if I'm like missing anything important here. Okay, no, it's really just the symbol and then the text in like a very skinny font, kind of like Prey. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah, I can work with that. Let me just get the thing here. Is that transparent? I don't know. That one is. That one's transparent. Okay. So, simple as it is. Don't worry, I'm going to change its color. But what do you mean, my girlfriend parenthetical heart is a hyperbolic cognito hazard? Hi, Liz, you fucking nerd. Fucking nerd, you're loading bubbles. Okay. And then we take this one. New. Do that. That's pretty small, actually. Can I get a larger one, maybe? That was not fucking transparent. How dare you lie to me like this? Hello? I toggled in transparent. Why are you not fucking showing me the ones that are transparent? You didn't fucking change anything, you twat. Oh, no, no, you did. Well, that's annoying. Okay. Is this one properly transparent? Can I borrow that one? It is. Oh, that one has the text overlay on it. I can't use that one. Fuck. So why are you telling me that that one's transparent? It's fucking not. What are you doing, you fucking lying piece of shit? Alright, you know what? Fine. This is what we'll do. Wrong. I'll take this. Bring that here. Let's see. Make color transparent. White. Full transparency threshold. Okay, I think that works out relatively well enough. That's well sized. Just grab this. Copy. The real question is, where am I going to put it? This is incredibly fucking stupid the more I'm doing this. I guess this is probably a good place for it. Just put it down here, I guess, yeah? Wait, no, hold on. Wait. Hexagonal. Repeating hexagonal pattern. We'll do it like that. Then we can grab it. Wait, hold on. Color. Transparent. Yes. Yes. Oh, I like that. Okay, perfect, 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 perfect. And then we just do this. Yes. 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 And then take the layer, make it do that. Yeah. Add a drop shadow to it to make it stand out just a little bit behind the scenes. Drop shadow for the text. Do we need one of those?
Look at you, such an artist.
I'm just making a fucking shit post. What are you talking about?
I mean, this takes skill.
Probably fucking do that. It really does. I'm just pulling assets off Google. This is how I make thumbnails. This will probably be the thumbnail for a fucking video, honestly.
I mean, this is debatably more efforts I put into my thumbnails when I make thumbnails. Usually I'll just take like a face of mine from a piece of fan art I've commissioned and just put it on an official image of the thing or whatever.
That's fair. Okay.
Like when I made my potion craft alchemy simulator thumbnails, I just took a picture of my fat face but put it over Slacker Magician's body and just made that the thumbnail.
Good choice on that. That's pretty funny. Alright, let's see. How about we make that about 300, I'd say? Yeah, about that. Maybe about that, yeah? Okay.
Oh, here it is.
Typically, these would be in the
In
corner
collab chat.
Dojin. 8 to 10. Okay. There we go. Now, unfortunately, however, this would... Ooh. Selection. Not move it yet. Unfortunately, this might have to be put a little bit off the center. There we go. What do you mean my girlfriend's a hyperbolic? Is a hyperbolic cognito hazard. Okay. Who's taking a piss? Alright. And then we add a small drop shadow to hide the bad crop job. Let's see. And then... Oh, I know what this fucking needs. How about we add a slight noise filter?
Do not do that to me again, please.
What?
Well, you were making
actually
noise.
taking a piss.
Oh. I thought I was just making... I thought you were just running
Do not
water.
do that to me again, because...
Well, I could hear you taking a piss and I didn't want to.
What? The mic was supposed to be muted.
It was not muted, Andrea. It
What the fuck?
It wasn't. That's why I made the comment. It wasn't muted.
Fuck.
Don't worry about it.
Fucking headset sometimes.
Distance.
That's why you click mute on Discord, not on your headset.
Ooh, that looks good, actually. Yeah, okay. What if we add a little bit more noise to that? Same general amount? Yeah. Alright, how do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? With the giant eye, you sometimes see make it giantess, or is it more of a mind? It's that one's too nebulous to really add a tag for. That one's more like a yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. There might be one extra addition we can add. Speaking of giant eye. Ooh, yeah, I can add, yeah. 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 I'll do that. Okay. Opacity. You gotta look a little hard to see it, but it is there. Don't worry. It's there. It's there. Don't worry about it. The Waddle Doo stares at you from afar. You gotta pay attention to see it, but it is there. Yeah, I'd say that. I say that's good. Don't you? Whoop.
Yes.
Whoop. That's what I wanted to do. Put that one down there first, and then we do that. There we go! This is cursed as shit. Just so you understand this, chat, you have now seen exactly how I make thumbnails. Congratulations! You now fully understand how it is I make thumbnails for my streams. And VODs. What do you mean my girlfriend, parenthetical heart, is a hyperbolic time chamber, or a hyperbolic cognito hazard? Now again, that heart, you have to pronounce it. You have to say parenthetical heart every time you get to it, because it's funnier that way. That's how it's done. What a fucking experience this was. Alright. I'd say that's a good place to call it, though. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fuck. Alright, I gotta move everything back to where it needs to be on my screen here. Move Streamlabs over here. Parts. Show chat over there. Discord, bring that over to this link to this screen.
Pretty sure I'd...
There. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that now. All right. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'd say that's a pretty good place to call it quits for now. I am gonna post this image into. Oh, Maxie, I love that. That's great, actually. The crop drop for the hair is actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that took, again, I know what it's like to try and crop the hair into the picture for the bit. That shit's not easy to do. That shit sucks. So you know what? Kudos to you for the extra work for that.
The hardest part was trying to change her hair color to match mine enough to look like it blends smooth naturally. The part underneath her, like under her chest, I couldn't get dark enough. So I was like, couldn't get the color just right. I was like, whatever, close enough.
Okay, I think I know who we're gonna raid. Fall is currently streaming.
Still awake?
Oh, Fall's live now. Cool.
Quinny is also streaming. How long has Quinny been going?
Yeah.
Quinny has been going for almost 9.5 hours. Jesus motherfucking Christ.
So Quinny should be wrapping up in a few hours.
Then that's very funny. Then you know what? Okay, we're gonna raid Quinny,
But if
who I'm
Fall
sure
just kicked off, then Quinny's liable to raid into Fall.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So we're gonna raid Quinny. Thank you all for joining in for the VC tonight. I appreciate that. Hope you all had fucking cursed-ass fun. And thank you all to the viewers who came by and checked me out and all that shit. I really appreciate it. Again, I am quite upset that I've lost the VOD for our prior stream, but I will likely be redoing that at some point. Specifically, probably redoing all that progress. I don't really mind doing that. Now that I know more about the game, I know what to do and where to go. So we'll figure out that, I guess, next time if I really truly consider to try and finish the game. Alternatively, there is also more Near Replicant, so I'll let you all know when I stream next.
Wait, what game?
Pokemon Emerald Sea Glass. It's a really good ROM hack, but yeah, I lost all that. I lost that fucking VOD because some cunt fucking decided to report me for some bullshit. So whether or not it is at this point that, like, though I'm exhausted. So I'm gonna so yeah, our raid phrase will be I can't believe my girlfriend, parenthetical heart, is
we're not gonna have a Sesbian Lex raid?
Shush. Hyperbolic cognito hazard. That's gonna be our raid, our raid message. Add whatever emoji you want. Later, Gators! See you all next week, most likely. Bye-bye!
Sesbian Lex cognito hazard raid.